From that day, their partnership begins. With his hand, the hero sincerely hopes that they will find common ground with Ruri. On that day, it was etched in the memory of the decision to become stronger, to prove your power. Ruri's gaze rises up to the main character, gently touches his palm, and holding his breath, confirms his words. With childish courage and sincerity, the girl assures that they will grow stronger with the Tsuga Chog. Their oath is laconic, unbreakable, and eternal, because it is already echoed in the heart of each of them. A few days ago, a man turns to the main character on a bus, demanding that he gave way to him. At that moment, completely ignoring the stranger, Tsugumo recalls wise words. Maturity comes with defeat. Despite the rude images from the man, peace remains unwavering on his face, and the culprit does not receive any reaction. Turning in his own thoughts, Segudo thinks, how would he behave if this unpleasant situation happened in a few years? Most likely, it would be a detachable stranger. However, now he just smiles politely and gives way to a harsh, thoughts do not give a rest. The imagination draws a scene of battle, the result of which is unchanged. Even if he won, he would not be able to avoid defeat, because neither police nor ordinary people would have gone to his side. On the contrary, society would easily throw a stone of condemnation, not seeking to understand the motives. Toguto's lips appears a sad smile. The realization that none of the possible finals promises him benefits makes him give up and just smile sadly. Despite all the efforts, reality does not bring him real pleasure. The painful question is, what really means to be a person if adulthood looks like that? Smiles and views of passengers are directed at Zuguto, but none of them will tell you what is the one behind these eyes, compassion or condemnation. One thought spins in his head. He put himself in a smile, giving way to a person who did not deserve it. The sudden jerk of the bus made the hero in surprise to turn away from his mouth an unexpected exclamation. The driver in despair presses on the brakes, but there is a lack of moments. The bus with a roar is crashing forward. Tuguto, giving way to a stranger, remains standing and trying to hold on, resting his feet on the floor. From the impact, the fragments fly on all sides. Inside the bus, cough and moaning passengers are given to the moon. The eyelids are revealed, and the first thing Segudo sees is the dim light of the salon. In the mind, there is a misunderstanding. It seems as soon as a bus accident has occurred. The gaze slides quickly on passengers. Surprisingly, all remained intact. The awareness pervades the young man, only he was thrown away during the blow, because he got up from the place. Quietly swears on the one who gave way to the seat. At the same moment, the views of all passengers full of horror focus on Segudo. Lowering, the guy noticed bloody traces. Glass fragments are just into the skin. Barely aware of the pain, Zuguto notices that his body has been powerless, and no muscle responds to orders. The idea that everything can end so simple seems to be unthinkable. A desperate faith burns in the eyes. Life cannot be broken so senseless. Only by raising his head, the guy suddenly distinguishes a muted sound. Despite the acute pain, the look inadvertently falls on the brazen, which has previously given a place. He remained unharmed. Without any reproach, he removes everything that is happening on the camera and laughs at ease. Tsuguto's gaze fades on a brazen man. In the head, lightning swells a spooky thought. This type now records his death. The person rages in the soul of the hero from this discovery. Grasping his teeth from pain, he still tries to get up. There is no disrespect for power. The desire for revenge to the abuser is filled with every movement. Segudo does not fit in his head. Why was he destined to meet death? Why all this farce, arranged only for the sake of sore, coarse, arrogant people? There is no answer on the side of a man standing nearby, only the explosions of contradictory dark emotions that change each other once after together. A burning look. The hero is drunk with a man who has caused all his suffering. At that moment, anger cuts the space around, and in terms of it, as if a black curse, falls on the whole nature of the world. The thought has not yet been fully designed in Zuguro's mind, as bright light flashed before her eyes. The awareness returns in the dark. The hero opens his eyes, breaking from the floor of the cold cave, and filled with surprise to break out of his chest an unleashed cry. Waking up, the guy gets up, looks in his own palms and suddenly realizes. The voice listens, the body moves, so life continues. With a critical look at herself, Zuguto finds clothes without a single spot, and on the body, no trace of pain or injury. Then the guy tries to remember his own name to make sure that he fails. There is a response in the head. Sumihar Tsuguto. The confusion covers the main character. It is difficult to understand what happened. The moment of Hood decides that he got into sleep, but this thought is quickly dispelled. The cold breath of wind and wet soil under the palms are felt too realistic. By touching the vault of the cave, the young man is finally convinced. All this really happens, and no sleep here, and does not smell. The stunned and puzzled Toget comes to the conclusion that he was saved. Holding his palm on an uneven surface, the guy realizes that the darkness of the stone cave prevails around. A suspicious sound is heard behind, and it looks sharply. Before the eyes, the arc is leaving a tall man. His shoulder rests on his shoulders, and a bucket squeezes in his palm. In this bizarre cave, a real luck seems to meet at least someone, and it is this feeling that prompts the main character to approach a stranger. An unfamiliar young man seems to start talking. Suffering closely, Sugito notices the piercing blue eyes of a stranger. The close look of a stranger makes the protagonist think, did he not happen outside Japan? The stranger is interrupted by a stranger. Calling a guy unnamed, a man throws him a short advice, to act quickly if the hero is really going to do something. Smoking, Sugut does not find words, and the man, using silence, has a conversation further. He threw the boy with annoyance. If he was going to stay, let him stand quietly, and doesn't interfere until the stranger finishes his business. The silence of the protagonist snapped in the air, and the stranger quietly took up his business. Turning away from Suguto, a stranger swings Kaylee and begins to knock stones from the cave wall. Behind Shakhtar's back, the young man Fossil is surprised. The surprise on his face is even deeper than before. The thoughts are in the head. What is here? The hell is happening? After the short-lived thought, it covers confidence. This stranger is by no means from Japan. In addition, the language that a man addressed him remains a complete mystery to him. Despite the unfamiliar language, it effortlessly caught the meaning of the baby's words. Although the intonations sounded alien, the content became amazingly clear to him. A little time passed, and the man finally filled the bucket with stones. Smiling happy, he lifted him and moved on. Sugito, without taking his eyes from the digger, guessed that the way out was probably there. This thought pushed the boy to find out where he got. Passing the same mine where the miner recently worked, the protagonist notices under his feet small, brilliant pebbles, like precious stones. The temptation to grasp them with you makes itself known, because the owner of these finds now without a wallet. The choice falls on the first or better stone, and the feeling of transparency confuses the imagination. In some way, this instance seems much more beautiful than everyone else. Hardly holding his breath, the hero reaches the next one, hoping to find something even more charm. Laying the path through the darkness of the cave, Suguro noticed several more miners, who, without conspiracy, go one road. Noticing that everyone holds the left side of the road, carefully balancing heavy buckets, the main character silently joins this strange procession. Step by step it follows, with the desire to find out where this silent hike leads. Unexpectedly, a dazzling light flashes in front of the eyes, forcing him to cover his face with his hand. Finally, the guy is carefully selected from the dark cave. The vicious look of the Sugito feels the surrounding area. A small settlement is spread near the exit from the cave where the miners are pouring everywhere. The lively movement and the atmosphere itself allow the boy to understand. He was not in Japan. Around, many people with blonde hair. The clothes of strangers strikingly resembles the outfit of the Middle Ages, and this immediately catches the hero into the eye. Suddenly the look of Sugito encounters a group of people armed with swords. The tension immediately emerges on his face. Strangers pass by without even paying any attention to the main character. The imagination draws the idea of guards, but the appearance of this company is more reminiscent of a detachment of adventurers from a fantastic game. While Sugutil is watching the armed strangers carefully, a low girl suddenly emerges from his back. Her steps are slow and careful, and in her hands she firmly squeezes the shovel, the blade of which with the bell is drawn on the ground. Without much interest, the girl slowly passes Sugus without even glanced in his direction. Tuguto, without a close look, involuntarily admires and is surprised. At the same time, there is no trace of interest in the girl who manifests Ruri. He remains indifferent and cold. Hardly looking back, the girl holds her gaze on the protagonist, and in a moment she confidently moves further into her unknown direction. Having delved into their own reflections, Seguto does not notice the girl at all. There is no country with such a backward development in memory. Therefore, it is not possible to determine its location. The guy notices the miners lining in a row. At first, Tsugudao is almost heading to them. However, weighing all the pros and cons, he decides to look around first. Tsuga's gaze is dying at something above. His face ripens in the expression of complete surprise. Just above the mysterious cave, the incredibly steep mountains rise up rapidly. For some reason, their silhouette inspires the references to the legendary Babylonian tower, sung in ancient myths. The picture that unfolded in front of his eyes turned almost all the ideas formed in Zuguto in 17 years of life. The awareness of this discovery seems to permeate it with lightning. A new understanding is born in the head. Awareness envelops the main character. The place where he found himself is not like his native land. Clouding loudly that luck will continue to be smiled, Tsuguto will wave Kale with all his strength and split the rocks. Above the smooth, glittering stones, Tsuguto and Ruri bowed their heads, in the eyes of a slight surprise. As if remembering something important, the young man has a hurry, apologizes, and sincerely turns to Ruri, who looks extremely satisfied. Numerous miners are scratching around and deep in the cave, moving so loudly that the tools are mixed in a continuous hum. Clumsily lowering the pick, Tsuguto squeezed through his teeth, and drops of sweat were rolled across his face. Rui watching silently for Tsuguto, slightly leaning on his shovel. Outrage covers the main character only from the thought that he will eventually have to do stone production. The realization that the world around the other, and has nothing to do with the earth, struck Tsuguto when the memories were suddenly covered with a wave. The voice that came nearby asks if everything is fine. Looking back at the sound, the guy meets the look of the one who called him. A dealer from a nearby bench which shouted suddenly appeared before him. The merchant turns to the main character, noting that he was late to the queue, and he is interested in whether he managed to get charming ores. Tsuguto, a little confused, asks, and the merchant, smiling, assures he understood everything correctly and specifies whether a familiar young man with these ores. The merchant says that there are almost no miners in Burs, but there are enough thieves and various prodigies. At the same time, local adventurers are tirelessly combed the surrounding dungeons in search of a monster. Therefore, if you do not go too far, you can feel quite safe. Shocked heard, Tsuguto can't get rid of the thought. Maybe he was in the real world of fantasies. The merchant, misinterpretation of his confusion, immediately tries to cheer the hero. Remembering that amazing find in the cave, the guy removes from his pocket a sky-blue stone and is wondering if he also belongs to magical ores. The merchant briefly confirms, but immediately asks him to see a wonderful gem. Segura, meanwhile, thinks about the true value of his treasure. The merchant first assumes that the stone costs 1 large copper, and examining the shine and purity, recognizes that its quality is quite decent, so it agrees to add another copper coin. In the end, the assignment of Tsuguto was estimated at 11 stalls. The hero's head sounds a relentless question about the true cost of the treasure. Wanting to get better in price, asks a friendly merchant to ask, "What can you buy for this money?" So he hopes to understand the true value of his find. After learning that only a handful of dried fruits can be purchased for this money, Tsuguto comes to the conclusion. 11 stalls cost less than 100. At the same time, a second stone found earlier floats in memory. The commemoration demonstrates his new finding of the merchant, and he, enthusiastically considering the subject, is interested. Does he have a true airtight crystal in his hands? Seeing the boy's confusion, the merchant patiently explains that these crystals are a rare find, without which the preparation of potion is simply impossible. He immediately makes a generous offer, ready to buy this stone in Tsuguto at a price higher than market. Together with the first stone, the sum reaches 2,611 lark. In his thoughts, he quickly multiplies how many larks can be obtained for each Tsuguto coin. Understanding the local currency, the hero quickly agrees with the shopkeeper, exchanges the found jewelry for dried meat, and enjoys the first modest trophy in the new world. Already going to go, Tsuguto suddenly remembered the night and addressed the merchant, asking whether there was a shelter near the shelter. An unfamiliar country, other people's customs. To spend the night of the sky, it would be too dangerous. The merchant waves his hand towards the city and advises Tsuguto to stay in the Dracony Lawn Tractor, where you can rest for 5 silver per night. The tension squeezes the guy. The money received will be enough for a short time. The realization that it is almost impossible to return to your world in the coming days only increases anxiety. New means of existence are needed. Tsuguto thinks how much you can earn through magic or... Thinking, the young man addresses the merchant with a question whether the pick and bucket will find. The merchant replies that the picks are sold in a nearby store, and the bucket can be taken just for free. He already wanted to ask a question, but she was interrupting it, assuring that he would certainly prove his ability. Feeling a powerful influx of determination, he seeks to go down to the dungeon again and get a whole bucket of valuable ore. It has passed for a while in the dungeon. The bucket of Segura is almost empty. The guy is lost in guessing why nothing works, because he is convinced he chose the place correctly. There are many people around, and it only gives it anxiety. However, among all the only Tsuguto cannot get ore. The awareness of the guy's thoughts cut off. At such a crop will be a misery. All you have to do is rely on luck. Suddenly a voice is called, saying only one word. Tsuguto rotates instantly in the direction of the sound source. The look first stops on the shoes of the interlocutor and the shovel, which it will easily move the soil. Again, repeating her words, the girl confidently points somewhere and insists. It is the perfect place here. Low height, long curly hair, elongated ears and horned crown, reminiscent of lamb horns, give it a special look. Surprised by an unexpected appeal, Segudo asks if it is really about him. The mysterious stranger smiles and nods confidently. It is her words that addressed. Carefully looking at the stranger, the hero notes the unusual features that distinguish it clearly from people. Awareness rolls a wave. There is a child in front of him, who seems to have come down from the pages of fantastic stories. Her appearance is more suitable for fabulous creatures than ordinary people. Surprised by the question of the wall which the stranger pointed out, Segudo hears only a short advice in response. Digging here. At the request of the guy, why not try there? He shows in an arbitrary direction. The girl replies that only yesterday it was here that ore was mined, and now there is no sense. Calling a girl to take seriously, Dupumo pays attention that the place he specified has no trace of excavation. The stranger insists. They say quite serious, but the guy immediately recognizes the falsehood in her words. The girl convinces that the truth is telling the truth, and when Suguta notices the absence of traces on the wall, he assures that everything has disappeared for a long time, because the event happened yesterday. The guy is ignited by arguing, considering the event full of absurdity. In his opinion, traces of excavations could not disappear so instantly. The immovable Tsuguto turns to a stranger, calling her to behave politely and apologize. The girl mysteriously replies, "As soon as you see everything with your own eyes, everything will become clear immediately." With confidence in her eyes, she grabbed a shovel and went to dig exactly where she was pointed out. It seems that something is really hidden underground. The capture overflows to Guto when the girl easily knocks out a piece of ore with only one powerful attempt. Yet the guy does not trust strangers, stubbornly claiming that she is just lucky. Without leaving attempts, he again takes the ore in the same place and is interested in parallel to whether the wall can recover on its own. The girl explains that even the destroyed walls soon appear again, reproducing herself constantly. Sweat is wondering if the ore will appear in the restored wall. The stranger explains that the ore also returns, although much slower. After a brief comparison of two pieces of ore, she throws away the one that seems to her poor quality. An interesting young man asks how much time it takes to recover ore, and hears in response, about 2 to 3 days. Hearing this, Toguro quickly understands. Not only this stranger, but all the local miners know what the wall and when to dig. The girl carefully throws one of the fragments of ore in a tin bucket. The guy is wondering how quickly all buckets can be filled. Upon learning that there are many empty ones, he continues to ask how much Minda's ore will receive. In response, the girl says about 5 silver coins. This should be enough for this night, decides Zuguto, and is convinced. It is enough to know where to dig, and the worries about money will disappear on their own. Sincerely thanking the girl, the guy confesses, "I am sure that she saved his life." After a short pause, without drawing his eyes, the stranger finally pronounces his name. Or, Sukuto calls her name, and then she asked why she decided to come to his rescue. Rugi only silently looks at without giving any answer. The quiet whisper died from her mouth, so Tugatunk bent closer. The real reason for the excitement of Rui is the care of this guy. Hearing the girl's confession, Segudo laughed cheerfully, noting that she was surprisingly sweet. Sincerely thanking the helper, the young man gently ran his hand through her hair. Rari's face glows with pleasure. She closes her eyes, tasting the moment. Instead, the unexpected turn of the events knocks Sue's balance out of equilibrium. Looking closely, the guy notices that a girl's head instead of hair is a soft wool, like wool. She is interested in whether she is a sheep. Such an assumption is indignant of the rivers. With dignity straightens and strongly declares, she is a mouflon, not a sheep. Having realized his mistake, Zuguto sincerely apologizes and assures the interlocutor that there will be no more such carelessness on his part, begging not to keep evil. Ruri first frowned because of the guy's boldness, but in the end, generously forgives him. As she suggests to sell the extraction of ore, he immediately noticed anxiety in the girl's gaze and asked if something was wrong. Armed with a shovel, Ruri announces the arrival of some Donald. In the hole of the caves, 3 harsh men with dangerous faces and ready weapons appear. The shot of the asking look to Guto slides on the crowd, stopping at the giant in the center. Ruri, with a smile, immediately suggests that it is Denault, because its unusual height is hard not to notice. The girl's silent question about the mysterious stranger is a girl kicks. Donald is another villain. Tuguto has time to notice the face of Donalda squeezes rage. Donald and their people with impunity take away all the gold extracted by miners. Sugututo voice Ruri's opinion on Donald's cruelty, emphasizing that his people do not take away the miners to the crumb, but only gradually take away and move to a new sacrifice. Condemning the way of Donald's action, Sugututo is surprised why no one dares to resist him. Suddenly, Tsugoti's thoughts stop anxiously, and a tense smile appears on his face. He just realizes what he just thought. It is perfectly clear why the miners will not see Donald. This is the easiest way to avoid problems. In memory, Subuto immediately appears to his own experience. Once, even under hail, he gave way to a place on a bus. This guy understands perfectly. The miners do not resist, choosing a safer path and risking only minor consequences. That is exactly such a crash, he is convinced, and was the cause of his death. The past Seguto, he believes, is a solid chain of mistakes and humiliations that ended in a senseless death in the eyes of all. Doubts do the doubts. Does he deserve to look at the miners around, given his own way? The hero has changed something. There was a determination in the look. Ruri notices his arms unnoticed in his fists. At this moment, the company approaches the subordinate Donald, sharply demanding from each 10 stones. Ruri strongly exhibits a shovel before himself, completely refusing to obey another's will. Subordinate Donalda talks to the girl from above. He brazenly emphasizes, "They say just like him, hunters in the monsters, the miners are obliged to their own safety." Without such heroic efforts, he convinces, it is not necessary to dream of a quiet extraction of ore. Despite this, Ruby assures that Donald's subordinate is telling a lie because today there were already adventure seekers, and none of the 3 recent guests appeared among them. These words are even more annoyed with Rude. Bursting into a conversation with anger in his eyes, Donald is hotly crying on the Rur, ordered to give away the stones immediately. But despite the shaking in the voice, the girl is not going to give up and desperately resists. A few steps towards Ruri, Donald looks threatening, ready to harm. Suddenly, a stone flies in front of his face with a whistle. At the last moment, Donald cleverly evades, and the stone with a whistle flies past him. The stone flew into the air with the hand of Zuguto. In the silent tension, which followed after this bold step, the Danube subordinates, frightened, and his name shouted with horror. The bold actions of Seguto are even more fierce with Donalda, then turns to the brazen. However, the hero is no longer going to behave politely. The look, full of hatred and fierce, goes up to Donald. Seguto straightens all height, demonstrating all his determination. Donald covers even more anger. The veins are already clearly. The cold suspicion leader turns to Tsugu, demanding that he threw a stone. Incredible peace of mind. He enters his face, but there is no trace of the gentleness that had previously distinguished this guy in his gaze. At that moment, the disgust was swept by Tsuguto. Despite the fact that only 3 attackers were standing against them, weapons shone in the hands of enemies, and their chances of winning victory were thawed to 0. In his opinion, it would be more appropriate to give the abomination obtained and avoid unjustified clash. The current events on the bus left too deep in the soul of Tsuguto. The guy could no longer behave as before. In the memory of the guy, he drew the memory. Ruri, overcoming his own horror, still decided to fight. Considering a girl whose determination prevailed her own strength, Seguto felt her own misery and worthlessness, which suddenly caused herself. At this point, the angry Donald broke into a cry. Not stopping, persistently questioned who thundered with his stone. Absolutely calm, Suguto replied that Donald himself asked for those stones, so his indignation seems unclear to him. The main character's face reads adamant confidence. The voice of one of Donald's associates suddenly cut the silence. Pointing to the Suguto, he said the boss with indignation that there was no mark on the cheeky guy. The servants tried in vain to convince their leader to retreat, but the hangout kept the motionless peace. One of the men was the first to approach Ruri, expressing several arguments, but Donald thundered with the same fury. The man's gaze fell on the hero again, and the question came from the mouth, whether the guy awaits the guy like him. Overloaded by events, Suguto feverishly remembered everything that happened, and eventually suggests, in the worst case, another death awaits him. Even faced with the thoughts of his own death, Suguto did not retreat. The realization that it is better to get out of life with his head raised than to leave a stupid trace only strengthened his determination. The main character broke out on the face of the main character. The team in Donald was heard in an indistinguishable voice, to remain silent. Hearing another unfortunate case from Suguto, Donald's starhead rushed to him, finally losing her patience for such pranks. The leader made a tough solution. It is time to end this bold type once and for all. Despite the frantic pressure of Donald, which was strongly weaned and rapidly approaching, he continuously maintained a stoic pose. His gaze spoke about complete reconciliation with his own destiny. Just at the last moment, from somewhere, Ruri appeared and crashed with a shovel on the hand of Donald. The unexpected appearance of a girlfriend stunned the tight. He did not look a surprised look from Ruri. Only determination and unwavering focus played on Ruri's face. Donald, with pain twisted due to the injury, was forced to release the sword. The weapon immediately fell to the ground with the bell. Tsugut's voice drew the attention of the girl, but he did not have time to say a word whether to give a sign. An angry Donald suddenly pushed Ruro. Her body was cut into the wall. The outbreak of determination in the eyes of the protagonist instantly changed to horror. Donald, despite this, could not calm down. He threw himself on a ruff with shouts and acted. He had time to notice the horror and suffering on the girl's face before she fell opposite the wall again. Forgetting about Donald, the main character, Star, rushed to his assistant, covered by anxiety for a girl. Once there, the guy gently lifted his head. Her face remained dirty, and the eyelids stuck with pain. It seems to have fainted after a stroke. At that moment, Suguto realized, this girl tried to save him. After holding his breath, the protagonist directed his gaze on the wounded lover, and in the depths of the soul the crazy new storm. Rage and hatred flashed with new force. Through the howl of his own anger, Donald again raised his voice. He threatened that the fate of Ruri would encounter everyone who dared to challenge him. He also ruthlessly stated, the weak created only to fall under his feet. Having restored the self-control, the leader smiled quietly and moved towards Suguto, who was still holding on to Ruri. Donald said to the boy that he would become the next one, so it is in vain to hope for someone's defense. Turning to Donald, he looked at him with his gaze overflowing with unrestrained hatred. I am sure of the leader who still swayed with his power, inadvertently retreated under the pressure of this piercing, full of thirst for revenge. The uncertain step, and Donald fell to the ground. In the look of the Suguto, crazy rage, bitter reproaches, and passionate thirst for revenge. A cold sweat ran through Donald's face. Suguto rose to his feet. Behind was the unconscious Rura, and the powerless Donald stretched directly on the cold floor of the cave. Devoid, confidence, marginal focus, and impenetrable darkness were woven in the soul of Suguto, forming a single essence, a pure curse. Quickly trying to crawl from the crazy, Donald began to mutter something indistinguishable. Excerpts of phrases full of anxiety were broken from his lips. He pleaded with the main character to stay away. Behind Suguto, a deadly and extremely powerful aura was stuck. Donald, without holding back the cry, broke out of his seat and rushed to the head of the cave, rushing past the stunned subordinates. As soon as Donald rushed, his two accomplices did not slow down and hurried. Following them, no movement was hurried. Suguto calmly rested next to the Ruri, not even trying to chase. Some time passed, and the guy tried to give Ruri to drink a mysterious elixir. Crossing the doubt, Suguto carefully poured a strange fluid to the girl into her mouth, asking if she can really swallow. Finally, through the semi-consciousness of Ruri opened her eyes. It was like a storm. Suguto rushed to ask her well-being, tirelessly checking whether everything was fine with his girlfriend. But Ruri had not yet been able to answer. The tired concern of the boy, the grandmother who brought the medicine, did not restrain the annoyance and gave the freedom of anger. Requiring money from Seguto, the old man sharply ordered them to get away. It was time to close the store. However, the guy did not pay attention to her words. He roughly called her a witch and threw the phrase that Ruri had just come to her senses. The insult on the mouth of an old woman appeared for the second time in this evening. Before them, a real, charming world spread. The mysterious artifacts glowed around. Shelves died under the weight of amazing books, and multicolored elixirs were shimmering on the tables. Takuto did not resist, and once again asked in Rira how she feels. Now the girl answered more calmly, assuring the boy that everything was fine with her. Conveniently settling on the couch, Ruri wondered where they were. Seguto thought for a moment, and then uncertainly explained that they were somewhere in the city, in some tools with tools. However, the grandmother cut off him and immediately made clarity. They were accepted not just a bench, but the famous Magical Haynes Magical Artifacts shop, briefly overwhelming everything that happened after the adventure in the cave. Seguto said that it was this merchant who advised him to go to this store, calling it the best place capable of helping Ruri. Noting the validity of his arrival, the protagonist suddenly witnesses how a weird old witch tries to drink a girl with some suspicious fluid. The day before, the guy warned the store owner, if Ruri says that she was cured, we'll refuse to pay. However, Seguto tried to persuade a friend to change the decision. Meanwhile, the old woman screamed again. The young man seems to have not been about to pay. In fact, it was only a joke. Seguto thanked her grandmother, and Ruri was also asked to give gratitude. The girl respectfully bows the owner of the shop, who suddenly became lost and a little ashamed. Answering a gratitude, the witch reminds that she only did her job. Further, Seguto from Ruri try to ask for a discount, but they receive a categorical refusal. They have to pay the full amount, and then to deal with the store. The wallet of the heroes remains a miserable sum, only 211 stalls. Stopping in the middle of the street, Seguto is interested in Rura where she lives. The guy wants to spend his girlfriend home, but soon knows that the girl does not have her own home. It introduces him to a stupor, and, puzzled, he asks where Ruri usually spends nights and what happened to her parents. When answering, the girl looks away from Sugito. She admits that she is spending the night in cheap shelters, and she knows about the place of her parents no more than a stranger. On this, the guy only silently hides his eyes, and through silence, a slight sadness breaks. A few tense seconds passed before Tuguto finally asked the shelter's location. Rui replied that he was waiting right at the entrance to the dungeon. The guy stopped thoughtfully, weighing his options. Returning the mountain path of the dark night is a dangerous endeavor, and there is almost no money in the city for night. Noticing the confusion of the boy, Ruri is guilty to ask for expensive treatment. Jogudo with a gesture stops her apology, but the girl persistently reaches the money and appeals to the main character to accept them. Given the boy 350 stalls, the girl adds them to the amount remaining after meeting with Suguta, and now he has enough money to spend the night in the tavern Dragon's Den, which was previously interested in the merchant. Segan, a sigh, smiles, and confesses that Ruri constantly rescues him from trouble. Lowering the look, the girl gently points out that this is her calling. In the next room, one of the houses is a cry. Donald, angry, roughly repels a gorgeous-dressed girl. She has time to lean on the table, but the cry breaks out of her mouth, and in a moment, the girl falls on the floor. The rage breaks down again in Donald, and he does not even look towards the fallen girl. At the edge of the bed, Donald clasped his head with his arms, several times loudly, until the moon responded in the void of the room. The gaze frozen somewhere in front of him, as if he was looking for answers in an invisible distance. Before Donald's eyes, there are tables one by one. Each of them unfolds short information about this stranger. Characteristics, main skills, and abilities. In the state column appeared the inscription Cursed, and as much as 239 points from the health indicator. The angry Donald again explodes. It is unclear where so much strength went. The stock of health was rapidly melting, and now even the usual fall could become fatal. Donald did not abandon confidence. Everything was guilty of Suging. The desire to take revenge is growing more, and thoughts are already spinning around how to strike. The morning cuts the city with a bell call, and the street noise gradually revives the space. Gutao fastened from sleep. He spent the night in a room that he and Ruri were shot the day before. Half matured into a dream, Tsugutero suddenly feels a light touch nearby. There is someone's strand of hair that is knocked out from the hairstyle. Unknown softness finally pushes the guy into cheerfulness. He sharply emerges from a nap, stunned by a surprise. Noticing how the Ruri is peacefully side by side, Suguto thinks why the girl got a job in his bed, although she has her own. The confusion comes on the face, but it does not dare to wake it. The bell is constantly heard, and on the sign with the bird the inscription, "The Arrival of the Dragon." The sloping morning sun is poured through the window, giving the room soft light. On the bed, drunk from sleep, is already suffered. Touching his face with his hand, whether to protect himself from the dazzling sun or showing fatigue mixed with irritation, the guy reminded Ruri of another free bed in the room. Looking closely at the girl who sleeps peacefully, he is interested in what prompted her to lie down with him under one blanket. Recalling yesterday's events, Tsuguta felt relieved that after all the adventures they were lucky enough to stay in the dragon's visit. They just crossed the threshold as they put a gloomy, bold man in front of them. Before the eyes, the figure of a gloomy, middle-aged man appeared, so impressively harsh and massive that thoughts were involuntarily twisted. Are all representatives of the strong sex in this world so giants? The stranger approached Suguto and Ruri, delicately warned. He will be forbidden access to the dining room, however. If his comrades arranges it, they will prepare a room for 5 silver coins on the 3rd floor. Hearing about the dining room, Suguto looks around, full of curiosity. Following the conditions, although the mystery of the ban on using the dining room remained unsolved, the guy received the keys and 2 flasks. Posing strictly, the chunky man handed him these things, emphasizing that he gave him light and hot water. Seeing the flasks, Ruri blossomed in a smile, especially from the mention of hot water. Sukuto looked around, asked his girlfriend, "What a flask?" In response, the girl said that magical ore was hidden inside. As soon as he entered the room, Ruri inserted one of the light bulbs into the lamp, and bright light flooded the space. Tsuguto did not expect such a surprise, so he was lost. Meanwhile, the girl quietly began to explain. It is only necessary to put magical ore in the bath, fill it with water, and the water will immediately turn into hot. The guy quickly realized. This way of using magic is probably considered a common thing here. After completing the explanation, the devastation wondered whether everything became clear to Tsuguto, and then she kept vividly to go to the bath together. However, the protagonist finds a convenient excuse, assuring that he realized everything perfectly. Subsequently, Tsuguto treated her Ruri with dried meat, but the girl ate it without much enthusiasm. The young man decided that her habit of plant food could be the reason, because both sheep and mouflon were real herbivores. While the Ruri was slowly chewing the pieces, Tsuguto went to the bathroom and, returning, lay down to rest, and soon fell asleep. Seeing a rope for a linen that stretched right in the middle of the room, he immediately remembered Tsuguto. All things were washed for a long time. Carefully touching his cheek Ruri, the guy finally woke her up. Greetings to a sleepy girl on a new day, he hurriedly handed her things to her, at ease by asking to dress. At the same time, I did not forget to thank the Ruri for taking care of washing the day before. Suddenly, Tsuguto's gaze fell on a chain that wrapped his girl's neck. Interest changed the expression of his face, and he immediately wondered that he was hiding there for the badge. Surprised by raising his eyebrows on such a question of the guy, Ruri asks if he really does not know. A confident confirmation is heard. Then the girl draws attention to the badge that hangs her neck. But for the succulent, it does not clarify the situation. As she fell, the Ruri wondered if the guy had lost his token. In response, the Sugitor, with a barely noticeable smile, said, "I could not lose it, never had it." The tension instantly appears on the face of the rough. Hiding her charm in the palm of hand, the girl with anxiety says that the lack of pendant in Sugudo is a real trouble. These words respond to anxiety, and in the boy's eyes. Stopping a little later near a 2-story building with huge windows and 4 massive columns, the protagonist wondered whether the Guild of Aventurists was located here. Memories of yesterday's clash with Donald were again erupted in memory. Finally, the meaning of the words came to the Sugudo, that he had no token. At the same time, another detail came in memory. The first miner he met was also without any token. Sugudo's questions were made with interest. How, they say, people can know whether he has a token if he can easily hide in his pocket? Rugri answered confidently, "As soon as the main character crosses the threshold, everything will become clear." Taguto dissolved the two-leaf door and stepped into the guild hall with a powerful movement. The room turned out to be quite cozy and small. Directly opposite the entrance was a rack behind which a girl was greeted by visitors. Her outfits immediately stood out. Everything indicated a guild form. With a smile on her mouth, the girl wondered whether the Ruri and Suguta came to return to her place. Stunned by the beauty of the girl on the reception, the guy froze in place, so Ruri turned to the stranger first, but she calmly replied that they did not have a token, but there was a need to make a new one. The girl was surprised so much that she did not stay and asked if it was really necessary to create a new token. After a praised nod of Ruri, who confirmed his previous words, the worker on the reception was even harder. Suddenly, like an excited wind, the girl jumped and rushed deep into the room, hurrying to wait a little. The alarmed Suguto wondered if everything was fine, to which Rur had relevantly answered, "There is nothing to worry about." Returning, the reception employee reached out to the boy something like a bowl with a token, asking him to squeeze him in his palm and hold for a few seconds. On the side of the Ruri, observing the action, enthusiastically exclaimed that something was about to happen. After 5 minutes, no change. The girls appealed to a little more. Another 5 minutes. And again silence. Nothing happens. They decided to give events a little more time, but in the eyes there was uncertainty. The long-term expectation of irritation in Suguto has only increased. Finally, when the patience broke out, the system suddenly announced the activation of the label and successful registration of the account. Just in the eyes of the affected Tsugudu, numerous system windows flashed one by one. Twisted with a surprise, the protagonist turned to a stranger from the guild, wondering that it was mysterious windows. The girl smiled in response and reported that the registration was completed successfully. The feeling of relief instantly covered the employee. The words of the girl were clearly, "All the secrets of his soul." In other words, the status in this world now blinked just before the eyes of Tsuguto. Surprisingly, this status is only open to him. Although such a discovery should be delight, the hero remained more puzzled than joyful. Without leaving the surprise before everything is happening, Suguto studies his own features carefully, trying to reveal the true nature of his character. Ruri, wanting to switch his attention, calls the guy and asks to look at the badge. Somehow the name of the protagonist appeared on it, although recently the icon was quite ordinary and empty, as Suguto immediately points out. The guild girl continues to explain that a personal token should be filled to review her own status. Under filling, it implies the transfusion of her own points of mana into special equipment. The girl tells that special equipment is usually called artifacts. These things are distinguished by the fact that they have an aura similar to the souls of living things known as the source of mana. It is this source that is a vessel for energy storage, and filling is called the process when the manu is placed inside this vessel. Guild employee explains that Seguto has to squeeze the sign in his palm firmly. Then his mana will start to flow into a token, filling it with energy. Looking at his stock, the guy finally realized why the token was filled so slowly. The energy level was negligible. The girl explained, the token adds only 10 units of mana, and when they are exhausted, the artifact stops working instantly. Seeing a minus 239 mana points on its characteristics, Tsuguto wondered in surprise what such a distribution means. However, the guild employee just spread his hands. He has not yet had a similar phenomenon. Unsupported because of her own helplessness, the girl barely swayed. But Tsuguto did not delay, and quickly asked the next question. Now he was interested in what a status line means. The guild worker gladly explained that it indicates the current state. Sinking into the line of his own characteristics of the soul, Sugito wondered what this guy hides the damn state. Awareness comes suddenly. To ask this girl about the content of her own status is dangerous, because this will actually mean to admit in the curse. Meanwhile, the guild worker is still talking about something. But for him, her words have long turned into a distant noise. Finally, the girl stops, emphasizing that he has to reveal one important detail. Going closer to Zuguto, she quietly asks her to look in the eye. Again voicing his request, the protagonist looks carefully at the employee's face, once again admiring her beauty. A moment, and just in front of the girl's face is a system window. On the screen, the name, specialty, and clan of the owner. Her name is Saria. He works in the Adventurers Guild and recorded to her clan. Surprised Segudo has dramatically pulled out. An unconscious cry escaped from her mouth. Smiling seriously, the girl reminds her name once again, confessing that she had long dreamed of introducing to like a person. When the guilder begins to explain, it becomes clear. The most prominent function of Baji is a window with a name. It is enough to concentrate, and among the owners of other tokens it is possible to instantly identify someone's true person. Tsuguto finally compares why Donald's people were so rapidly shaking him. Realizing that he had no beast, Saria notes that this function is essential, because it is it that allows you to recognize red names. And the detection of such users is the determining reason for its importance. After the murder, the name immediately becomes red, the girl explains calmly. Therefore, everyone who has received this bloody sign is ruthlessly turned into a target for tampers. All you have to do is suppress the owner of the red name, as safely to carry his token and get a well-deserved reward. With curiosity, he specifies again, does the suppression of the death of those who are marked with red mean? He is also interested in whether he gets a red name for that. Saria calmly explains, after the disposal of the owner of the red name, the color of your name remains unchanged. Finally, the real reason revealed why Ruri insisted so that Tim was created as soon as possible a mascot. Thanks to this, the danger of getting injured or even losing. Thinking about yesterday's events, Tsuguto understands that Donald could easily deprive him of his life. Suddenly the rough breaks into the reflection, quietly pulling the sleeve. Making a look at a girlfriend, she is wondering if there was an adventure. Ruri reminds, before going into the adventure, Tsuguto should be officially registered as an adventurer. The guy did not understand the set again, but Saria, having heard the conversation, did not hide joy. It seemed to her that the main character was finally striving to become a real adventure seeker. Ruri hurriedly answers instead of his friend, assuring that he was going to do it. Such an initiative causes a slight indignation in a puddle, because he did not even ask his opinion. Syria, not paying attention to the outraged exclamations of the boy, returns to the building rapidly, promising to prepare documents immediately. Tsuguto, completely confused, tries to call the girl, but his voice is lost in vain. It passed for a while, and the characters were silently dinner in a familiar visiting where they spent the night. There were almost no visitors in the hall. Every guest's plunged into their own worries. For breakfast, there were as many as 60 stalls. Only one last coin remained in the pocket of Tsuguto. The threatening man who stood at the entrance agreed to let them into the dining room only if each of the guests would present a special token. Meanwhile, the guy is carefully looking at the menu, weighing each choice. Finally, Tsuguto guessed. The owner of the arrival forbade them to access the dining room only because of the fears that the nameless guy may be a red name carrier. Despite all the dangers, the owner of the tavern allows them to stay overnight. Such an act gives grounds to the protagonist. A good heart lies in the strict appearance. Breaking away from his own reflections, Segura turns to Rura, emphasizing that the diet should contain not only vegetables but also meat. The girl complains that she had already tasted meat yesterday, but the guy immediately denies. There's no logic in such an argument. Yesterday's lunch is not a reason to give up meat today. Finally, Toguro comes to the conclusion that mouflon and picarons are able to digest meat without problems, but it is simply unbearable for Ruri. Every time the guy looked away, she cunningly stuffed a plate with meat. Having taken a plate with vegetables in the Rura, Tsuguto stated that it was enough for her, and he wanted a salad himself. Having coped with a green portion quickly, the young man slipped the girl with meat, saying, already fed up to the edge, let her eat meat. Ruri looks deeply upset. Disgust for meat cannot be noticed. Her pathetic look is a little melted by the harsh heart of Tsuguto. The young man promises to treat her with meat if she discovers the true reason why she wants to see him among adventurers. Silence hangs in the air. Rura is in no hurry. Tsuguto jokes, suggests, what will the girl choose, to tell or eat? Only in a moment, gathering with thoughts, Ruri voices a real dream. She also wants to become an adventure search. From such an unexpected answer, Tsuguto fades for a moment, but he quickly recovers and assures that Ruri is quite capable of becoming an adventure search on his own. But the girl only sadly shakes her head and says that it is impossible for her. Squeezing his fingers on his knees, he says that he does not fully possess his own will and therefore cannot do his own. To hear such an explanation only increases the surprise of Tsuguto, and Ruri with a smile invites him to look more closely at the play window with her name. You can find all the answers. Looking at, the guy really notices lines about her, which clearly states, the girl is in captivity through debts. The impression of the arc is mixed with shock and irritation when these words come. Ruri confesses that he cannot go into the journey of the adventure until the debt is lost. In her look and behavior, he reads at the same time sadness and mercy, as if such a burden has long become a common companion of life. Analyzing the circumstances, the protagonist realizes that Ruri wants him to become an adventure seeker. He has the prospect of decent work and deserved reward. With excited notes in her voice, the girl acknowledges that she also unbearably wants to contribute and help. Seguto, successfully catching the implication of the girl's words, wondered if she really invites, "Let's go into adventures together." The answer was silent but confident nod. Ruri, a little embarrassed, tried to add something more. Squeezing his freedom to his fist, she finally completed the phrase. Ruri confessed. She wants to rise even higher and become even stronger. At that moment, in her eyes, she buried unbreakable determination. Seri's words about the level obtained in the guild are floated in Seguto's memory. The realization that from Ruri combines a common desire for power becomes especially sharp for the boy. This desire even prevails to return to Japan, despite all the dangers he knows well about. Without detaching from the horizon, the guy asked, "What prompts her to strive for greater power?" Hands compressed in the fists, in his voice determination and loud confidence. Ruri stated fervently about her desire to become stronger in order not to leave evil without punishment. Her emotional frankness caught a tight. The surprise was instantly dispelled, and the guy exploded with laughter. Ruri, confused and irritated by other people's laughing, rushed to reproach Seguto. He, in vain trying to stop the fun, hurriedly apologized to the girl. The laughter dispelled the tension, and the protagonist acknowledged. Sincere, simple words of his little partner hit the heart. Everything is. One desire, to study the scoundrels, has always lived in the soul. But earlier, there is too little strength and courage to act because weakness and fear were shaking the body and will. No matter what, he was still noticed. The vigilant look of a friend who was already settling nearby and knocking his fingers on the floor was directed simply at him. Seguto reached out to the rough. The young man said he also seeks to become stronger. In his friendly features, determination was read, which left no place. With a smile full of determination, Jogudu announced that they are now with Ruri, real partners, and hopes for mutual understanding between them. The girl, surprised but happy, firmly intertwined her fingers with his hand, answering silent support. Ruri swore to gain true force along with Tsugu. It has passed for a while, and now in an unfamiliar dungeon, Ruri calls to Seguto, suggesting to show his status. Now they are real partners. The young man does not deny, but insists and look at the status of a girl. Yes, exchanging the symbols of trust, they pass on each other their tokens. Having looked at the characteristics and skills of Seguto, Ruri does not hide delight. He passed passionately that he has a rare skill, the look of evil. But in response, the guy only sighs. So far he just has a rank F and only 1 point of mana. The inquisitive Tsuguto turns to his girlfriend and is interested in whether she knows some information about the curse. Thinking, the girl explains that there are different types of curse, and immediately begins to list possible ways to remove charms. The first among them is the purification in the Holy Church. But this idea immediately faces the categorical denial of Tsuguto because of the excessive danger of such a step. The second opportunity is to defeat the one who imposed a curse on you. Ruri guesses. The case is obviously somehow related to Tsuguto's ability. Hearing this, the guy is interested. What if the source of the curse is he himself? This girl avoids any answer. Thinking about everything seen, the guy comes to the conclusion. It is unlikely that Ruri is aware of it, and it is at this moment that the windows flash with detailed information about his companion. The annoying sense of shame covers the guy when it becomes obvious. The endurance of the Rufru much exceeds his own. In addition to the huge number of skills and an impressive stock of mana, the rest of the girl's characteristics are little different from a regular 9-year-old child. Tsuguto, however, has high hopes on the ability of the Ruri called Noise Detector. Armed with a crust and a shovel, the partners went hunting for monsters. 10 minutes before, it happened somewhat unexpected. Tsuguto suggested that the Ruri dig 2 buckets of the Earth of War, which he was embarrassed. She suggested that he hunt monsters with interest, because it is a great opportunity to gain experience and raise the level. The guy wondered in surprise whether his satellite was planning to start hunting today, and heard a confident answer. Tsuguto hastened to explain that such a hurry is a solid recklessness. After all, before hunting, you must not only carefully prepare the equipment, but also collect the necessary information. The guy suggested that the ore had to produce ore so far. There was only one lark. The girl exclaimed that it would be too delayed, but the main character denied. Not slowly, but gradually. Squeezing the shovel firmly, the Ruri loudly exclaimed that the villains do not rush in vain and would not wait for anyone. Her decisive words caused a slight surprise in Saguto. Thinking about Donald and his subordinates, dissatisfaction with the plan increased. He was too slow. Saguto asked a partner, asking if she had an idea of the true power of the monster of the maze. The girl said that there is a dungeon of Erang, which means there are only the weakest monsters. Thanks to the device that responds to foreign noises, the rivers unmistakably revealed their presence. So while both of them hold together, the benefit of cooperation will be mutual. The noisy mind immediately realized. It was thanks to the noise detector of Ruri that she knew in advance about yesterday's appearance of Donald. He was interested in asking whether it is possible to determine the exact number of monsters only by hearing. The girl answered without hesitation. If a little creature, it is quite easy to distinguish them. The favorable opportunity flashed in the thoughts of the protagonist. It is convenient to bypass crowds, focusing only on single. Having reconciled with the initial plan, Susuto again thought about the issue of weapons. The blade stood in the hands of the rough, which was overwhelmed by pride. The guy, a little filmed and depressed, still recognized the advantage of these weapons. Having come to a certain opinion, Sugito understood that there are no reasons to leave the monsters. With excitement in his voice, he suggested that his friends go to the dungeon immediately to start a new hunt. Just took the first steps in the dungeon. A network of confusing corridors unfolded in front of his comrades. Sagut did not resist and annoyed with annoyance that this place instantly turned into a real maze. Rugri mentioned the path to the right, known as the garbage gap, and suggested going there to find out what was waiting for them. Walking a little on this road, Suguta looked around in confusion. Seemed nothing around. Without answering a single word, the Rivers threw a stone, and suddenly the floor with a spooky roar collapsed under his feet. With an indomitable peace, the girl said, "In the garbage pipe, every abomination flies." The main character froze. A sincere shock was read on the face. Seeing into that abyss, Zuguro felt the internal tension growing. The bottom could not be seen. After a successful demonstration of the capabilities of the Kota Gap, the partners decided to change the route. Tsuguto wondered whether their dangerous situation means that the path was already lost. Rugi confirmed the sad truth dryly. But suddenly in silence around the sound, the girl was more comfortable with a shovel and confidently reported, "The monster was found." Sutro asked if it was true, immediately specifying where and how many of them. The guy realized that he was too nervous. After all, this was his first battle. Suddenly, the girl was agitated. She strongly waved a shovel, screamed that the monster was already nearby, and called on the partner to fight. In response to a stiff, Taruto instantly grabbed his girlfriend by the collar and strongly advised to keep calm, because only then will they have a chance for success. A desperate cry of the girl came. A monster is already nearby. It is relentlessly approaching. From one of the dark aisles emerged an ugly Fears. Catching the enemy's silhouette, Zuguto immediately recognized Goblin in him. Suddenly the monster was stunning, and with frantic speed rushed directly at the hunters. The protagonist cried out in unexpected horror. In his thoughts was a husky. Despite the fear covered by fear, the young man tried to swing Kale. But at the last moment he realized, there is too little time. There was only one hope, to throw a weapon simply in an enemy. Kirka hit Goblin, lifting it into the air and throwing away. At this point, Tsuguto realized that to quit weapons was not such a bad idea, because the monster was rapidly rushing to them. Smalling in pain, Goblin suddenly got to his feet. From the wound, dark blue blood was squandering. In hysterics, a frightened monster rushed in the unarmed Tsuguto this time. Running through the lightning, Goblin jumped on the main character, pouring him to the ground and pressing his heavy body. In a fierce battle with the insurance, Tsuguto noticed how his opponent was chasing his teeth. Goblin seemed to be full of thirst for the victim. At the very last moment, Rura jumped and with all his strength cut a monster with a shovel. Goblin froze for a few seconds, stunned by a sudden blow. The girl's face broke out with the determination and willingness to fight for the last. Walking a shovel, Ruri hit the Goblin, which continued to stay on top of the Tsuguto, who was back on the ground again. Despite all the efforts of the girl to do harm, Goblin almost does not respond to her blows. Guilt concludes that Ruri's forces are not enough to fight the enemy, but it is not going to give up and continues the battle. A decisive battle cry came. The girl grabbed the shovel and the goblins patted in the left eye. Finally, the monster shuddered in pain. The wound forced him to press and retreat from Suguta. The guy instantly threw out what was the matter, and following his friend, aimed at a blow to the right eye of Goblin to puzzle the enemy. The monster, clutching his claws in her own head, was no longer attacked. Using a favorable moment, Suguto quickly picked up the previously left pick. Having waved his hand, the young man struck the enemy decisive last blow. In front of the eyes of DHU, system notifications broke out. New points of experience were gained and the level increased from 8th to 9th. The value of most of its characteristics has also increased significantly. Sudden shimmering swept the pick in the guy's hand. She clarified a bright glow, intercepted and raised over her head. Segudo blossomed with a sincere smile. Let the forces be added only 2 points. The changes were felt immediately. Overlooking his gaze towards Ruri, the protagonist noticed that the girl also lifted her shovel. The victory shone on her face with confidence and pride. Tuguto noted himself. Next to him, a real heroine. Suddenly, the boy came. They both almost imperceptibly took the same poses, lifting their weapons to the sky. After coughing, Zuguto carefully wondered why Ruri looked so joyful. The girl proudly declared her new level, receiving a well-deserved praise from the main character. Ruri with a smile announced that now she is the coolest in the world, which brought a suggestion to confusion. The guy did not find words for answer. However, when the partner wondered his achievements with a slight shade of pleasure, he confessed that he also climbed to the next level. Throwing the pick over his shoulder, the main character cast his gaze on the defeated goblin and asked what to do next. Ruri smiled mysteriously and replied that she was okay to tell everything, but from now on, Taguto should turn to her mistress. The categorical refusal to make a makeshift demand instantly made, but the persistent guy still asked to share his knowledge. In response, Ruri explained that the missing goblin may well be submitted to the guild. Such mercenaries are redeemed for reporting. In addition, the prey will prove that this adventurer has overcome the monster. It turned out that Ruri hid the knife all this time, which first planned to use to cut her hair. After learning about it, Sugumo immediately warned the girl, "Before using the knife, you must thoroughly clean it." Moving away from the battlefield, the protagonist focused, gathered his thoughts, and finally announced that it was time to make a further plan of their actions. The day ended with a lot of earnings. The partner put 2,204 stalls in his pocket, which was pleasing to the suggest. But, in contrast, Ruri was far from delighted. Without words, it is clear. The mood of the girl was spoiled by the main character, and the insult was reflected in her look. He asked how much the girl plans to look at him so closely. In response, she cut off with the insult, which is not at all staring. The guy assured that he was not guilty that the monster would no longer appear. Rura answered it. "You need to go down even deeper." In response, Tuguto warned. To go further without proper preparation is deadly. The core of the protagonist's strategy was in constant vigilance. This was the only way to slip out of another danger in time. Tsuguto noted that goblins proved to be much more agile than he imagined, but at least it was possible to produce a lot of ores while the monster was far away. The insult was still red on the girl's face, though she no longer became. The young man reached out to her some of his money, suggested that he complete the day. Asked where she is about to spend the night, he received a calm response. Ruri plans to stay in the hotel. Holding 3 silver coins in her hands, she shared that she had received a night, a delicious breakfast and a hearty dinner. And all this was quite inexpensive. A nodding approved, Tuguto completely agreed with her, and even expressed his desire to stop in this visiting hotel. However, Ruri immediately cut off. He was not destined to spend the night here. Upon learning that this institution is intended exclusively for slaves, Suguma finally understood the cause of such low overnight prices. The guy matured the question, where to spend the night. Traveling further, friends came across a merchant who was friendly after them. Dating revealed. The stranger called Ryao. Hearing that Ruri is whole and unharmed, Ryao was sincerely happy, and he was grateful to thanks that it was because of the goodness of Ryao that they managed to avoid danger. Turning to his companion, the protagonist told that it was the merchant who suggested him the way to the shop where Ruri was treated. The girl, smiling, thanked Ryle. Meanwhile, Shuga, without spending time, bought dried fruits for 3 silvers, and noticing that the girl did not understand anything, he was gently asked her to stretch her hands. The just-purchased candied fruits were gently in the girl's palms. The protagonist put them there. Ruri was surprised to ask if this package was really for her. Smiling, Tsuguto confirmed. This is a gift. Adding intrigues, he promised that tomorrow they would go even further, so you should prepare for adventures. With gratitude, having accepted the gift, Ruri thanked Tsuguto. Wandering her farewell, the girl disappeared from her eyes. Meanwhile, Riley turned to Tsuguto, who was still standing next to the counter. The guy said that he had treated his girlfriend with dried fruits, because Rilo was forbidden to directly exchange with slaves. The merchant was surprised to raise his eyebrows, and wondered if Tsubito was known that all surrounding yaks have official permission to trade with slaves. The hero, of course, heard about this for the first time. Seeing Tsuguto's discovering, Riley laughed kindly, and wondered if he really wanted to do something impressive. When the protagonist tried to dispute, Ryle only reassured him, they say, there is nothing wrong with that. The merchant assured that Ruri would certainly appreciate this gift. The girl glows happy eyes when she examines a package of dried fruits, which Suguro was specifically purchased for her. With the onset of dusk, one of Donald's associates quickly flew into his home, excitedly asking why Donald himself was sitting. Seeing that the owner had reached the leather armor, the surprised servant did not resist the question. Why is such a boss such a equipped protective ammunition? The sword was snatched from the vagina. The blade shone in a trembling hand. Donald swore and, squeezing his teeth, swore. This time a talentless man named Suguta, who was left without any distinction. He would certainly be traced. The character sat down in the open air near one of the caves, with his back to the majestic rocks. Rugri carefully asked if Suguta was really angry. Her words forced the boy to get back to the girl, and surprised on her face. With surprise on his face, the protagonist asked his friend's words, as if he did not believe his own ears. However, Ruri calmly confirmed what she asked. Recognizing, the girl quietly added that Sugut had not yet pronounced a word. Looking away, the guy did not answer anything, plunging into silence. A few weeks ago, the hero stepped on the Dungeon of E, a cave of magical ore, which consisted of only 5 levels. The true threat in its depths are giant poisonous spiders and blue killer fish, which are found only at the very day. Toguto's memory floated the latest crumbs of information with which they went the next day. A sudden shrill cry escaped from his chest as he desperately drove a giant rat that was blowing into his feet. Once the monster flew to the side, the Seigo immediately felt a wave of experience, a new level and improvement of characteristics. Sitting his gaze, the guy noticed Ruri. The girl settled right at his feet. Ruri's close look immediately caught that today, the shoes of the protagonist are completely different than yesterday. The young man became murmured. He did not hide the girl's attentiveness. Meanwhile, Seguto's thoughts returned to yesterday, when his road ran to the armory near the guild. After looking at all the equipment, the guy realized this purchase was not affordable. Unexpectedly, the hesitant seller turned to Sakura and suggested changing his shoes. Lowering his gaze, the hero realized his ordinary dusty sneakers are probably a true rarity in this world. That's why the seller offered him an agreement. Catching the essence of the case, Sugito immediately demanded for it expensive boots. From such a brazen demand, the man was asleep. Meanwhile, the culprit himself glowed with pleasure. In the end, the exchange took place. The suggestion was handed over by the Injin's boots, similar to part of the armor. This thing was opened only when it was combined with the combat capacity of bodily power. In tandem, they became a powerful weapon. In addition to sneakers, they also received a number of pleasant bonuses, a dragon leather and a set of 3 metal knives. With a smile on his face, the hero does not hide the joy, because ordinary sneakers, which barely serve for 5,000 yen, suddenly gave him so many values. Hardly holding back the image, Ruri leaned her lips and was indignant. Why does the Tsugoto compete in the battle, and they remain only an observer? Thinking about it, the protagonist realized the girl did not increase her level today because he himself instructed her to watch over the enemies. Finally, the guy realized, though the rivers and extremely effective, hunting for the monster does not benefit him. Reflecting on solving the problem, Seguto put forward a new strategy. First to weaken the enemies on his own, and then give Ruri the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. Watching how the girl wondered, the protagonist asked the cause of her anxiety. Roops, staring in the dark passage, shared her anticipation, seemed to be hiding there. Carefully approaching the suspicious place, Suguta asked Ruri to stay in a serious tone and keep a spade. Despite the fact that there was no soul in the tunnel, no confidence in the device was not missing. Its detector never failed. Looking back, Juhuto immediately noticed how a huge monster spider was hidden above the ruin. A long cry escaped from the mouth of the protagonist when he tried to warn a friend who had not yet noticed the hanging threat. A huge poisonous spider raced straight to her. Suguto rushed forward with the monster simultaneously, but immediately realized he was not destined to reach in time. The huge spider collapsed simply on the roof, pressing it to the ground with its heavy carcass. The frightened exclamation of Suguto, who was calling Ruri, cut silence. There was so much blood that, noticing this from afar, the young man was a terrible anxiety. But suddenly spiders were suddenly frozen on the spot, which caused a great surprise to the main character. It turned out that the blood belonged to the monster, because Ruri kept the shovel all this time. Having decided to get rid of the spider, she tried to reject him as far as possible. Making sure that everything was fine with the girl, Suguto felt genuine joy. The unbreakable spider, without the defeat, tried to bite the maiden's shovel with sharp fangs. Once in anxiety for his friend, the protagonist rapidly rushed into battle and struck the monster. Grasping the shovel even stronger, Ruri loudly stated that the spider now belongs to her, and immediately dealt with the monster that suddenly attacked from above. Before her eyes, a system window broke out. It was solemnly announced. New points were added to the piggy bank, and now the girl is no longer 7, but at once 9th level. Nowadays, Ruri decided to talk to Suguto again. Emphasizing the tense silence after the battle, the girl uncertainly asked why the guy did not say a single word. She made suspicion with anxious. He may have been angry because she did not notice the spider. With a slight sadness on the mouth, the protagonist spent his hand on his hair. At this point, Guto hurried to assure that he was not offended at all, but was silent only because he had already outlined some important conclusions for himself. Anxiously lifting her gaze on the boy, the girl left her thoughts with her. A few seconds have passed, as the Ruri's fists, and decisively stated that partners cannot avoid conclusions. They must be drawn together. Sugar mentally noted that the girl's indifference had changed to capriciousness. The reasoning was again circled in the head of the protagonist. At first they thought of staying away from poisonous spiders because of their harmful poison. Even if these terrible creatures wandered alone, throwing everything again and again, Tsuguto realized, the spider that attacked them, probably hiding under the ceiling, skillfully hiding, and for silent movement, used his web. Due to this agility, the monster easily avoided the trap, which the noise detector was installed. Finally realized, to put all hopes only on the girl's abilities, there was a fatal mistake. It is good that he thought in advance of how important it is to be prepared for cases where no danger is avoided. Ruri heard from him that it was necessary to take care of antidiuretics and healing elixirs. Assuring the girl, in order not to worry and entrust all the purchases to him, the guy suggested that he finish today. The gaze immediately fell on a girl who, when he raised, was confidently working on the attempt. This movement did not slip from the careful Segudo. He mentally noted her effort. Meanwhile, the hero, taking care of his girlfriend, persistently asked her not to go hunting alone. The shovel was firmly in the hands of Rura, and the persistent promise not to go to hunt was especially sincere. Sugar, with a calm smile, said goodbye and moved on. After looking around, the girl again assured the girl in her promise. However, this time a new part was added to the words. Ruri decided to do ore extraction, because the hunt for herself excluded. Not so much time has passed. How satisfied and smiling, Ruri exclaimed. That's where the true power of the 9th level. In just a short gap, it managed to fill several buckets with valuable ore. After thinking for a long time, the girl came to the conclusion that if everything lasts at such a pace, then she will soon burn a ton, pay with all debts, and will finally be able to live carelessly with Suguto at the hotel. Ruri became fascinated with a reverse robbery, pretending to be able to afford many nights at the hotel thanks to the money. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the girl's back, which she noted what she was happy today. At the same time, Donald approached Ruri with his subordinates. Suguto fell with dissatisfaction, noting that the cost is too high. An old woman who helped to cure the Ruri answered calmly. Her services cost as much as she identified the market, and if someone does not suit something, it is free to go. It was later revealed that her name was Agatha. A spark of annoyance flew between the buyer and the seller who barked. Thoughting his savings, Huto calculated the income. For the execution of the task of extermination the monster in the dungeon of the magical aura, he was paid 7,020 stalls. It was then that one idea slept. Since a poisonous spider is considered a rare material, the guy decided to exchange this value for money. At the same time, antidote and paralysis potions will cost 1,000 stalls each, while the price of a healing potion reaches 2,000 stalls. The storage hero decided to grasp 2 bottles of each potion and immediately tried to negotiate a discount for wholesale. This again provoked a lively verbal altercation with a summer salesman. Inhaling deeper, Suguto tried to cool his emotions and outlined everything. He emphasized that none of the audience is obliged to reduce the price for him. However, he made another significant argument. The heroine explained that these potions were prepared for rescue from anxiety, because she had to endure the attack of a poisonous spider. Her companion would not be able to stay away from such danger. Instantly changing the friendly tone to the threatening, Zegud stubbornly tried to overshadow the discount, ruthlessly pressing on the feelings of guilt of the elderly woman. It took very little time, as the shopkeeper again put the guy out of the door. However, the generous gesture did not slow down. Having neglected the harshness, she still dropped a little from the price. 6 potions cost the protagonist 6,000 stalls, and in response to the kindness of the old woman, Tsuguto wished her long years of life. Departing from a medication shop, the main character wondered not to buy Rura dried fruits for the remaining money. At first he intended to save a little about the stock, and the mention of how genuinely rejoiced the girl of the past gift, immediately convinced that such a little thing was not a pity. It was at this moment, in the dark cave, Ruri strongly frozen in front of Donald and his associates, clamping in his hands a shovel like a real weapon. Returning to the girl, Donald assured her nothing to worry, because he came to Or. However, no words forced the girl to lower the shovel. Caution in her look remained unchanged. Speaking further, Donald solemnly promised, "It is enough to listen carefully to his proposal, and Rory will no longer have to bring him anything." However, when the following words cut, the facial features distorted the anger. The question was, who became Tsugito now? From the rage, who literally nurtured around her husband, Ruri with a frightened shovel to her chest, horror frozen in her gaze. The girl trembled with fear, but despite it, confidently replied that she would not give secrets. Donald immediately rejected the vain attempts to persuade and decided to act with gross force. The girl was on the ground again, and her husband repeated his questions. Suguto dried fruits broke out of their hands, scattering from the purse to the floor. Donald stepped to Ruri and, not noticing, stepped on them, swelling this precious gift. The rage was increasingly taking the mountain over her husband. So in his words, rudeness and threat were increasingly sounded. Before the eyes of Ruri, a gentle smile of Tsuguto. From these memories of her hands she spoke in his fists. The unbreakable determination broke out in her eyes, and raising her voice, the girl categorically stated she would not say a single word of Donald. The city was already wrapping the night. The tired traveling, the soupy, stopped to spend the night in a familiar tractor. Taking a package with dried fruits he bought for Ruri, he decided to taste them himself. The taste was surprisingly pleasant. The stranger did not guess what it was for a wonderful fruit, so he decided to ask the Ruri the next day and find out the details. Recalling that night, the protagonist felt a pressing anxiety. While talking about nonsense, Ruby happened. The girl was grabbed by clothes and stretched in an unknown direction. Suddenly the hand that grabbed her weakened and released. Ruri flew into a gap with garbage from which no one has managed to get out alive. After falling into the garbage gap, the girl, despite the bloody wounds and hellish pain, gathered the remnants of strength to click for the help of Zuguto. The young greenhouse with golden hair plunged into a bright sleep. The gaze was ill with genuine joy. In his thoughts he rushes forward, overflowing with delight, as if something extraordinary is about to come true. The dreams of the worldwide glory of the adventurer have inspired from childhood, persistently improving his skills. Day after day, giving all his efforts by training, he constantly moved to the goal. Maturity brought him a dreamy title. Now he is officially recognized as a true adventure seeker. Fate gave him the faithful comrades, next to whom the feeling of happiness became a reality. These were the thoughts of the guy, at least by that moment, but everything turned upside down. Suddenly a giant monster was hanging over them, which rushed to their team and grabbed his comrades firmly. A cyclop, A giant with a single eye comes into the arena. Appearing unexpectedly, as long as everyone was desperately destroying Goblin, he immediately struck everyone with his incredible force. The creepy monster was lightly attacked by a warrior, who was stepping in front, protecting friends, and in an instant tore his leg like a doll. The hunter strongly pulled the bow, but the power of the monster was unbearable. His hands began to rot right in his eyes. Another boyfriend fell to the ground, rushing with pain. The failure, which the evil bypassed, froze from horror and confusion. In his eyes, an unspeakable surprise was read, as if the brain was desperately trying to understand the newly seen. Leaving the wounded comrades on the battlefield, the guy rushed to the side without even exposing his sword. The burning reproach in the eyes of dying friends pierced his back. But fear was stronger. He never decided to return and come to the rescue. The hope of returning his comrades from that mission melted without a trace, leaving the young man alone with a wasteland in her heart. Even a moment left rest, and he tried to drown the bitterness in the glasses. The rage, which raged inside, gradually poured into others, and later came aware. Cunning and fraud brings profit much easier than the usual swordsman craft. A young man, so similar to a gloomy man who arose from his own essence, silently watched as a surrounding life was fade around. The palms were comfortable on the table, and the legs were carelessly thrown to the edge. It was Donald. In his gaze, some hidden glossy was preserved, as if in thought were hidden memories. The mines, where magical ore is extracted, anxiety reigned and tension reigned. The alarm did not leave. The gaze slid with gloomy corners, but there were no traces of Ruri. The confidence that the girl, as always, will come first and get to work, scattered in vain searches. This time she never appeared. Suddenly, the piercing look of the elderly stranger came into the field of view of Tsuguto. But as soon as the guy met with him, his eyes, the old man turned away immediately, as if nothing had happened. In an instant, having gained his gaze into the system window, the protagonist noticed the name of the unknown, Temzus, and realized that his status was no different from the Ruri. Turning to a stranger, he wondered if he had not happened near Ruena. The sudden indecision of Tamesa sowed the first grains of suspicion in the boy. This man knows something exactly. The embarrassed Tamezaz began to mutter something about an alternative. The mention of that name instantly removed Tuguto from herself. After shouting, he demanded explanation why the man remembered this man. Thames explained that on the eve of Ruri, she quarreled with Denal, and the dispute ended in the fact that she was thrown into the gorge. Stunned, the protagonist insisted on further questions to the man, but he could no longer utter a single word. Seguto patience broke out. The crazy anger broke out, and he broke back to the cry, collapsing a dark voice on Temza's, because all the events unfolded directly in his eyes. But further words were not. It was only bitter to say that Denault was looking for Seguto, so the fault for these events partially lay on him. The shock paralyzed the hero. The ice flow was shining. It was not possible to admit that his fault could have fallen out of Ruri. Sharply turning around, Seguto went further into the cave, where the walls diverged 5 mysterious moves. In memory, the advice heard in the guild came immediately. Each of these corridors ends with a deaf angle. At the crossroads, the voice of Tsubito sounded. He strongly exclaimed the girl's name. There was no doubt. Somewhere here, quite near, it should have been. Squeezing the jaw, the guy rushed forward. All the dungeons raged from the invasion of monsters. At this time, Thazas left the caves and headed for a bar, where he reported Seguta about the money just received for money. At the same time, the man shared with Denault and his associates. The guy, when he came to the dungeon, had a very focused appearance. The Denaltova servant threw a brief order of the Temsa to get away, after which all the attention focused on the owner. The thirst for revenge on the face of Denault burned on the face. Now he seemed even more gloomy than usual, and in his gaze played dangerous fire. Suddenly rose from the table. Denault ordered everyone to follow him. No persuasion of subordinates could shake his determination. It seemed that even in the face of the deadly danger, the thirst for revenge in Denault remained unbreakable. The subordinate noticed that after acquaintance with Sugatut, his boss changed beyond recognition. Denault, which always avoided the slightest danger, suddenly broke his own rule, and for the first time he neglected with caution. The subordinate has a bitter conclusion that the rest to Denault will not return until they resolve the question with Sugato. Annoyed, gave a slap to the second Denault's associate, which was soothed just in place. The first subordinate explained to the second task. Their goal is the same nameless man whom they have encountered earlier. Having expressed doubts about the danger of this person, the second subordinate firmly said that Sun Tzu would take over. The three went to the caves. Denault, with a wild and scared look, squeezed firmly in his hand, trembling at the unknown that was waiting in front. Somewhere in the depths of the caves, after a tense battle, he mercilessly straightens with several goblins and launches another opponent back, like an unnecessary toy. At the attack of rage, a cry came. The order of the last goblin immediately to get out of the road. After paving himself, the guy no longer respected the monster. Without a minute, he rushed forward. Just before her eyes, a system panel was reported. For the experience gained, the level rose from the 11th to the 12th. In continuous pursuits, Suguto did not avoid the battle. As soon as he coped with a monster similar to a giant butterfly, paralyzing was also joined by paralysis. Having Odolion, the next giant spider, poison was added to the already existing negative effects. All in bloody spots, Suguto constantly sought Ruri, shouting her name loudly. In his gaze, crazy anxiety for maiden life glowed. The guy was exhausted in the feast of endless battles. The guy crawled onto a cold wall, trying to catch his breath. The temptation to use potions to restore strength was sharp, but the care of Ruri did not allow it to do so. If the girl gets into trouble, 2 bottles for 2 may not be enough. A friend of a friend broke out in memory. Sarauto hid the potion in his pocket on his belt and rapidly moved on. During this time, 3 routes were investigated, but no trace of Russia appeared. There was another direction that the hero was going to check. Laying the path more deeply in the tunnel, Suguto convinced himself that it was here that Ruri should appear, in this part of the underground artery. All the efforts of the young man were in vain. The trail resting on the dead wall again, and no hint about the missing girl could not be found. It froze in surprise, no longer believing your own eyes. This passage was the last where you could still be moved. A moment, and in the memory of Suguto, emerged the words of Ruri about the 5th passage to the right and about the terrible abyss of the trash hiding inside. Turning, the guy moved gloomfully to leaving the dead end. The idea that the lover was thrown into the pit seemed unthinkable, but there were no other explanations. The realization that Ruri may not be at the bottom of the depression did not leave Suguto, but despite it to stop or retreat, he simply could not check with all his own eyes. At the entrance to the maze of the main character, 3 strangers were met who had just stepped into the darkness of the cave. Blooded and on the verge of madness, Siguro repped with a look at the frightened Denault. Due to system windows, it became known what Daniel's subordinates, Garnon and Riot. However, all the attention of the hero focused on the fact that their names remained white. Suddenly, Suguto exclaimed the question, trying to find out what they did from Ruri. The ruthless look of the guy pierced Harton, the lowest associate of Daniel, a mate of icy arrow. The cold sweat was in horror on his face with thin tricks. Toguto confidently moved a few steps towards the Trinity. Every word in his question of the location of the Ruri sounded so persistently that it was in the air. On the face of Denault, as well as on the faces of his subordinates, a clear anxiety was reflected. Despite this, a stranger, without holding back anger, quit the threat to Suguto. He reported an ominous tone that he had already ended with Ruri, and the boy is waiting for the same fate if he dared to get closer. Hearing these words, the last life of the protagonist has gone out of the eyes of the main character. They only have a void. Instantly, his aura broke out 100 times more powerful, pressing on the trio of adventurers even much more. Prayer in the soul of Togoroa arrived. Let everything be fine with Ruri. He sincerely believed that horrific rumors of her death would be a lie. At the same time, the discovery of how to get rid of rivals without receiving the status of a red name already lit in it a barely noticeable fire of pragmatic determination. Several system notifications broke out on the screen. Suguto gained experience and opened access to 2 new skills: detection of magic and magic skill. The awareness came suddenly. In order to maintain its reputation perfectly, it was enough to simply remove the icon before the bloody massacre. The chain was shaking and instantly broke out of the neck when Huto decisively tore it with one sharp movement. As soon as the guy threw his mark to the feet of strangers, Donalda swept the insight. The enemy was going to reduce the final bills with him. Garnon and the district disrupted the voices, trying to attract the attention of the leader. But he, despite nothing, made his demands on Suguto. Donald promised for forgiveness if the guy removed the curse. However, the cold-blooded main character calmly, almost with a challenge, answered the wishes of death. Denal's assurances were uncertain. He tried in vain to justify himself, swearing that he would apologize as soon as the curse disappeared. But in response, Saguto, with his eyes full of a more hung flame, mockingly repeated his words. The atmosphere around it was increasingly punched, and the thirst for shedding blood became almost noticeable to the touch. Denault, noticing that his words remained unanswered, was frightened. With an overwhelming exclamation broke forward and waved his sword, getting ready to strike. Lowering the blade on the enemy's shoulder, the man was fought. Despite the fact that blood was already flowing from the wound, the main character did not swing. He was steadily holding on his feet. On the face of Daniel, the expression of true horror has frozen. Sudden movement, Tsuguto reached out and squeezed his enemy's head firmly. Warning. This time Denault would no longer be able to avoid punishment as before. The words heard were instantly resurrected in the memory of the man's, a terrible memory of the dead comrades who, covered by cowardice, was condemned by the Cyclop. The terrible power of Saguto awakened, imposing a terrible curse. Danuda's health points were rapidly thawed. The awareness that impotence is condemning to death pierced the man with a cold of fear. All attempts to move the hand of Saguto were futile. No muscle listened. With bitter regret, the idea came. Be he at least a little like in the days of his young power, the guy would have been defeated for a long time. Suddenly, the man had doubts. What he was doing before this person, and whether their ways would have met if he had not intervened in minors. Denault was in vain to remember what brought him here, and why he renounced the training and life of the traveler. A shouting scream escaped from his chest, when the question was in his head. Why he gave up. Why he left the dream he sought. The smiling faces of his comrades broke out before his eyes. The reasons that forced Denault to leave the dear heart of friends. They enveloped the mind of the fog. How many he did not try to remember. Everything remained unknown and incomprehensible. Tears were constantly rolling the cheeks of the man. The fate of painful soul was painfully. He had not resisted, left his brothers in a decisive moment. But the real pain is even burning. Betrayal to your own dreams. The fist again involuntarily squeezes the sword's arms. Hands trembled from the squeezed guilt. The anger and the unrestrained thirst for revenge were reopened by Taguto, so the desire of death came from his mouth. When the boy released his hand, Denault fell on the floor. The tears still rolled on the cheeks, and life in his eyes was already gone. Absorbed by the bitter reproaches of conscience, this man lived to the last breath. And after his death, his hand did not release the sword, squeezing his arms even in the other world. In the memory of Taguto, a day when, with Ruri, giving each other a promise to become stronger, they decided to become inseparable companions. The realization that his young teammate probably had already died, a devastating burden lay on the soul of the boy. Human hands have selected his life. The two killers were standing right now, and the third, the one, only a moment ago, finally redeemed their guilt. Licked by events, Garnon shouted the name of Denault. He did not fit in his mind that his boss could have perished so rapidly and inevitably. The instant evaluation of the situation allowed the district to gather, to pick up on your feet and to rush to the exit. It did not ignore it, and Tidio immediately broke down. The hand instinctively reached for the belt, and within a moment, there was a metal knife between his fingers. Already in the next moment, these weapons flew simply by Riot W, who was in a hurry to rescue and escape. The blade of the knife mercilessly pierced the back of the man. Embedded with unbearable pain, the district fell to his knees and struck in despair. Watching the development of the events, the Garnon did not have time and to swaddle with his eye as the Segudo suddenly appeared before him. Instant blow, and a foreign sword is already grabbed from the vagina of its owner. Drawing closer, the protagonist sharply cut out the Glitter's leg and, almost without stopping, calmly moved forward. The bloody sword glittered in his right hand, even warm from a recent blow. Despite the wounds, Riot tried to get up and crawl away, but it was enough to look back to solidify under the harsh, hurricane look of the Segudo that boiled hatred and threat. In an instant, the fraudster got rid of the head. The sword of the young man with a lightning cut off the air and put a point in the fate of the deceived. Garnon, frozen aside, could not hide the impression. What happened before his eyes completely stunned him. Realizing that his turn had come to act, Garnon reached for the healing potion, but the vial slipped out of his hands and twisted to the floor. At a moment, the bottle rolled, stopping near someone's shoes. Lifting his gaze, Garnon was looking for Seguto in despair. The last surviving that the mercy stretched, the protagonist sent to the side with a powerful and accurate stroke of the leg. The awareness has been beautiful. For this guy, their lives are not worth the crumbs of regret. Suguto, meanwhile, lifted his sword and struck him with his final opponent. At the decisive moment, before the execution, Garnon broke into a cry, claiming that Ruri was alive. For the first time from the beginning of this meeting, the main character's face cut off the shadow of a true feeling for a moment. It is covered by fear of saying goodbye to life because of the crazy threats. Garnon continued his story. He argued that together with Denault and the Rayon, they only wounded the companion of the segment and then dropped it into the crack, but they were not killed. In fact, Garnon understood perfectly. The Ruri was doomed. There was no hope for salvation. However, he lied to the protagonist, assuring that there was a chance, and even suggested going to search together, promised to collect the team. All this is just for his own purpose, to return home. Having froze with his sword raised above the enemy, he plunged into silence for several long moments. The blade lowered, and the guy quickly leaned to the ground, grabbing a bottle with a healing elixir left after Garnon. Without a moment, he splashed his potion into his mouth. A few steps, and his hands touched a token that recently broke from his fingers. Without hesitation, the hero squeezed him firmly in his palm. The boy's name remained unplanned in the system window. Seeing how he accepted the mark, Garnon was full of joy. He understood the good that there is no threat to Suguto, because he will not risk spoiling his own name with outsiders. At this point, the protagonist ordered the well to get up. Together they moved to the last unknown passage. Suddenly, a man pushed a man unexpectedly for all. A moment before the fall into the abyss, which suddenly turned in front of him, Garnon in some miracle stood on the edge of the failure. Yet, after this unsuccessful attempt to stay, the guy was on the ground. Suguto drew attention to his temporary satellite and turned to Garnon with an unexpected question. How much he has the most health, and how much she has now. Garnon, a little stunned with such interest, replied, his maximum stock was 322 units, while only 216 remained. The cursed ability Sunlit Suguto came to life in a moment, giving the air a sinister tension. Garnon, struck by horror and confusion, shook away from unrestrained fear. Barely overwhelmed in his own power, the guy immediately stopped his skill and ordered the man to re-review his characteristics. The puzzled Garnon found that the maximum health supply has decreased by 5 units, and the information appeared in the information, a curse. Finally, Suguto has reached the true purpose of his ability. The vicious cursed eye took the same amount from its own maximum mana, and the maximum vitality of the one to whom the curse was sent. Both found themselves under the oppression of a sinister status that looked over them like a shadow. The thirst for experiments was no reason why the main character saved Garnon. In memory, the recent words of a man that even from such a height you can stay alive, the main character once again wondered who they belong. Overlooking the bottomless abyss behind, Garnon realized the fall there would inevitably turn into death. However, when he was determined, he confirmed aloud, to overcome it's still real. Suguto remained a skeptic, without leaving doubts. Already in the next moment, the hero sharply pushed Garnon to the ground, demanding the immediate evidence of his words. Flying, the man did not give up the thought. Is not madness to contact such a person immediately after receiving the token? A silent and tension in the heart of Suguto catches every desperate cry of a man flying into the abyss. Plowing his token in his palm, the boy did not continue his eyes from the failure, fading at the very land. It has been 3 minutes. His name was still white. The awareness of the true meaning of this event was picked up by the protagonist from the place. If the Garnian was not killed immediately, then the Ruri should remain alive. Without hesitation, Tight brakes rapidly and jumps into the abyss. Falling into the abyss, the hero strained all his strength to focus. Forbade itself even to blink. No opportunity can be lost. Toguto firmly promised to himself, he certainly finds the Ruri. Just in front of the main character, a dazzling glow broke out. Ruthlessly thrown down, Suguto broke into the abyss and flew through the crazy wind. The water met him with a deft splash, absorbing and wrapping it on all sides. He waved his hands frantically. He tried in vain to stay on the surface. In the case of falling, only water can give a single relief. But it is useless to hope for salvation. Under the dull, dark surface hides the marine abyss, and in its depths, a deadly blue predator was hidden. Finally, she overcame it. The fish last tightened, frozen and soaked. But the victory was too expensive. The oxygen was gone. Without getting out of the water, he looked around the surrounding space. The place in which he emerged seemed bizarre and anxious. There was no hint of a regular lake. A flooded cave was opened, or perhaps even old underground catacombs. The swimmer took care of the shore, without drawing a wary look from the gloomy vaults. The exit remained unacceptably distant, and only endless water spilled around. Suddenly, the movement flashed. The blue-eyed feudal fish immediately attacked people. Their teeth hit their hands and feet, leaving them any chance. In memory, this flock of blue killing fish is one of the most dangerous monsters in this world. The true owners of catacombs who have jealously kept ancient magical ore. Suddenly, a narrow gap fell into the wall. Carefully squeezing through her, wiping the slippery lands, he eventually got out. He breathed deeply, exhaled, and finally found himself on a solid, dry earth. The guy, known as the Seeker of the Adventures of the lowest rank F, collected all his courage. Somewhere there should be Ruri. Squeezing his fists, he tamed the trembling that ran through the whole body, and went in search of her. The path this time opened completely different. The atmosphere of the floor was sharply different from the previous one. It is here that dangerous blue predators are wandering here, so the guy could really get the 5th level. However, it should be remembered, all this is only the dungeon of the lowest, E class. Stripping carefully, he stared forward until the path suddenly crossed the bulky stone block. Looking closer, the guy noticed a narrow gap between 2 layered boulders. The bold stepped forward, and already bent, carefully squeezes inside, exploring the secret passage. After reaching the middle of the corridor, he unwittingly stopped. A bloody mark was clearly visible on the wall, a print of a small, like a baby, palm. Laying his way, he finally got to the exit, and immediately moved to the imprint. It was already dry to the touch. Stepping into the puddle, the young man lifted a rolled splash around him. His ringing echo of the sound flew through the walls of the cave. In a moment, a sharp exclamation was made from the rock, alert and tense. Someone immediately noticed the uninvited guest and shouted to reveal who dreamed of worrying their peace. The steps gradually subsided, but suddenly one, even closer. Another imprint of the trail appeared in the air. The girl stubbornly refused to expose the hiding place to Zugoto and stated uncertainly she would not allow him to be taken away. The guy froze, slowly realizing it was Rory's voice. Despair in his voice grew. The cry pierced silence. Desperate sobs were mixed with pleading, and she did not think. In the shade, he hid, without taking his eyes off her silhouette, listening carefully to each sound and invisibly preparing for a decisive moment when he had to intervene. Among the tears of Ruri suddenly fossilized. Something attracted her attention. The guy stood near the boulder and followed her silently. The exhaustion was completely swept by the rivers. Seeing her in such a miserable state, the young man felt an uncontrolled rage in his chest. Overcoming the trembling in the legs, the roughing boldly approached and hugged the Sumikara firmly. She took a bottle, made a few sips and exhaled slowly. Somakari wondered if the girl's tears were left on the girl's face. The temptation of hell did not break this girl. Even having been among the dangers, she did not lose the strength of the spirit. Without thinking about his own safety, until the end she stood on the guard of his life. Such a picture knocked her out of the panther. The young man, leaning his head as if curled up, and tears rolled over his cheeks. Quietly approaching, she reached out and gently ran her fingers across his hair. Without unnecessary words, she made it possible. Everything is fine. No one knows anything. As soon as the stars woke up, the world around the new colors. At the same moment, everything became different. Uniqueness and feature distinguished it among all. A child who had a unique power unattainable to other creatures of his kind was born. This extraordinary ability to obey him effortlessly, allowing it to use it freely. Without any doubt, the king himself stood in front of all. The crowd was buzzing, draining the exclamations into the only powerful roar. In her hand, a sword of St. Caliber, lifted over his head, shined. It seemed like a real goddess who came down from heaven. It was Mrs. Ruri, the true heroine of this story, that faced her eyes. With her eyes cautiously, the girl greeted the look of a boy who was quietly interested if she woke up. She enlivened, resolutely rose, and suddenly said, "I am a real heroine." However, her words left the boy in full surprise. The meaning of the herd slipped from him. After the terrible trials, she was ruthlessly thundered into the garbage pit, depriving even of a moment of rest or at least a short sleep. The vigilance had not been to lose for a moment. There is a lot of dangers, and it was too risky now. After collapsing through the first tier of the garbage pit, both were in the flooded part of the dungeon. The indifference could not last long. Their only food remained dried meat and dried fruits. The girl was pleased to eat fruit, but the guy persistently persuaded her to bang her with meat. Otherwise, he warned, the hungry body may not withstand. Grassing around, the girl noted that the way out should be found as soon as possible. Without wasting time, she turned back. She was first to check this direction. The place proved to be dangerous. Ruri learned that they were waiting for a chunky stranger. The awareness of this greatly knocked her out of balance. An alarming shadow flashed on the young man's face. He already imagined what a terrible monster this giant could be. The girl spread her hands wide, clearly demonstrating what scale the creature she was lucky to see. Undoubtedly, Sugudo acknowledged, the size was really impressive. All in all, when even a light-hearted Ruri was able to be alert, curiosity made him look more closely. If the threat really lies, the information collected will help develop a plan of action. 20 minutes passed in a fast step, and there was a crossroads before her eyes. No hesitation. They resolutely turned to the left and moved on. In a few minutes, a mysterious noise came ahead. Hiding behind the stones, the hand rose up. It was a sign for the girl, not to give out any ill-advised movement. Carefully looking out from the stones, he watched as a giant figure would move in that place. A real monster that moved slowly and threateningly forward. Before the eyes, a huge cyclop with deep scars and sharp like a blade, fangs that accompanied his fierce growl. The young man, watching the monster, first did not even realize what was happening. It seemed like a mind was about to let him down. However, it soon became obvious. The monster came together in a fierce battle with a flock of blue killer fish. Over time, the terrible truth revealed. The ugly cyclop not only fought with them, but also cruelly devoured his victims. Blue predatory fish absorbed into the body, shaking the muscles and leaving bloody traces. The angry cyclop roared, waving his hands crazy and cut into the walls. In the wild primordial frenzy, the cyclops and the blue killer of fish mercilessly shake each other. The absurdity of what was seen pierced the young man to the bones. Silently watching the stormy struggle, he stubbornly cherished the hope. Perhaps this horrible clash would be the beginning of the death of these monuments. Suddenly, the cyclop raised his head up. Something incomprehensible happened, but the young man did not have time to realize the essence of the event. Finally, the young man came, Cyclop actually blowing water with one powerful breath. The figure in front of him belonged to the creation of a completely different, unspeakably formidable level. The powerful wave, perturbed by the breath of the Cyclop, broke down with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the heroes lost their balance and, captured by an uncontrollable current, were circulated in a water. The cough escaped from the young man's chest. Anxiety flashed in his gaze when he returned to the girl. The presence of the Cyclop here seems strange, and black skin is not inherent in their appearance. The girl noted that it was probably a subspecies representative. Only 5 minutes passed as they were again at the crossroads, which they recently turned. 20 minutes passing and Ruri stops, ahead of the crossroads. Slowing the course, the young man looked around, trying to understand how they were here. Briefly consulting from Russia, they chose the left turn, hoping that this path would bring them closer to the dreamy way out. 20 minutes have passed, and suddenly Rory's stream headed forward. The new moon, without hesitation for a moment, immediately rushed after her. Just a number of ancient chests appeared in front of him. The breath was caught by surprise. She brought him to where they were waiting for another opportunity to find a truly valuable. The girl did not expect such a wonderful find in her look. The dream of treasure filled their hearts with hope. She watched with all the breath of Ruri without bringing her eyes out of mysterious chests. A strange premonition did not leave him. Something was wrong here. The boxes were distinguished by unheard-of sizes, even as for the dungeons of this level. Clearly, someone left them here intentionally. The vigilant look of the young man slid around, looking for at least the smallest trace. Carefully ticking the lid of one of the chests, the girl looked inside. His harsh voice came immediately. He warned that the trap could wait inside. These words have been answered by a quiet answer. Everything is fine. No danger has happened. A dagger was waiting for them in the first chest. Others were in no hurry to open. The prudence suggested being vigilant. The young man, seeking to protect his girlfriend, stated that the next chest would open on his own. When the lid was lifted for the second time, the ring sparkled in the middle. The ring caused genuine surprise in the room. However, the real shock swept it when the gaze fell on the contents of the third chest. It became clear that it was not just a coincidence, but fate extended her hand. There was a shovel nearby. Along with her managed to find a steel dagger and a ring. Ruri shone with happiness without hiding her joy. Instead, the guy remained disappointed. Such a prey did not live up to his expectations. The dagger was a special artifact of the equipment that influenced the mysterious sphere of the soul. Thanks to him, the manu could be accumulated, and the abilities that were born inside this soul acquired unique to each feature. Thus, the owner was able to use them at his own discretion. Not surprisingly, this thing was a true jewelry and desirable find for any adventurer. Now, at their disposal, there was a steel dagger of the cursed eye of the master of the second level, a gold treasure ring tick of the third level, as well as the fortified iron shovel of the first level aggression. All the things found were artifacts. Ruri stated that the shovel belonged to her and demanded to return her. He was going to split all the trophies with her, but he refused to return the shovel. She was suspicious if she was really interested in the weakest artifacts. The girl was well aware that she liked the shovel, but still the find belonged to her, and she demanded to return the thing. After agreeing without much controversy, the guy with apparent indifference gave up the trophy. After a short pause, he asked how much time he would have to put up with that bizarre nickname. Not having a different choice because of her perseverance, seemingly getting into a shovel, the guy pretended not to divorce her, but still this time he decided to give the tool to her. She thanked Suguto with a warm smile and assured that she would take care of the shovel properly. In response, she allowed him to leave the rest of two things. The heart was guilty, because his things were much more valuable than this modest shovel. But for her, this gift was a real treasure. There was nothing interesting in the vicinity. The only way out is to return to the crossroads from where they came from. Such branching has already happened 3 times at this level. Without thinking about a moment, they turned to the left path, the same one that has never been tested. But if the worst fears come true, this path will end in the next development. The aisles will lead forward, left and back to the right. Then the same stones would definitely be reflected. The imprint still existed, therefore the worst premonitions came true. The outline of this level is closed, leaving only anger and confusion before further actions. A familiar location immediately emerges in the mind. It is here that their paths intersect. It is in this place that the mysterious imprint remained. The girl heard from him bad news, one worse than the other. He asked what news to start. Both, they say, unpleasant. In her opinion, there is no difference between them, because they sound equally disappointing. In the end, the man decided to voice the worst first. It is almost sure of hopelessness at this level. He carefully shared this disappointing news with her. Adding a little affection to the words, he advised to postpone workouts, as now there are more important things that demanded their attention. The spark of hope ran in the girl's voice when she assumed that it was good news. However, the guy asked to listen to him to the end. The essence was not at all. The young man, warning that his assumption had almost no soil, he still sounded confident. The found chests left no doubt. The cave was filled with charms. Therefore, if they are really a magical place, there is a must-have. The girl asked if she knew where the monster came from in this cave. The answer was simple. Came from the outside. One of the possible versions, the guy agreed. But, given his own experience with a poisonous spider and information from guild books, he kept a different opinion. There are 3 explanations. First, the monster may have appeared here, penetrating the outside world. Secondly, the creatures who lived here at first could begin to multiply. Finally, it is likely that someone specifically closed these creatures in this cave. It seems that this cave is distorted by some spatial-temporal anomaly. It looks tiny from the outside and hides the endless spaces inside. Such a curvature can reach beyond the dungeons. Anyone who accidentally enters the area of his action feels as if he is tightened inside an invisible force. People call it the phenomenon of caves that swallow travelers. However, there was an opportunity to overcome this phenomenon. Under the appropriate conditions, the delay could be avoided. The secret of leaving the labyrinth was to restore the spatial anomaly. For this, it was necessary to defeat the owner of the dungeon. It was his power that kept the distortion stable, firmly closing the passage in this isolated world. After victory over the boss, there may be an opportunity to get out of here. In other words, if you manage to overcome this monster, there will be a chance to gain freedom. In the end, it is still encouraging news. After a brief reflection, the guy turned to a girl with an extraordinary suggestion. When they manage to get out of this mysterious and dangerous cave, it is worth trying themselves in the real life of adventurers. Having nodded almost mechanically, the girl seemed to have long been carrying this opinion in her heart. She gladly accepted the suggested him. After a short pause, the man reminded. Taking into account all the above, it was time to look where his hand indicates. He pointed forward to where the Cyclop was hiding behind the stones, the main opponent of this level. They both realized to retreat nowhere. The only way remains to combine the forces to overcome this monster. Ruri wondered if Suguto had already prepared. The guy put the ring with a rapid movement, looked confidently in the future, and promised. He took everything. Suddenly, Blue Fisherman have lightly arose. Although the fear was shining in his gaze, the determination flashed even brighter. The insidious dungeon was captured, and a giant was among the prisoners. 3 tunnels interconnected different parts of this trap. Aboriginal settlements, February monster, and quiet, empty area. This world remained closed and ruthless, without any chance to escape. Over the years in captivity, consciousness has dulled, thoughts dissolved, leaving only the instinct of survival near the fierce fish. Over all these years, it seems to have felt so burning irritation for the first time. On the back of the Tegudo mileage, when the giant eye Cyclop eye came with a close look, the unspeakable horror began to cover the soul, as if something invisible to be the most in secret. Not standing, the man compared the question. What's going on? 25 hours ago, the young man assured that by overcoming the Cyclop will be able to break free. However, watching the terrible arbitrariness and inhumane power of the monster, even the imagination refused to draw a scene of their victory. The girl assured that everything is wonderful, and expressed his belief. To defeat the Cyclop is quite real if he believes her. The young man asked her to calm down, noticing that such confidence was only an illusion caused by the influence of Shovel. The awareness struck him. Not to overcome this monster. A look filled with dark power, and the skill of the sorcerer, which allowed to increase the spells and combat techniques to incredible power, gave considerable advantage. However, even such skills were not enough. Only the one who calculates every little thing will win. The Cyclop was already waiting on the spot. The young man repeatedly tried to change something, but seemed to be madness. If it were possible, it would immediately weaken the enemy's protection with only one ominous look, and everything would be easier. However, illusions about easy success were immediately dispelled. Tense, but his call confidently, "Forward!" These words came to the girl, and she, gathering all the determination, also began to fight. Now it is time to cause maximum harm to the monster. About too close, he was doomed to defeat. The cursed eye, known as the killed eye of the first level, gave the owner a terrible ability, only one view to send trouble. Such a view of the sacrifice of his vitality, indifferent, whether the owner himself was a Cyclop. However, for this power, he himself had to pay with the mind. With every new victim, his own consciousness faded a little. The reverse action is true. Until one of the two goes into oblivion, it is impossible to remove this curse. The fierce roar of the Cyclops shook air when the head rushed at them. Ruri, along with Suguma, tensed, preparing to meet a blow. The real power of the monster was hiding in this throw. The essence of the evil eye. This time it would be enough for one sight. It was well aware of it. But the Cyclopus is approaching. The situation could be a disaster. The huge monster that pursued him radiated incredible power and agility, not peculiar to any person. The young man flew forward, exhausted. The breath is fragile. The exhausted legs did not obey, but he raced everywhere. The distance to the Cyclop was declining quickly, and the dangers were already heard. The terrible roar of the Cyclops shook the air, and the sharp claws only tore the edge of the young man's shirt. But suddenly a giant stone grows before the monster, cutting off his way to prey. Before the eyes of the young man, just before the monster, the same stone appeared which he recently found at that level. At that moment, everything was in place. This dungeon was no longer the one that was well remembered by the Cyclop. Everything here has changed, unrecognizable. The mighty stone, which previously stood on the border of the flooded territory, now found itself between the Cyclop and the crossroads. While the boy was carefully feeding her, the girl wondered if he was about to remove the stones. He promised to move all the stones that barked tunnels. To awaken the true power of the ominous eye, there are exactly 482 seconds and 8 minutes of continuous running. Only narrow transitions underground could help withstand such a test. He was not lighted from the easy test. To move the whole mountain of stones was a real challenge. Before leaving, he solemnly put his ring on her finger, but she turned out to be too big, and fell. Here was the opportunity to check. Will the ring come through gloves? He advised to touch the stone, and then immediately pull out his hand. Listening to this advice, the girl touched and quickly took her palm, and the stone immediately disappeared. Among the golden ring found in the chest was an extraordinary trophy. He gave the owner the ability to use a magic box. This unique and rare skill allowed to hide anything instantly, just touch it, and hide in a special space, then easy to get back. After this find, the steps of the heroes moved to the boulder, which served as a cover for the garbage pit. Even the tiny palms overcame the giant boulder, the same who served as a helter for the Cyclop. The Cyclop tried to push them into a narrow passage between the rocks. For the guy, this hole was completely passable, his physique allowed to climb such one person. The main thing is that at least part of your own body remains in the field. Then you can use a demonic look. However, all this is just a guess. There was nothing left for the Cyclopus but to go straight up the rock. The body of the giant was skillfully rising up, as it was supposed. Meanwhile, the young man jumped out of place and rushed to activate his strength. Once outside the stone block, the Cyclop has already unconsciously settled in Suguto. Carefully exposing the stones, the young man left a gap between them, just enough that only one could slip. These obstacles have become a reliable trap, limiting the movements of the Cyclop and preventing it from applying all the power of their cumbersome power. Meanwhile, the owner of the treacherous plan was prepared to tear at full speed to break away and take advantage of the force of the evil eye. He was about to impress with his ominous look and disappear from the battlefield. The fate brought them to the crossroads. Near the ink, and a spacious hall that connected with it, was visible nearby. Toguto put hope on his plan. He tried to exhaust the enemy, winding the circles and gradually bringing the enemy forces to the limit. Next, it remains to tighten the enemy in a trap built in advance. The monster came to the young man almost imperceptibly and frozen in the middle of the corridor, as if thinking. Unexpectedly invisible power picked up the young man and lifted over the ground. Consciousness tried to understand what was happening in confusion, but complete confusion prevailed in the head. In an instant, it came to Suguto. Cyclop clearly conceived something. He, without delay, intended to get rid of everyone who stands in his way. The unknown force pressed Gudo into a cold stone so cruelly and relentlessly that his body was bent out of pain, and hoarse shouts had rushed out of his mouth. It was impossible to imagine that the Cyclop was capable of similar. It was hard to believe that such force was subject to him. Hiding behind a pile of stones, the young man had a hard breath. And suddenly, he realized with horror. His Cyclop also carries the curse of the ominous eye. Cyclop stepped further, slowly but relentlessly. The incomprehensible course of things was disturbed by Suguto's thoughts. He could not grasp how it was possible. Everything that the guy knew about the evil eye convinced him. During his action, the body should be frozen without rising one step. However, now everything happened completely differently. The tension was shaken by his whole body. Every step was given by incredible effort. If the Cyclops stopped, like him, when he used a sinister look, they could only do the duel of views, and then everything would be decided by the willpower and skill. There was no time to defeat the enemy completely. Instead of finishing the destruction, he put all the attention to another, to weaken the fear so that the next trap completes the beginning. As soon as the monster gets into the tenet, there will be a real chance to win. The confidence in the defeat was squeezing the heart. The end seemed inevitable. Pretending that no longer has the strength to fight, the hero allowed the Cyclopov to believe in his victory. Holding on his feet, with a last effort, he gets a few coins out of his pocket and threw them straight in front of him. He would probably lower his hands with himself. He raced between the stone blocks, loops with a narrow passage prepared in advance to restrain the onslaught of the monster. From the start, it was only necessary to look around. Everything was confirmed. The Cyclop was able to strike at a distance. To escape, the protagonist invented a cunning plan. Carefully slipped between dark spots, moving from one rock to another without letting himself notice. The slight shine of the coins scattered along the path instantly fell into the field of view of the Ruri. This is how the Tsuguto gave a signal. Without hesitation, she realized. There was a moment for decisive action. Tsuguto rushed forward, and behind him immediately rushed the Cyclop. Ruri, carefully holding behind, she followed them, without allowing herself to even lose them from sight for a moment. All three moved to the place where the chests recently stood. The feeling of the demonic eye increases constantly, and their distance is relentlessly reduced. The young man, hiding between sharp stones, sharpened the devastating thoughts. Pathetic, talentless, worthless, such seemed to him his own strength. The wave of despair pushed to surrender, but somewhere deep, a spark was burning. Even crawling, only overcoming difficulties, you can win. The trail branches before him. First, you need to release the left passage. Roll the stones to clutter the road. Everything will be prepared. It is these boulders that will turn into an impassable barrier, blocking the path of the monster. The relief and genuine joy was overwhelmed by Tsuguto when the perfect Ruri's perfect work appeared before his eyes. Every detail in his place is just as he dreamed. Ruri was instructed to hide at the beginning of the left trail that diverged at the crossroads. Her task was to wait for the Cyclops to pass by, and then to follow him and return the stones to the place, thus blocking the passage. Taking advantage of the fact that the Cyclop is swollen at the crossroads, the young man intended to escape from him without stopping for a moment. The appearance of the goal that disappeared somewhere behind the horizon, and the road back, hidden behind a bizarre sight, became an unbearable test for the mind of the Cyclop. The holding of his consciousness was not enough. The majestic Cyclop, accustomed to the rule over everything and impunity or destroying anything that pleases, suddenly felt cheated with a pathetic, worthless creature. Blinded with a frantic rage, he crashed the stones with a roar, behind which he hid an annoying opponent. There was only one more development ahead, the last choice that had to determine the further fate. The young man felt that almost everything was already done. The signal from the Ruri, scattered at the crossroads of the coin, did not go unnoticed. This undoubtedly testified that the plan was able to put into operation exactly as it was planned. A smile appeared on the Cyclops' face. Then a layer of magic fish prevailed in front of them. A huge boulder grew up before the one-eyed giant. The surprise flashed on the Cyclops' face. He could not understand why this young man had not yet stopped the simple truth. Such a cliff for him is not an obstacle. The monster had to be surprised. How did this victim manage to move such a lever from the place? However, it is no longer important now. He himself could get on a stone. The guy seemed to him both funny and pathetic at the same time. Thoughts rushed between the desire to come up with the most sophisticated way to cause him suffering and temptation to take his life in one movement. Recent peace has broken a sudden thought. For a long time, these piercing screams have not come to their ears. Something was moved inside, and the memories of enjoying the feast on the dead bodies were like a wave. The giant Cyclop was going to crush these pathetic tricks into powder. None of them had any chance of resisting his incredible power. Everything around seemed alien and unfamiliar. Where the water was baked until recently, only the cracked dry land remained, and the victim of the Cyclop was frozen on her knees. More precisely, Tsuguto. Along with Tsuguto froze Ruri, silently looking at the approaching monster. In a moment, a mysterious smile had a mysterious smile on the face. Undoubtedly, the Cyclop had to appear on the top. Barely, the monster stepped on the sheet of the rock, like Ruri, holding a ring in her hand, touched the base of the boulder, and at the same moment, the stone just disappeared. The deafening roar, and the Cyclops struck rapidly, and just under his feet the abyss spread, which was filled with blue predatory fish. Horror swept the monster, in her only eye, the expression of complete misunderstanding of everything that was happening. Underwater, the monster was frantically struggling for her life. A carefully planned, ruthless trap seemed perfect. It was created for this victim. As soon as the farewell ended, Ruri approached silently and gently put the stone in place, carefully masking the entrance to the trap. The young man thought that if you can defeat a formidable Cyclop, perhaps the path to the exit will finally open, and they will be able to leave this level. The helpless Cyclop remained trapped. There was no way to get out. As soon as it fell, Ruri instantly turned the stone in place, moving the exit again. Finally, the relief was enveloped, and a heavy exhalation escaped from the breast. A muffled roar came from under the stone. Ruri was alert, intensely catching every smallest motion that heard from below. Tsuguto's voice came to Ruri, who, looking at her carefully asked to remove the stone, noting that now that the noise subsided, the danger has passed. He added, "Exit outside can appear in the most unexpected place." Everything happened in their favor. The Cyclops stepped without hesitation in a carefully arranged trap. 23 hours ago, there was a hard talk about the future plan near the garbage pit. It was then that the careful Chugotu noticed that the area with narrow passages among stones and open space is perfect for the trap. According to Zudo, this depth is enough for the Cyclops to start to sink. By rolling the hole from the stones from the hiding place, you can completely hide the bottom under the strictures of water. The one who falls inside will certainly collect the barrier and sink. The girl heard from him that it was not all. Despite their fierce fortune, the blue killer fish remained dangerous only in the water. They could not worry about them. Describing to capture everyone at once, he sought to lure them into a trap, where the inevitable death from their teeth was already waiting for the Cyclops. Everything unfolded in the same way as it was thought. None of them was done. They waited patiently, but something frankly did not rest. In silence, a deaf roar came suddenly. The stones trembled and knocked on one another. Under his feet, the earth suddenly trembled. The stones were protected, flew into piles, as if the invisible force from the inside pushed them. Together with the wreckage of Ruri and the guy, Streamhead broke into the water. The ring was still gleaming on his hand. The young man hoped that the girl did not forget how to use it. Overcoming the obstacles, he effortlessly paved his way to her. For a long time, thinking about her efforts, he decided to please the girl, let him choose any delicious to the liking today. But at the same moment, an unknown secret raged deeply under the water surface. The gaze thrown on stones underwater instantly returned the thoughts before they were settled here, on the same cold, weathered plates. Suddenly, it seemed like Ruri inadvertently touched the stone. He barely swayed. The girl assured that she did not even touch him, but it was not clear that the stone had moved on its own, continued to worry. Sudden awareness struck him. The wall was recovered simply. In memory, the words of the Ruri came to the memory, which was warned. Even if the dungeons are destroyed, they will still be restored over time. At this level, even ordinary stones were part of the dungeons. All you have to do is try to move the stone. The system immediately perceived it as a destruction and returned it. It is because of this feature that the Cyclops managed to escape from the trap. Without unnecessary hesitation, he rushed into the very swirl of events, ready for a duel. All available means the young man desperately defended his RI. A powerful shot of the Cyclops threw them high into the air and then threw back into deep water. It was only through water that death did not come instantly. However, even she did not save from a devastating blow. Meeting with the river broke his right hand and several ribs, and then the darkness finally absorbed consciousness. The roughs dropped down, but in her hand was still a ring shown. Thanks to this device, we managed to get to the surface. Without sparing efforts, Ruri hardly tried to fierce Suguto. Waking up, it was difficult at first to understand what was happening around. And in the meantime, the Cyclops was already hanging around. The rage broke out in his eyes as soon as the Cyclops appeared. Pushing Ruri to the side, he strongly stood before him, ready to fight. The air burned in the young man's chest. Each breath turned into a real test, and the body was about to break from the piercing pain when Ruri collapsed down. He stood powerlessly, losing his eye with a close look, like a submissive vassal in front of his monarch. When the power of the ruler is so powerful, there is nothing left with nothing but kneeling. Blood flowed from the young man. The crippled body issued herself torn vessels, broken hand and ribs. One thought pulled in the head: the end is close. But unexpectedly, Ruri rushed to the rescue. With a frantic courage, swung the shovel and hit the Cyclops directly on the leg. Ruri did not stop, drawing more and more blows, and the young man, watching her, became sad. Nevertheless, it was not going to give up the fight. The awareness of the inability to leave everything as it is to Guto choke. Just watching the apart was not cool at all. A powerful impulse made him rise. The cursed eye flashed a bright glow. The strength woke up in it. The awareness was covered by the Cyclops. Its real weakness was not just anxiety, but a real panic. It seemed unthinkable, because in his veins, royal blood flowed in his veins. Confidence in her own power broke out with renewed power. It is not possible for any enemy to squeeze his mighty grip. The desire to deal with the enemy in a way inherent in him, as once with previous victims, was burning in his eyes. An increased blow to the iron shovel Ruri caused a Cyclops of a serious leg injury. The unwavering determination swept it. Saving Zuguto became a matter of honor. Another striking miracle happened. Along with the garbage, perhaps with indifference or laziness, someone's soulless hand stopped nothing. The body of the offender was in a waste container. Even after the last breath, he was destined to stay there. The guy who gave half of his life was left to lie in the midst of her. Sticking the sword firmly as his own pity and guilt, Donald fell rapidly from above, killing the blade directly into the Cyclops' shoulder. He immersed deeper and deeper into a dark abyss, as if he wanted to erase the bitterness of pity from his soul. Finally, full of strange rest, squeezed his fingers. The sword slipped out of his hands, and his body slowly immersed in unknown depths, forever disappearing under the surface of the water. The huge foot of the Cyclops has already hanged over Zuguto, preparing to crush it. However, the wounds in the knee and the propelled shoulder made the giant gradually retreat, preventing it from moving back. The malicious enchantment of the eyes was scattered, and the water returned to the usual bed. Right now, the last opportunity to overcome the monster has opened. The shrill scream of Taguto rose in the air when he rushed directly to the eye of the Cyclops, firmly squeezing in the shovel. For the Cyclops, it was only a small, annoying lice, which sting, while in his inner, a burning storm of anger and pain did not subside. Indifference from her side. What he wanted, not wanting any intervention. Meanwhile, the young man directed a mysterious, pernicious look, devouring the soul itself. He tried to sow horror in his heart. Meanwhile, Ruri has already taken the acceleration for a blow, and this tiny opportunity was enough. The sharp blade of Ruri cut the huge eye of the Cyclops. But this confrontation did not end there. No one realized what was really going on, but it became obvious to everyone. The Cyclops was far from defeat. His angry growl was scattered around. The shovel is two weak weapons for such an opponent. The shovel is created for digging, but in the hands of Roar it becomes a deadly weapon. It managed to tear the eye of the Cyclops. Getting rid of the eye, the giant Cyclops rushed directly to the raging water and disappeared into its depths. He tried to reach the lost eye, but in vain. The jets also absorbed the remains of his hope. Looking at the eye, Tsuguto could not believe that the end of this story finally came. Noticing how Ruri was confidently floating to him, he smiled in a hurry through fatigue. Her style of swimming seemed to be dog, then sheep. He extended his palm in her direction. Suddenly, he feels clear. His hand ceases to obey, as if he does not belong to him. It seems to be outsider, only watching it hangs in the air until the Rura is slowly coming closer. The awareness came unexpectedly. It happens to him for the second time. The hopelessness of Sugudo enveloped, but the joy of awareness remained. The bitterness of the past was no longer over it by such power as once. The anxiety covered, Ruri rushed to him. From the last forces, he still tried to hold on, at least a moment at least. Dreaming to go on a journey with Ruri, Suguto suddenly loses consciousness. During this period, he strengthened significantly. The experienced scores raised from the 16th of the 24th. The heavens themselves were awarded him by the title of the Emperor of Evil, and with him, the ability of the Eye and Eye of Pressure, to which other powerful heritage was added. In the depths of the subconscious, Suguto met with the Cyclops. The view of this creature seemed to be pierced by contempt. Each movement is full of disdain. The young man, without hiding the excitement, asked what purpose he appeared. The huge Cyclops dissolved in a radiant cloud of dust, and the young man watched this mysterious transformation. The rising stream of light suddenly cut the darkness. Fascinated by a miracle, the young man leaned over the funnel, trying to grasp her mysterious depth. In the heart, the feeling ripe. From the spooky abyss, someone watching him closely. The eyelids slowly rose, and a white, flawless pure bed appeared before their eyes. Nearby, carefully monitoring, her grandmother sat. Her gentle glance immediately caught the glimpse of consciousness in his granddaughter. After dissatisfied, Grandma Agatha called to go home immediately, because the guy woke her up inadvertently and the store has long been closed. The harsh but the caring word of the old woman was felt in every note of the voice. Even a glass of water brought to the bed, but on the offer to return home the young man just noticed. It is necessary to rest a little. And, of course, he reminded that it would not hurt to remember his wounds. The grandmother only roamed and replied, "All the wounds healed for a long time, and he just moves peacefully in her house all day." The right hand seemed to break into the priest's, but even though it did not believe that it was possible to survive, the girl's mouth was reproach. He should think about the girl, because if it were not for the potion, he would have been stepping the paths of another world. If you think carefully, the elixir was at his disposal from the very beginning. It was only necessary to call him one gesture. But surprisingly, he never took this chance. It remains incomprehensible as to why the Ruri stuck side by side, holding on to him very close in his sleep. Grand of gratitude overwhelmed the heart for a saved life. but the flow of saliva, which is abundantly streaming from the mouth of Ruri, which innocently slept on his chest, was incredibly impressed. The news that Magikora's cave was conquered quickly to her grandmother, because the boy who brought them there immediately told her. On this, he only shrugged and noted that if for her a chaotic escape is equal to victory, she may have understood everything correctly. Until now, no one managed to see the boss in the magical orchid, and this company was the first to step into the unknown territory, where the mysterious figure of the owner of these lands was already waiting. It could only mean one thing: a real victory in their hands. Adventure searchers, no doubt, have long felt the changes and eagerly waiting for the next step from the new conquerors. If the grandmother did not share the news of the cave, this victory would be a secret for all. However, you should not forget about the monsters. In their eyes, it could also be a great event. However, there was much more excited. Sugata had no opportunity to look into the status window. In the end, he now owns the title of Emperor of the Evil Eye. This title is given the world itself, and it is simply impossible to get it at will. Among all the elite, only selected adventure seekers wear a similar title, a truly rare privilege. To go beyond the simple subjugation of the dungeon, that is what this recognition means. From now on, the young man was destined to collide with trials, numerous, like a starry sky. Rama Agatha noted that the title has already been shown in his profile. Now he will not be able to hide this information. It was felt like a punishment, forced to expose all his cards. It was not possible to hide in the shade because the case was not only about it. Apparently, in other circumstances, he would have come to terms with such a fate. Toguto's close look stopped on a sleeping roll. Who would have thought a real minor lay before him? The amazing was on the face of the bar, because this situation seemed quite fun for her. However, the young man did not realize for what exactly she got the nickname of the dig. The guy did not guess why, but the girl had a special weakness to the shovels, and it seemed obvious. Ruri would definitely be happy about such news. The grandmother, meanwhile, advised them to solve their troubles and ordered them to return home quickly as the girl wakes up. In the look at her, everything came into place. The excitement was meaningless, because the real vocation opens just when you are moving next to her to meet the adventures. From that moment, the young man decided. A straight road forward, without looking back, will become his only choice, as in the Rur. No matter how trials and difficulties, no matter how many obstacles to break his spirit, the partner gave him an unbreakable faith and always helped to find the strength to punch the way forward. And to anyone who dares to get up on their way, the answer will be a decisive, passionate look. Only by combining and supporting each other can you become truly strong. Now the title of Emperor of the Evil Eye belonged to Zugut. Ruri won the honorary title, Daiger. Tao's arc noted that Rua became even fluffy and did not resist. He took his hand carefully on her hair while she was sleeping peacefully. As soon as Magikor Cave was cleaned, a couple of bravelets appeared unexpectedly, who immediately received the honorary title of title owners. With the onset of the morning Braga, the charming city of Orr, filled with a lively homon, the residents were hotly discussing the news about two brave travelers who conquered the cave, enveloped by spooky legends. At the bazaar, the merchants were secretly talking, with indifference in the eyes of repeating fresh rumors, and the rods were fascinated by the details of a desperate adventure underground. The news of the Class E engine was cleaned with the whole town. It was simply impossible to imagine that it would go unnoticed. In the bazaar, the man, barely restraining surprise, eagerly listened to every word that was transmitted from his mouth. It seemed as if there was no soul that would not be talking about this event. Rumors grew in size, overgrown with newer details with each subsequent story. They discussed how this company jumped into the garbage pit, dealt with the boss of the dungeon, and unexpectedly returned back, even with new titles. True madness, combined with incredible power. Only real desperates are capable of this. Everyone thought that they are well-known experts with Liesheimer or even a number of large companies. But the truth was surprisingly simple. These were ordinary teenagers. The seller from the market told about a gloomy boy and a fluffy girl. Why is it snowing? At breakfast, the cozy company Grandma, Agata, Ruri, and Seguto, the new moon, suddenly turned to Ruri. But the girl even eaten quietly without turning to him. Undoubtedly, his ears were caught by his voice, so the guy tried to go again. However, the reaction did not wait. The Ruri remained unmoved, so he only left to breathe. Changing the intonation, The man turned to her as Diger Ruri and asked for a minute. The joyful glitter in the eyes of Rura did not leave doubt. The honorary title of her soul warmed, and the answer sounded immediately. The pride for its title was felt in every movement. Turning to the crop, he asked to stop pushing all the meat, and finally to treat at least a piece. In response, the girl only assured with a smile, "Her own vegetables are much delicious than any meat. Otherwise it could not be." The young man appealed to his grandmother Agatha, persistently asking to return to the previously started conversation. Remembering the inheritance, he asked his grandmother to clarify what she was meant. After taking a sip of tea, she slowly started a conversation about the title. The aforementioned title has extremely powerful properties, but their influence remains a mystery, unknown and unique. Not surprisingly, such value always seduces hunters for someone else's. The title will certainly find those who want to hunt. The way to get the title still remained a mystery to them. However, one opportunity is already known to everyone. It is inheritance. It is only necessary to deprive someone of life, as the title of the dead immediately goes into your hands. However, there are no guarantees moreover. The likelihood of success is extremely scanty. Usually there is no point in risking yourself on a smile, just for the sake of trying to become a fashion for the highest level adventure, if you rely only on such minor chances in normal circumstances. The young man noted that on the other hand, they are just weak children. Agatha's grandmother supported the opinion, noting that in this case, they would come out of light prey. And it is quite likely. At that moment, Ruri milked her lunch, and Seguda added a portion of bacon on her plate. Looking at a piece of bacon lying on the plate, Ruri's breath caught surprise. The new moon was able to force anyone who considered him easy prey, bitterly regret it. At that time, the meat was eager to see it inside. The hands of Ruri trembled, seeing this piece. Agatha's grandmother urged them to be careful, noting that even in the most peaceful times, the girl could be an easy prey for the kidnappers. The meat got into the mouth, but it did not feel any pleasure or taste. Of course, Grandma, the girl was carefully examined for the presence of injuries. However, even the slightest scratch was not found on her body. It was hard to imagine that she had just faced the dungeons and his horrible owner. With a careful smile, the guy assured that he understood everything, and sincerely thanked his grandmother for her care and support. The girl, with the warmth in her voice, expressed his gratitude for the treatment. Agatha stated that although he called himself a girl's defender, in her opinion, he has not yet lost his childhood naivety. The death of these children would be left by herself on the night. Sitting at the table, she reminded that the breakfast was not free of charge, and not forgetting about her, she demanded to get her money back. Tsugutpo hastened to assure that she would return the whole amount, and Rusi replied coldly that she did not need a defender. The girl explained that she sees her partner in the affairs of Sugato. He gently spent his hand on her hair. The man looked at the grandmother Agatha and assured that he understood everything. Leaving the house, everyone made a promise to return together. Although he expressed such confidence, but during the fight with the Cyclop, almost all their savings flew to the alarm. Now, assessing the cost of his own clothes, he jokingly suggested that he go to the dungeon again on magic ore. Suddenly the guy swept nausea, and everything around his eyes. It would seem that the potion returned to him strength, and the condition of the state confirmed it. Apparently, it is a fatigue, so in order not to worry the rivers, he assured, everything is fine. Nothing evil will happen. Bypassing the market, they plunged into a robbery, sellers shouting about their shops, and the bright crowd was cramped between the jams. The boy's thoughts were circling around the fact that he had only been in the Agatha's grandmother's shop outside the dungeon and in the gunman. He did not go anywhere else. Their slow gait aroused interest in passers-by. Human views were delayed, and whispers and ribbons broke out in the air. The girl, frightened by unfamiliar attention, involuntarily huddled at him, trying not to keep up. Near the counter with roast-candied fruits, she detained her gaze on sweets. Stepping on, she was still turning over her shoulder, not taking her eyes off the appetizing delicacies. Too much I wanted to taste a piece. The guy stopped the girl with a gentle gesture, reminding, in his pockets, a single penny. As soon as they have breakfast, so now it is no longer at the expense to afford the flavors. In memory he broke out that moment in the cave. The forces left the body but then made a promise, if they get alive, would fulfill any of her desire. He froze deeply, he breathed deeply, and then returned to Rory. When they approached the sweets shop, The guy suggested that the girl choose a treat for her taste. Ruri's eyes shone fun. She looked at the counter with delight, looking at one mouth, watering fruit after another. They sat down on the side of the road. When asked if she tastes good, the girl with delight answered that she was a real pleasure, and even repeated her opinion. The young man was just wondering what the incredible good should be, if the East is enough for a few praised words, and smiled at her admiration. It was strictly forbidden to trade without much permission, and it was only possible to buy goods in shops near the dungeons. For this girl, this meant a complete lack of chance to buy something in the city. Her life belonged to Lisa Chire. She was a servant, burdened with debt. Leisheimer Company holds all the mines of the city firmly in its hands, taking care of uninterrupted supply of resources. To maintain order and security, the company hires desperate adventurers who destroy the monsters in the dungeons. At the head of this mighty organization stands Leisheimer himself, a person whom Burga residents consider the actual ruler of the city. Segudo had already opened his mouth to ask Ruri about her past, about the tragic death that determined her fate of the maid. But suddenly the gaze fell on an empty flask in a girl. Thinking for a long time, he decided to postpone his question. Restrained, he took her empty utensils, and promising to return soon, moved to the source to fill it with new fresh water. Drawing water to a flask from the excavated iron fountain, he threw an inadvertent look at the rough. 4 men in shabby clothes were confidently approaching her. One of them suddenly picked up the girl and threw himself on his shoulder. It was at this moment that the young man, just gaining water to the flask, looked around for suspicious noise and froze, noticing strangers. He saw them for the first time. A moment, and the guy ended up where a few seconds ago sat Ruri, but she should be pierced. The Unoriang had already disappeared, taking away the girl with her. Agathai's grandmother's prediction was carried out with laughable accuracy. A cry full of anger and despair broke out of the young man's mouth. He promised the persecutors that they would not be able to hide from him. But suddenly the words were stuck in the throat, and the look remained chained to something unexpected. The meaning of events slipped out of understanding, because confidence in full recovery after the potion added a completely normal window of status, without any deviations. However, in the air, it was clearly bad, though the time was not remained for reflection. Suddenly, everything was darkened. The vision was distorted, and the invisible wave shook her legs, throwing it on the cold asphalt. Unspoken, it was only necessary to observe the shadows of the kidnappers, holding the Rurium, dissolve in the human sea of city streets. Again and again Ruri was persistently releasing her. But all her exhortations were broken into the icy walls of indifference. The man remained deaf to every word. With annoyance on his face, a man that carried her Ruri on his shoulders, he hardened when the girl tried to escape again. The slap on the thighs forced her to froze, and the compressed teeth gave out an evil hiss. Dumb baby. In a categorical tone, he added that he finally fell silent and did not make any sound more, as if he had only existed for him with great inconvenience. In a moment, the Rura turned sharply and cut his elbow into his back. The unexpected blow knocked out a moan from the man, and he swayed forward with acute pain. From an unexpected powerful blow, the man swayed and heavily clapped on the ground. Ruri flew along with him, breaking from his shoulder. When strangers rushed to her, the girl immediately struck a few rapid and accurate blows. All opponents were overthrown and powerless, lay on the ground. Ruri, winner of the 20th level, was proudly triumphant after intense battle, destroying enemies with one powerful attack. In memory, a picture came. As a concerned Tsuga Techi, after her, and then returned. Now, as he reappears, he will make her hips remember. When one of the kidnappers tried to stop her, the superficial and the unwavering look hypnotized the villain so much that he shook away from fear. Recognizing her high status, the abductors still relaxed, seeing the fragile and defenseless figure of Ruri. It came from a powerful aura of strength and unbrokenness, as if more than once had to look at death in the eye. And every time she returned to the winner from this fight, make sure that the title belongs to her, they respectfully leaned, addressing the hostess and asking for an apology for trying to abduct. At the same time, they were offered to accompany it. They were convinced that they would benefit themselves. The endless worships honored Lady Ruri, addressing her with the words, "Milady," and begging to share her incredible heroic power. Their hobby merged into a harmonious honor choir. where every voice expressed deep respect and surprise before its boundless power. Feeling the burden of responsibility for everything that happened, Ruri did not flee from difficulties and chose the path of decisive action. In a harsh voice, she spoke a phrase similar to a sentence for kidnappers than to an ultimatum, and without any doubt made it clear that further steps belonged only to her. The views met for a moment. A light smile was on her mouth. After a short bowing of the head, each gesture indicated which way to move on. Segudo was barely on his feet, everything was floating around, and the strength was even lacking. Realizing that in these corners and cracks everything seems alien and unknown, there was no point in continuing the search. Having paused to soberly evaluate the situation, he decided to act differently. The new plan was already ripe. Awareness of the need to contact an adventure seeker guild with a statement of disappearance did not rest. A similar step in their danger. The Royarists could be the same adventurers, thirsty for regalia, who are trying to obtain a title through inheritance. If their true goal is to get the title, it was too risky. The artifacto scientist had to get a steel dagger, a valuable trophy, which is highly appreciated among adventure seekers. Although it was the only thing that could be offered now, it did not arise in doubts at all. In addition, it is known that the Adventurers Guild building is located somewhere on the main street. The deaf roar of the trolley, which rolled down the street, attracted his attention and made him sharply turn around. At the same moment it became obvious, the cart was just behind. Realizing the danger, he gathered with his forces and roared forward, trying to break away from the pursuer. In the end, the pursuers caught up with the guy. A Visa stopped next to him, which was driven by a gray-haired man. The stranger made an apology for the unexpected appearance. The chariot stopped sharply, and the man, without drawing his eyes from Tsuguto, nodded, recognizing his high condition. In his eyes, an understanding broke out. Before him stands the Emperor of the Evil Eye, who called himself free. This meeting could be a harbinger of an unexpected alliance, or to generate a new threat. The light, almost elusive bow, Fried, rested, staying away. After saying clearly, the guest told that he appeared on behalf of his mistress, Lisa Heimer. In his hands he held an important message intended exclusively for Suijito. From his voice, sincere respect was heard, and he was a merchant with a rank B, represented by Lisa Gamer's company. It was only possible to understand the true course of things when it was necessary to listen to Fried's words before any step. So far he treated such people, fearing that they would try to steal Ruri because of her honorary title. But after this bold theft forest, the gamer was determined by the determination to return its property at any cost. According to Fried, he was personally ordered to bring both the land of Ruri and the Dark Emperor Sugado. Pre-learning about their journey together, he arrived precisely with the calculation of catching both. Hearing the news of the abduction of Ruri, Gato, without hiding despair, addressed Frida with a passionate request to help find the girl as soon as possible. The long silhouette of the house grew up in front of his eyes when he finally got. It was necessary to look more closely to understand. It was Lisa Hayer's home. In the midst of the fussy activity of the employees, guards, and couriers, Fried confidently carried the young man through the human swirl, finding the right direction. Turning to one of the maids, Fried politely wondered where Lady was only. He heard in response that she had just completed an important business meeting and is now in her cabinet. Going there, Fried barely glanced at the young man, reduced his voice, and, without spending time, said the caveat. Frida's serious look spoke more than his words. He advised the boy to gather if he cares about his own good. Togut did not quite understand the hidden content of this remark. It was felt that something deeper than the usual advice was hiding in the expressed, but now it was not to find out unnecessary details. Fried, without hesitation, allowed Lee to go through, and officially announced that he led the Emperor of the Evil Eye, Tsuguto. The words were accompanied by a calm but tense figure of the young man, who patiently expected permission to enter. Without delaying the answer, Fried himself opened the door to the office of Mrs. Lisheimer. In a gorgeous and spacious office, a beautiful girl was already waiting for the guests. There is no exquisite girl or a cozy office in front of Tsuguto. Before his gaze, a spooky creature appeared. Her figure seemed to be weaved from the darkness and stench, and her eyes were dragged in the eye of horror. The incomprehensible events caught the young man by surprise and left him in full misunderstanding. After focusing, the guy tried to curb the distorted vision. Meanwhile, the lady with cold-blooded confidence turned to the Lord of the Vicious Look, they say, for a long time waiting for this moment. There are no unnecessary ceremonies. because it is futile to spend time on empty formalities. The new moon bowed, showing the respects to her words. Without unnecessary delay, the woman went to business. She suggested that he join her subordinates. The young man categorically answered the refusal. However, she persistently, but gently advised to at least listen to the cause of her proposal, wanting to convey her own incentives. In his voice there were unwavering determination and firm confidence, categorically refused to ever become someone's subordinate. The categorical rejection of the role of the subordinate did not allow him to obey the woman, or allow her to see her weaknesses. It was only necessary to suspect an attempt to drag him in the same tenet as it once happened to Ruri. The decree to fight until the latter did not leave room for repetition of that fate. Sighed. She noted that this is the annoyance of news, and assured, in the event of a change of the decision, it is inevitably not to inform her. So, turning to Fried, she wondered what happened. With deep regret in his voice, Fried admitted. As he acted, the maid had already been seized by unknown persons, and instead of immediate search, he, above all, considered it necessary to bring Sugutudo to her. The intention to discuss the situation and emphasize that after returning Ruri, the intact Tsuguto is ready to facilitate him with comprehensive information, he almost broke out of his mouth. However, the conversation broke, she ahead of him, assuring that she had already read the full report on the adventure and knew all the details of the case. From the story, it turned out that her servant, having concluded an alliance with an outstanding adventure seeker, arbitrarily violated the established rules. As a result, all Ruri property was subject to confiscation. At the same time, some of this property and reward had to get to the young man as a thank you for the assistance provided. After that, she wondered his attitude towards such a decision. One moment the young man saw, the sweet phrases and formulations hid a simple and cold essence. This woman was going to deprive them of all the effort obtained with Rura. Every effort, all risk, every step taken in the cloudy depths of the dungeons. All this she intended to assign herself. Ruri has 2 artifacts with unique properties. If you consider in detail in the action, it is easy to notice. The ring is endowed with the ability of the subject chest, which allows the owner to conveniently store and carry many things. It was this ring that planned to attribute to the rivers. However, this property has never meant too much for her. Once a valuable artifact became the subject of its proposal, obviously, she knew in advance that they already had similar things. It remains only to guess how this information reached it, how she managed to learn about it at all, and how deeply she was able to penetrate into their affairs. Determination not to give yourself to deceive the streamlined from each of his words. He clearly emphasized that 2 relics are now, and they should belong to him. If they are going to pick up the property from them, artifacts should remain with it. It is a requirement that has been placed without. Watching their reaction, he noticed that Ms. Lisa Gamer escaped. The woman stated that her requirement seems to her absolutely unrealistic, but at the same time recognized. She even liked this stubbornness, because she has not met such a persistent baby for a long time. With a slight hint in the voice, it was, in this case, the reward will pass him, and she will take back the servant who was taken away. His artifacts also have to return to the owner. The proposal is an alliance on an equal footing, to combine the forces to return all the removed. The awareness of how confusing this story was only grew. Simple arrangements were clearly lacking here. Something insidious in the cunning look, and it was dangerous to underestimate. Caring for Ruri did not leave him for a moment. To leave a girl in the tenets of someone's mean designs was unacceptable. She was quietly wondered if he wanted to remove his servants from Ruri and restore her freedom. The surprise was wrapped in her, because it was difficult to understand why he was so seeking to liberate Ruri. She promised to open the whole truth to him. This girl is only a sacrifice that her own father sold to strangers. Even if shackles disappear from her hands, she will still not find the values for the environment. Continuing, she noted that if Ruri is on freedom, she should not expect real help. The most expensive achievement is to be alone, without any means, as if a defenseless lamb, which is unable to survive on its own. Therefore, in her opinion, it would be better to find a reliable place for Roar, and to instill in her good manners, if, of course, the interlocutor caught a hint. In memory, the words that they were quietly voiced by Rory were clearly swollen, the dream of becoming an adventurer. This phrase, full of honorable hope and determination, has deeply fallen into the soul. For her, this choice was a real ticket to her own freedom. The desire to become stronger burned in her heart. The woman who stood in front of him did not know what trials had fallen on the fate of the rough, what effort cost each of her decisions and every day of survival. Outwardly, it seemed fragile, but by this fragility, the real power and the relentless willpower were hidden. In silently absorbing each of his words, the attendees were unmoved that he was gaining freedom. At the same time, Ms. Lisheimer gave a clear order to go in search of Ruri to return her home as soon as possible. Going out of the office, Fried immediately paid attention to Sugito's faded look after talking. The guy's cheeks were pale, fatigue and anxiety were red, and his eyes lost his usual shine. Full of curiosity, Mrs. Lisheimer watched the suggest, trying to solve what was so scared. Her gaze was insightful and soft at the same time. She sought to catch the feelings and thoughts that were hiding behind his face. The realization that the Emperor of the Ominous Eye was in front of her suggested that Sugito witnessed something forbidden. The alarming opinion about the dangerous consequences that may result from it. The kidnappers also belong to Ruri. They are covered with night darkness. They warned the captive to keep care. In conversations, they confessed that it was extremely subsequent to receive support from her. A hero, no less powerful than others. They emphasized that it was a great honor for them. Ruri calmly advised not to interfere and entrust the case of Kopach, wanting to put everything on his own. The invitation to go to the room caused a sincere smile. Confident in herself, she easily crossed the threshold, completely mastering the atmosphere around. The title is evidence of worldwide recognition, mysterious force, which was not accidentally entered in the appointed hands of fate. Her guidelines seem something incomprehensible, a miracle that challenges the boundaries of human understanding. In the same room, Digger Ruri was cut off from everything, locked in a mysterious captivity. The mockery ridicule was eager. One by one the offensive nicknames, which teased the Ruri, poured. One of the guys noted, "An abandoned house with a basement is just the perfect hiding place." There are many such places in the wild. They often become a favorite shelter for this company. They decided that it would be more prudent to stay up and wait for Laya personally. Although this girl wore a prestigious title, in their eyes she remained only an uninitiated child. Finally, the consciousness gradually turned Ruri. The stranger's room was oppressed. She ran to the door, tried to open them, but the castle remained relentless. The shovel handle seemed to Ruri a kind of bridge to herself, which she had previously sought to become again. Stopping in front of the door, the girl took a deep breath. In her eyes, she burned determination. She had no intention to retreat. Hardly a catchy hum was alerted by a guy who was on the other side of the room. Other children who shared this tight camera with him immediately approached, without drawing his eyes. Tension and expectations were read in their every movement. With their eyes worried, they tirelessly asked when they could return home. Clumsily descending next to the younger ones, the guy was silent in confusion, not finding the right words. Finally, gathering freedom in a fist, the verse whispered, "It is still unknown when they return home, but despite it, we'll stay with them until the end." Ruri looked at the door, full of longing and desire to break this obstacle. She lifted the shovel and hung her in the door. The metal crashed into a tree, but did not punch it, and stuck it firmly. Ruri retreated one step, pulled the shovel, pulled up, and struck again. Again and again she repeated these movements without stopping for a moment. The shovel on the wood suddenly caused a strange sensation in the rough. A soft, aromatic mashed potato, which at once easily tied with a spoon. A strange comparison surrendered to her unexpected, but at the same time pleasant. Only 3 tense minutes have passed, and a neat hole appeared in the door, spacious enough so that the roughies can climb through it completely. The light nod with the head was a reflection of the inner pride that grew in the chest along with a wave of pleasure. She went out to the corridor with a crucial determination in her eyes and confidently headed to the exit. Directly in the neighborhood of Ruri caught some movement. In a narrow wing window, a girl who suddenly appeared for a moment, rising on the back of her older brother. The girl barely kept so as not to fall. The thin fingers clung to the cold rods firmly. The face leaned against the metal. The guy standing in the bottom thoughtfully looked. Does she really open something interesting from there? Another child approached behind and, eagerly pulling her brother by the hand, begged to put her on her shoulders. The guy strictly asked to calm down. The girl, while holding her breath, whispered that something white and fluffy was hiding behind the door. The guy asked if the cat was, but the girl shook her head negatively. She is not at all like a cat. And the Rivers, who frozen on the other side of the door, closely followed the girl, without drawing her eyes. One of the kidnappers noticed Rurel in the chamber, and immediately reported Manga about her intention to escape. He could not stay indifferent to the details, because the kidnappers saw with his own eyes how the girl tried to cut the door, preparing for escape. A passionate desire to figure out what is outside pushed him to pick up and get on the door, firmly clutching the lattice. At this point, Lanza, still not believing that Ruri really left the camera, came closer and convinced that a regular little girl stood in front of him. In his opinion, even if you use the magic indicator and determine the girl's level of aura nana, it would be something about 20. But the condition of the door, which lay completely crushed, eloquently testified. Its force of attack does not fall under such a low level. In this situation, the force was the rank. Lanza belonged to the high-ranking maritime merchants in the company. The appearance of such a man caused the girl a real fright. After focusing, he applied his power. He released a shrill lightning and called a powerful lightning. At the same time, he said in an inclement sight that the girl was surprisingly insightful. Instantly bouncing from the lightning attack of Lana, the girl rushed on the side. Although the heart squeezed the pain because of the attack, this determination helped her avoid defeat and break free, leaving Laza behind in surprise. He did not even have time to get rid of her lightning escape. When a thin lightning broke out of the ceiling, it became clear immediately. The girl has no jokes. Despite her young age, she has shown herself truly extraordinary. But the circumstance was not overlooked, and the guy from the next camera still watched the course of events with a non-interest. Preparing for a new blow, Landsat bent his palm, and a swinging stretch suddenly spread under his feet. The knitting of the skin seized the earth around the girl, shaking her steps and depriving the chances of escape. Ruri did not have time to step, as a powerful spectacle spear was already rising from the place. The radiant arrow pierced the air at such a speed that the girl did not have time and move. The lightning beat it completely, leaving it without movement. From the force of blow, the girl fell on the floor, completely exhausted. Her skin is hot heat. Breathing went down and broke into heavy wheezing, remaining stationary on the icy floor. The clothing was clearly lightning, and the body was covered by uncontrolled tremor of tense after muscle discharge. The joy of the hat rose among the kidnappers as they saw the triumph of their master. They were waiting for such victories from him. Lanza, however, remained adamant and cold among the general grip. His order was strictly to stop this clutter immediately, to tie a girl and to carefully monitor her not to wake up before. The next prisoner, holding his breath, listened carefully to the order of Lanza. After the girl was erased, she must tighten it so tight that she could not even move his finger, and then send it immediately to the wagon. The words finally put the guy to the place, shaking his heart with an ice horror. There was a hot controversy in the room. The adults thought whether the breach had already left, and fussily was preparing for departure. Meanwhile, the boy, unnoticed from behind the door, could not stand the tension and whispering, sliding on the floor. Lanza leaned the children with a dissatisfied look and asked the abductors why they failed to sell at least one of 3. He was explained that their business partner had demanded a big discount. However, there was no chance to make such concessions, so I had to refuse. There were no difficulties in search of new customers. The guy, squeezing his fists, sat next to other children in their tight camera. The question of whether they have the right to make such decisions on their own. The links. Given the constant dissatisfaction of Mr. Myriad with such initiatives, Lanza answered honestly. Anxiety does not leave him. Even if every case is perfect, the pleasure still does not come. Looking at the unconscious, the detractor quit that. Among other things, he would be able to present a great gift to Mr. The girl who managed to capture today is undoubtedly valued much higher than others. The guy clasped his teeth around the corner, hearing this conversation. The gloomy hopelessness has mastered his soul. Inevitably, this girl will also turn into an underground maid deprived of his will. On the verge of tears, he silently attracted to the frightened children who huddled nearby, trying to give them a crumb of a sense of security. In the southeast of the city, the magical Orberg is spreading the wild, the real kingdom of darkness. Fried and Sugatudo started talking about how the situation was. They came to the conclusion that it was among these dangerous streets that the abductors could best hide their traces. Meanwhile, several people from their team have already gone to comb other areas of the city. In the wilds, where at every step she was dangerous, Free immediately decided to act in the way and collect information on the spot. The usual laws here lost power, and the only way to learn at least something is to ask the inhabitants, to scratch around and to rely on their own sense. Nearby, the boy was silently following his every movement, reflecting what he saw and heard. Frida's gaze immediately caught anxiety on Suguto's face. Anxiety about the future of the heritage did not rest him. Reflecting that the use of this method would put a girl on the boundary of death, Suguto did not find a place. This threatening opportunity deepened his concern and strengthened the determination to act even more carefully. Apparently, it is not necessary to worry. The girl is not inferior to him, neither force or character. It will not be easy to take over the title, as special conditions for inheritance of the title should be fulfilled. Fried explained that in order to inherit, you should have at least one skill directly related to this title. For example, the status of the Emperor of the Evil Eye demanded that he suggest the ability of the Spectrum of Evil Eye, and such abilities, true rarity. Fried stressed that for the digging of Ruri, the issue of inheritance can be a rather difficult thing, because it still remains a mystery of its own origin and where it came from. The young man wondered, even if Fried really said it was not a simple shovel? However, only one he had to see how she hit a shovel. It turned out that Fried and the idea did not have the opportunity to hide her art of digging. Perhaps the girl herself has not yet guessed it. Going to explore where it was suddenly encountered by two strangers. The number of strangers has increased, and they surrounded Fried and Suguto with a dense ring. The eyes were caught up with a thirst for fighting. These uninvited guests were clearly seeking the opportunity to fight. Looking at Suguto, it became clear immediately. The Emperor himself stands before them. The strong movement of the palms, Fried instantly broke the neck of one of the men. The incredible scene stunned Suguto and his accomplices. Confusion and surprise were read on their faces. Mana from the seal rages in Fried's palms at the same moment. Although the idea was to be simple, only to find out in the local about Ruri and to collect rumors, the fire of the battle still wanders in the veins, without resting. The old desire to find the enemy still outweighs common sense. The vicious look of the young man immediately noted. Their assigned case did not correspond to their character. Men quickly closed the benches around them, preparing for the inevitable battle. They decided to attack the rear from the rear, perceiving it only for the small, despite the formidable title and contrary to its true power. The young man managed to see a stranger and cut his legs on the lower leg. Out cleverly, he did not miss any impact of the opponents. Carefully choosing a blow, the goal was directed solely to their feet. The concern for the life of enemies was obvious. Some of them immediately realized no intention of depriving them of their lives, only the desire to neutralize, avoiding the fatal outcome. The man noted that since all the cases were already behind, it was time to communicate quietly. Legends went about the hero, his power seemed incredible, and even the agile look of the demonic eye remained undisclosed. The stranger asked to listen to them, and explained that they were looking for a missing girl. The young man assured, this is not their hands on the right. Then in the conversation, information about the 4 kidnappers was suspected of a crime, and wondered if they had at least some information about this group. The conversation spilled over to the assumption, could any of them commit such as the theft of a person? It was rumored that Malik's man stole a woman, but this version seems too suspicious. There is a feeling that a completely different man is involved in this story. Someone noted, if it is a 4 men and 1 girl, then they can be seen. It did not seem to have fallen into the hands of the kidnappers. Although probably they were not mentioned in conversation, but still decided to mention it. For order. In view of his words, they went there. The abandoned building gives a terrible impression. The place, as a selection, ideal for observation, was decided by a man. The guy assured that in his opinion, the prisoner did not notice any visitor near the building. According to him, 5 adults and 4 children were just here. In graceful ribbons they led them away, leaving behind only a void. No sign, no trace. The man wondered if he did not doubt it. In response, there was an explanation that large carts are used for such cases and taken away by whole bands into similar places. These were children who were torn from their home and forcefully forced to serve a stranger. The unfortunate children who are taken away are forced to make loans to cover the costs of their maintenance, turning these babies into legal debt servants. It is still easier for the company, because having their people in the merchant guild, They without difficulty get permits for employment, and without even hiding with underground slave traffickers. The man assured that he knew where to look for a girl. 2 moved the road to the Rose. The whole servant of the area, including Burke, is under the authority of one company that manages everything, even the location of Rose in the center. There was no doubt. If the suspects took with them a servant from the dungeon, all their many accomplices were mixed in this case. Men were convinced with their own eyes. They finally arrived. The rumors of their visit to Rosalike were confirmed. Everything turned out to be true. These names flashed bright red. The murder of the noticeable instantly painted the name in the list of participants with bloody red. These are immediately proclaimed by targets for destruction, and for their scalp promise. From that moment on, the owners of red names, as a monster in the world, no longer find their compassion or forgiveness. They were in front of them. A girl whose name burned in red over her head means a special title. One of 3 formidable purple disasters. This woman has attracted close attention. She was immediately asked what business she came to this country. She wondered in her eyes with interest in her husband, if she was going to stand in her way. I wondered what purpose it seeks to achieve. The girl declared her purpose: to put an end to the activity of merchants, underground slaves, and to release all who became their victim. To the north of Berg, on the Holy Road, the city of Magri is far from. It is there, in his direction, that 2 carts are leisurely heading, which is visible somewhere in front of pedestrians. One of them was racing from the Rose for a good hour, while the other was just preparing to cross her gate. In a dream, the girls were passionate about saying that the fruits had tasted incredibly. The impression of the guy struck. How can one remain so carefree, even being in such circumstances? There are only 3 people whose names are bloody red around the world. They have long been nicknamed the Large 3 Purple Thieves. Once upon a time, only criminals were worn, for which they promised a huge reward. In ominous reality, they only had to hide among others, so as not to become hunters. However, suddenly this trinity was dared to leave the shadows, appearing where people were hovering, not for a moment, without hesitation, to take away their provision, to kill mercilessly, and stay overnight in other people's homes. Despite the constant attacks and neglect on the part of others, these people invariably retained their true essence. Only 30 gathered here. Desperate warriors, a detachment that boldly boasts with its power, because such a team can overcome even a mythical dragon. The stranger sharply stated that he would not let in as much as she as her. The buzzing spell protects, instantly turning a hostile body into a fixed stone statue. It is this magic that the guy is about to use to neutralize the girl. Bertard suddenly emerged behind and waved his sword. But the girl strongly intercepted his attempt, giving her teeth. It was an attack supported by an artifact that was not inferior to the boy's skill. Moreover, even the spell over it was useless. She emphasized how much this delicacy she had tasted. 3 large purple thieves have finally rejected masks. No more escape or underground existence. After all, no bold soul dared to challenge this ruthless monster. The message reported the termination of underground trade, the destruction of all the merchants involved in it, and the liberation of those who served in the shadow. Recognizing her own mistake, the girl sighed. Now it was only necessary to know more accurately where they are and ask for help. Rosalika Elite Quarter here is the headquarters of the Myriad Corporation. The man noted that a lot of time had passed since they had to return. He was overwhelmed by the question. What was happening and where did he get? In response, it sounded, he was waiting for the presidential office. As always, the man did not restrain himself in his volume. Looking at him, the young man wondered why he returned with nothing without selling a single servant. He was reminded that he had already been reported before. The client delayed the bidding, so the deal broke out at the last moment. That is why the guy demanded clarification. The maid told that these 2 behaved together with surprisingly freely and easily. Fate brought them back in childhood. Rumors claim that both of them grew up in the same poor. The indignation swept the boy when the family suddenly began to complain about the cost. It was difficult for him to understand how much the discount he sought to give. In response, the man threw half. He replied that it was a complete absurdity, and what was it guided at all? In response, the idea was, the girl seems not so simple. Probably, something thought. The man advised the boy not to dramatize the situation. In the end, he returned not with empty hands, but also prepared a souvenir for him. To be accurate, it was not just a souvenir, but a thing that has recently made prices in the market sharply fly up. Thanks to his information from Berg, he got this thing. It is rumored that the magical cave of the Aneles, located there, has conquered the child with the title. Children look at the boy, calling him to look more closely. The girl seemed fragile and gentle like fluffy snow. However, the awakening never came. 2 human children named Kyle and Vita were under his care at the moment they were brought here. He received such an order undoubtedly. The girl just appeared nearby. If she was specially thrown here, it is a clear attempt to hint at him. She also needs to be monitored. Waking up, the girl heard from the boy that even 100 years old, its appearance resembled a caterpillar, carefully wrapped with ropes. The guy explained. Those who grabbed her first were embarrassed to them, and then they took her a mascot. He began to solve the knots, but they turned out to be too tight. The ropes dissolved in the air, causing the boy a genuine surprise. The girl, looking at him, asked 2 direct questions: who he is, and where they are now. After presenting, the guy reported that they are now in a town called Roselle. All of them were abducted by an organization that calls itself a corporation of myriad. They seek to force them to work out debt by working on the company providers, and it seems that this fate is now coming to it. The girl with anxiety said that the situation was really bad. Her words were asked about the young man. However, the guy shrugged his shoulders. Who was dedicated to this question, he never realized. The old t-shirt was right before his eyes. The girl was holding her in her hands, emphasizing holes and scuffs. Memories of this thing have subsided for a long time, so the surprise flashed in his look. Is this t-shirt still in him? The guy belonging to the wolf race squeezed at her and surprised to say that the girl did not smell at all. His sharpened sense of smell is at times superior to the human, so a similar feature struck the young man. Among the acquaintances and foreigners such as her, he did not meet before. The young man wondered whether the man occupied a special place in her life. The girl nodded as a sign of consent. He assured that he understands her perfectly. The relatives still remain in the village where he once lived. It has been 100 days since it was taken away. Thoughts on how very worried our loved ones, and probably already rushed in search, do not rest. At least the guy is almost an adult, but other children are still small. Probably their parents are worried at times more. It is for the sake of them that you need to become stronger. The reason for him sounded. Even if it is almost impossible to survive, the thought is already germinating. It is necessary to find a way out without stopping looking for a chance. The girl used her skill, a magic box with things. The curiosity guy asked who she was, and asked to tell a little about himself. The girl introduced himself as a Ruri, an extremely sweet treasurer. According to her, any matter to the strength, if it is near her true shovel. The strange title of diggers caused a genuine surprise to the man. He has not yet met in his life. The impression was exacerbated by the fact that only a 9-year-old boy was the owner of this unusual distinction. The guy confessed that he was not a witness of that battle, but according to the stories of the power of the monster, could only guess how brave and dangerous she was. He was informed, a treasure that has fallen into his hands is of incredible value. The outbreak of curiosity flashed into a man. Can this ability be investigated? Comrade thoughtfully. Who knows? But if this power can really be inherited, the process is probably extremely confusing. The man wondered, does he really have the desire to master this skill? There was no thirst for the inheritance of other people's titles in the soul, he assured. The question came straight in the face. Does he feel true joy leaving the Guild of Adventure? Briefly answered. The decision was already made. Despite the fact that they were caught effortlessly, their situation has not improved. Interested, they wondered what exactly happened. The man was surprised to find out that when he returned to the city, he did not witness events that unfolded beyond. The beloved child of the dragon was already rushing to them, carrying the head. The adventurers sent a detachment of their strongest warriors there, but the news of their death came almost immediately. At a deserted wasteland, she appeared in front of them at dawn. The man wondered whether she belongs to the 3 large bloody red villains. In response, he heard rumors that this girl is devouring people, but most consider it only gossip. The reasons that made her look for this rose remained a mystery to him. As a question, the man only replied that he did not know himself. If the woman came to the city just for the sake of walks and new experiences, he would gladly invite her to drink tea. Suddenly the earth shook. Everything trembled, as if from an explosion. No one could understand whether it was a true earthquake or something. The man hesitates. Maybe it is a girl, or a dragon. Now she is hiding in a secret room on the 3rd floor, and the mysterious noise comes from the 1st. The situation seems to become even more threatening than it seemed at first. With a voice devoid of doubt, the man reported that their tea party was cancelled. The protagonist interested what events unfolded within Married. The hero wondered what happened and why the building was split in half. The further question concerned the girl. Or is it that is being kept now? The man replied uncertainly that he seems so. Given the skills they have, it seems quite possible to crawl through the debris, to explore the inside of the ruins, and to find someone who will shed light on what happened here. In his opinion, it is worth starting with the investigation. Collect all bodies that can only be found nearby, without letting any details. He was worried about whether he was condemning the girl to worry again. The man explained that the owner of the evil eye, together with the Leshimers Corporation, arrived for the sake of rescuing Ruri. However, he added, their position can hardly be called profitable. The guy finally realized they were them. They suggested staying and talking. If they show support, they will be ready to listen to everything they want to say. The hero wondered where the girl disappeared. Thoughtfully casting his gaze, the man spoke about the agreement. He was asked to listen carefully to a concentrated voice. Now, they say, not a moment for controversy. Angry his eyebrows, the guy persistently repeated the question of the location of the Ruri. On this, a man with a smile noted that stubbornness is inherent in the hero himself. At the depths of the girl's soul, confidence matured. The man seemed to be nothing. She wondered where the innumerable many. Suddenly, all around the solid darkness, which immediately absorbed the field of view of the hero, the sight gradually returned until he retreated back. But suddenly the world around began to change again. The real eye of darkness blooms in it by force. Before his look, everything around is twisted. The scene changes in the eyes. The name of this girl remained a mystery to the main character. She was ordered to eat only this, and nothing more. Any assignment from a woman who called her mother, the girl perceived as a true jewelry. From the crowd, the exclamations came. People called her a monster and eagerly demanded that she had done with their daughter. Their views were condemned. They ordered her to disappear and never approach. The incomprehensible views that were thrown at her once gave rise to the girl more and more questions. The man called her a monster. It is unknown whether all this appeared before his eyes. Finally it came. Morning distortion of perception was not caused by a deterioration in health. Otherwise, further events would not remain unchanged. Remembering the skills with RPG games that acted continuously, they, in his opinion, were called passive. It looks like a wicked look also belongs to this category. It will remain active until at least a drop of mana remains in the reserve. It is the flow of man, which permeates his eyes when using this skill, enhances the true effect of the ominous eye, causing dangerous illusions and distortion of reality. The true essence of those hallucinations is still a mystery to him. Instead of allowing the ominous eye to stay in sleep, he lifted his masterful magical power over him, awakening his power again, improving it and subordinating to himself, even sharply directing its capabilities. The guy was stunning how the water suddenly appeared, but there was something completely different. Unbroken and clean. All the space was rapidly filled with an invisible, light, and incomprehensible abstract fluid that enveloped their world. Everything around was delayed by a red fog, similar to a fierce manufrida. This is how such an impression arose. The rest of the guys were just wonderful. Returning to the hero, the man suggested that the escape was the only intelligent action. With such a monster they cannot compete. The black dragon slid the surface of the water, like a shadow that was silently floating in the twilight rays. Her strength is incomparable to anything. Like a real storm, she instantly absorbed him into a crazy swirl. The young man's gaze effortlessly penetrated her status. The girl slowly turned to his direction. She wondered with interest whether he wanted to share something with her. The young girl wondered where Myriad went. The man asked what she was seeking from him. In response, the girl made a promise. If she reveals a secret, it will become much more merciful. None of them wants to take into account other people's advice, stubbornly walking in their own chosen path. However, as soon as you have to take on dirty affairs, the rage and disgust boils inside. Surprisingly, the guy swept. The flow of mana in his body was suddenly increasing. The man, meanwhile, confessed, and so decided to leave the service. He assured that if fate gave a second chance, he would never have to meet any of the 3 great purple demons again. The lightning maneuver allowed the man to avoid danger. The unexpected evaporation simply stunned the main character. Friedley wondered if he would ring in his ears, and noted that even a few short replicas had a lot of important information. Lightning evasion spell belongs to the category of the most complex magic. Its efficiency is reminiscent of teleportation, although it actually gives the opportunity to move instantly at incredible speed, creating the illusion of disappearance from view. Judging by that conversation, the atmosphere of a true apocalypse prevailed around. It seemed that it was the main enemy of the Millennial Company. and all the destruction and pogroms were the result of its actions. The young man addressed the man to the question of whether all the employees of this company really deserve condemnation. The answer was uncertain. It is difficult to judge, not having an idea of evil. However, beliefs remained adamant. Only the elected were known about the underground deals, which were tools in the hands of many corporations. For most, it was these cream of society that stolen the poor, condemning them to slave existence. The rest of the people did not even realize the hidden truth. The young man wondered whether it means that the rivers were also involved in this. He was answered. The same girl who has made troubles there is known as one of the so-called Trinity of Purple. It is far from those who understand the justice of ordinary people, so the guy advised to forget about her and retreat immediately. Thanks to the true hacking of the eye, 6 parameters of the girl opened in front of the main character. Level 56, the name burns red. It becomes clear immediately. To defeat such an opponent cannot. Their understanding of justice is fundamentally different from the generally accepted. Among the servants, one sought help, throwing a look at the attendees. Fried with a bold smile stated that the hero will never be equal. The guy assured that everything has long been serious. The heart is torn from the inability to put up with the fact that the strong are trampling them without any justice. In the midst of the explosion, a secret headquarters, room 11, hidden premises of underground servants. The explosion that was heard inside the building was a lot of stunning the guy, because it was there that the events of Astral. Without spending time, he began to reassure children, gently persuading them not to be scared. The guy turned to the girl and asked how to dig a hole in a brick wall, armed only with a shovel. He asked her to stop in his voice. The guy was wondering how she would do if they were heard. The girl smiled and replied that she would simply give the abusers a puffy. He noted that she was still thrown here, even though they had already got on nuts. The scene of their clash appeared through the darkness of the dungeon. She assured with a smile. Now she will not play anymore, and next time she will certainly win over them. Representatives of this race are known for their loyalty. It is said that in the face of intense stress, devotion can be shaken. However, if at least once they are attached to someone's conditions, they are extremely quickly attached to the one to whom they decide to serve. Her determination did not allow him to refuse. The guy agreed and offered to choose another route. His gaze stopped on the wall, as if marking an asterisk as a specific place. Will she be able to break through the hole through? A light smile illuminated her face. It was not difficult for her. The girl said that merchants often mentioned the composition, which is located in the direction. According to her, different votes were constantly coming from there, and it was quite accidental to hear the conversations, so she knew well where the goods were stored. The guy, like no other, recognized all the traces left and unmistakably selected their trophies. According to him, her badge was not in place. Most likely, men took her with them. The guy assured that the situation would not be changed, so the best way out would be a gun with him. The equipment, he is convinced, is needed in case of any threat. He did not cause delight, although he first kept the sword in his own hands. Moreover, there is a moment of anxiety now. You need to be alert. Some of the attendees noticed that his tail was grabbed from side to side. According to Ruri, a shovel is the most powerful weapon. The guy stated that he would leave, armed with his sword. The length of the blade stunned his imagination. It turned out that you only need to grasp the arms firmly, grab a weapon, and striking the motion to impress enemies with one single blow. The girl wondered if she could get it. The kid in response was played with ridicule. They say nothing will work, the tension is stronger. The escape finally started, and their silhouettes disappear in the circle of events. I had to cut the tunnels just in the walls. The experience and numerous tasks for the company has an on it. They have been able to know this building, like 5 fingers. The guy insisted that they should go there. When laying their journey, they found a rainy move. He reported that the carriage is already waiting, and it is time to run in a hurry in it. The hero promised to go to the stables on the horses, but emphasized that first of all, everyone should hide inside. Suddenly, a man who had already settled there was from the depths of the carriage, and asked who decided to visit him. He noted with a smile that their thoughts were completely the same, and then asked if they also used black. The guy hastily warned the girl, "You need to run immediately because it was extremely dangerous here." She was interested in a villain, or her familiar Ruri. But she just shrugged and assured that she did not hear the name. The young man wondered whether the names of those who had touched her deadly hand were stored in her memory. The girl just shrugged. She could not mention any name. Cold came from her mouth. She is indifferent. As soon as the distance between them decreased to the kiss, A strange feeling cut off his consciousness. It is like a defenseless frog that fell under the sight not of a regular snake, but a real dragon. Cold shrubs ran with your back, intuition crying, "Run away from here immediately." However, it seemed that the one who was used to flee from difficulties has long remained in the past, buried with indecision and fear. The young man assured that he would not give a gap, and with her, in case of trouble, he would not want to live. Panic and despair mixed with the disgust in his views, they greeted his gaze. Even realizing the danger, the body would still not withstand such a powerful blow. The powerful explosion stunned the man, stopping him in place. The guard persistently advised not to leave the premises. Among all the guards of the company were distinguished by their power, as if two giants, the Bellamy brothers. The girl heard her husband called her the same desperate adventure search that conquered Magicora's cave. With a sloping gaze, he apologized, recognizing that there was a mutual misunderstanding between them. The deadly danger looked over them, and at this moment the question was asked, whether they realized that resistance is not pointless now. An unexpected call came together to the border. The man noted that the best solution would be to save everyone. Among the wreckage, the main character stretched motionlessly. The sheep are swimming one by one before the eyes, and the score is slowly gaining momentum. The wonder of this situation did not rest. The hero bowed to the girl, asking her to wake up persistently, and immediately asked where they were. In response, a quiet, welcoming mourning came from her mouth, but he sharply interrupted. Now is not a time for polite greetings. The girl reported that the jam would not be cooked today. With a smile on her mouth, Ruri assured that they are now in a mysterious space-time called We Prepare with Ruri. Her interlocutor immediately asked to refrain from such weird names, they say. It is not necessary to look like this incredible adventure is something quite familiar. The confused woman could not understand where she got, and the guy tried unsuccessfully to squeeze what was happening around. The girl was enthusiastically noted how wonderful the breakfast came out, and with interest she asked to teach her to cook jam. The woman replied that she would take care of all the necessary preparations, but emphasized that at least a ton of fruit should be reached. The young traveler quickly opened the truth. All this adventure was nothing more than a regular hike in the mountains on fresh berries. However, there was a problem immediately. It was completely indifferent to the nature world and had no idea about it. Even the delicacy she tasted on the road remained a mystery to him. Appley berries, sweet in taste, about their collection will begin. Small, hidden in the shade of trees, these fruits seemed to be created for slow searches among the forest coolness. The meeting with them turned into a real portal in the world of dreams and magic. The young man apologized, confessing that he was sick of such a turn of the main storyline. On the branches of the tree, some fruits flicker. The girl assured that they were delicious, but they hindered their height. The guy carefully lifted her in her arms, and the girl cleverly collected the fruit with a shovel. The shovel caused them harm, but despite this, there was a sincere attempt. The hero noted for himself. These creatures do not give up. After picking her up in his hands, he suggested choosing the direction herself. The guy wondered in surprise why she took only one, and immediately suggested to tear a few more. "Thank you." This resembled a small child who, seeking to become higher, shouts and extends her hands loudly to be raised. It seemed that a real parent instinct was waking up at heart. The boy was looking forward to his grandmother to cook delicious jam faster. A confident message sounded to her answer. All the preparations were completed. At first, she was tried to wash the fruits thoroughly. On wild Apelos, the beetles like to hide. The dried leaves should then be taken to ignite the fire. The chopped Apelos and other fruits were distributed on separate pots. Fill them with generous bitter sugar, just over half for polylos and about a quarter for oils. Surprise was engulfed by the guy when he saw so much. The grandmother just smiled and noticed, "It is time to eat something sweet." The girl confidently stated that nothing limits her will, and she is able to do as she tells her heart. The title of Diger is not presented with just like that. It is not necessary to underestimate the passion of a brave girl. Nothing will stop her. At the request of his grandmother, he joined the case, because it was there that a scales appeared, which had to be reached and thrown away immediately. For the dishes for Cernushki have a richer taste, they should be added a little citric acid or spicy herbs. When the jam is thickened, it is time to pour it into bowls or sterilized jars. The chilled also has its charm, but it likes it more than the drink in a warm form. According to the guy, the taste is simply unsurpassed. He noted that it would be great if the girl also had meat. The grandmother just waved her hand. Does not matter. Let him eat what she tastes. The guy asked her not to pamper herself too much, because without a protein, the muscles would not appear. In response, the girl joked, they say, why she was a strong man at a young age. He denied it. When you take the adventure, you will not overcome the weight and strength of the monsters. The health has not improved at all. But even with the existing form, he returned to the ground. He could well win the title of the World Wrestling Champion. The true level is not always possible to see simply with the naked eye. For example, let us remember that girl. The external fragility is deceptive, because the cruelty gave her unheard-of power and agility, unattainable for the ordinary person. No matter how cool, but about the trinity of the great bloody ashes have already heard here. It was difficult to realize that she still had to come across one of them. Grandma called the girl to her for a moment, so that before leaving the necessary things on the way, asking why the house has such bizarre architecture, the woman heard the answer. Here, they lived. The girl confirmed that her grandmother gave her a gift, and for proof reached out as an aster. Elegant essential oils made of carefully well-groomed plants grown by agate itself. Grandma's shop contains everything you need for lush, light hair. There will be any remedy for your taste. Hearing the call of the girl, he immediately assured that even under the muzzle of the gun there will not remain. The rind shared, Apollo extract was added to the mixture, and its gentle aroma fills the body with a feeling of comfort and rest. The young man confessed that he was most afraid. Not to stay, and not to make a real Gaki Makura, that is, the one who would like to stick in a dream, using as a favorite pillow for hugs. The girl answered sharply that he had spoiled everything, and now let him be preparing to become a pillow. The next time, she noted, she will have to cook everything as her grandmother loves. A loud explosion, similar to the detonation of a powerful bomb, has been erupted. The man suggested going across the border together. After all, to avoid threats and save a life would be the wisest solution for everyone. There was no shadow of doubt with the guy. The same legendary guards, the best of the best that served as this company, stood in front of him. The man asked to lower the weapon, but the guards only shook their heads. Vigilance for them, above all. In his opinion, the girl probably had a great force. The man only nodded, making it clear that he was aware of it, so he asked to stop immediately. With deep regret, the owner begs for the rudeness of his guards and their presence. It remains unknown whether everyone is fully understanding how tense the situation has become, but calls for immediately to move on. He promised to reveal all the necessary information. Finally, it emphasizes that it is worth thinking about the lives of 3 children, and weighing whether it is better to retreat now. The question is, will they be taken away without leaving anyone to the way? In response, he assured that he was not only about them, but also promised to treat everyone with respect and care. The stranger noted that he was in front of the girl, smart and sincere, and then suggested that she climb inside. Meanwhile, the guy wondered, where are they going? In response, the assurance came to the south. These places are probably well known to the girl. The man sighed, explaining that it was because of this that he could not tolerate magic. To evade lightning is a task, quite by force of its magical level. It easily turns objects into electrons, bringing this skill to the absolute. Reach the ideal through training to the limit of opportunities, laying the roots before the movement. The only thing that causes difficulties is the restoration of the body after lightning, because this process is still far from perfection. The body is seriously injured. However, this ability is a precious chance to escape from great trouble. Such a technique is a powerful weapon in its arsenal, speaking with loud words about the battle until the last drop of blood. He does not believe in his own determination at heart. The meeting with Myriad was already appointed, so the path was lying south. The blessed road led there. Maybe it was worth waiting for this tract. The city is completely exhausted. No troops are left here. However, there were several emergency cases ahead. Fred wondered if everything was fine with the main character. He assured that now nothing was threatened. The danger was behind. The young man wondered what happened in general, because in his memory, there was only a quick movement of a girlish fist just in front of his face. The man reported that after the attack she disappeared, probably being confident in his death. The face seemed to be burning with fire, although there was no scratch on it. At a crucial moment, the drink was in the hands of a man. He was called a lucky joke, and the guy immediately apologized for the inappropriate tone. However, instead of reproaches, he sounded only peace. They say, everything is fine. It is only amazing that he still has not disappeared from the face of the earth. It seems that he has the skill of protecting him truly impersonal power. The guy wondered in surprise what kind of ability he was attributed to him. Tried to remember. Nothing like this was thought. No matter how much the level is increased, no special skills have noticed. Fred noted that nevertheless, he was able to overcome the huge distance from the very land here. Winning the fierce resistance of death, he almost did not believe that he could avoid throwing, but survived only through his own skill. It is deprived of these skills, he would have long been breaking the building through and turning into porridge. According to the man, the young man survived, and every moment for the maid was filled with a passionate prayer for his salvation. In any way, she sought to thank for help. Such was her unwavering determination. The guy noted that it was worth carrying it a little further. From the building she crashed into, there would be no trace. He advised to perceive their salvation as a real miracle. The girl replied that, even if it is true, all the difficulties were overcome only through his efforts. In the future, it is worth abandoning this company, because there are only scoundrels. The man wondered what the situation was. In response, he heard that the children who were mentioned had disappeared without a trace. Then, he suggested looking at the places where the babies were kept earlier. The boy was interested in who the stranger really was. What he heard, before him, an adventure seeker, a member of the city guild. His task is serious to curb chaos, which caused a blood-red evil. The man assured that there was no foreign victim on the spot. All the dead belonged to their company. Inquiring to the conditions of the task, he learned that she fulfilled the assignment obtained from the Adventurers Guild. The girl is addressed with the question that led her to the guild. The most powerful detachment of his suppression went to the city with the task of finding it, and soon intelligence brought its reports. However, the unexpected appearance of this girl in the city unambiguously testified only one thing. At the head of the guild, adventurers could not allow the locals to be ruthlessly exterminated. He wondered with a heavy heart whether his own life would save them from massacre. She has admitted that there is no appetite now, so she does not feel the need for meat. The girl postponed her task. It seems that such rumors have repeatedly emerged before. The irony about the dragon's beloved daughter is that even having a red name, she stubbornly continues her adventure path. Hearing this for the first time, only a contemptuous laughter escaped in response. It seemed that the thought was absurd to the impossible. However, now the awareness of the impotence and the absence of true warriors has delayed doubts. There is no chance of resisting. The man reported that the girl is now taking a shower in a guild bath. He was advised to reject unworthy thoughts and start with what she had never lacked. They decided to continue to watch her carefully. Now the only hope is to connect with Berg. Apparently the whole servant gathered in the same hall, and in vain she did not suit chaos here. Inquired that everyone was present, he learned that 10 fled during the riots. Among the missing persons, there were 3 more children who had not been taken into account before. The girl may have lucky to break free with the rest. Nadia had a boy. According to him, if the task is to release servants, it also falls under these requirements. The man noted that he missed something. The task was to release the servants of the company, and Ruri did not concern this mission. Asked if they know where they went, I got the advice to address adventurers who are worth it. The man replied that he had long been completed. In order to avoid misunderstandings, the boys let him know that they wanted to ask some questions. Asking for a distraction when a lot was done, the guy expressed his hope that he was lucky to see Safine while staying there. In response, the man briefly noted that he was not there. Fail. He noted that the guy, apparently, had no idea what the true essence of events is. So he agreed to explain everything in detail. The supernatural ability to observe does not work on it. Scouts who were lucky to remain alive after persecution have had a special force, vision. However, the level of her sensations exceeds any limits. Several fighters who miraculously saved did not dare to lose it from view. Armed with exceptional smell and acute hearing, they continued to follow the girl, holding at a safe distance. However, the abilities of the Saphans themselves were significantly different from them. Probably, she is subject to an incredible ability to feel. It shows that someone holds me in sight. Even if he wanted to be insanely, he would still not be able to find it. There was no longer enough skill to distinguish people at such a distance. It was only necessary to rely on the easy vibration of the earth, which responded in the soles of the boots. The young man assured that everything was fine, but sought at least a hint of his presence. I was interested in whether the interlocutor had any information about the children who were able to escape. Suddenly, the man noted that the majestic purple evil is surprisingly easy. He listened hard to these barely catching steps, but he thought that children could hardly be among them. The guy wondered if he was confident in his statement, because at that time there were 4. In response, the abduction was convinced that if it really happened, At least the noise of the crowd would definitely not be ignored. There is no such memories of such. The hero asked how to proceed. Fred noted that the searches have already been completed. The man suggested that they may have hid in a carriage. It could not be ruled out that the influential company tried to take the crew as far away from this place, so it decided to warn it. In memory, the deaf roar of the wheels that knocked on the solid ground. They are already coming. At this moment, someone is approaching. As soon as it happens, what is happening here? Its location will be transferred immediately. The young man replied that his ability to show danger is not at all low, and he has repeatedly rescued them in difficult situations. The man stated in confusion that he is not quite clear if the girl is allowed to go with the company. The hero, in response only with a smile, said that he remains to be convinced of this in practice. He suggested split and asked the man to stay still, and he went in the opposite direction. The central facade of the company was distinguished by its grand look. During the use of lightning magic in the air, a strange stream of gray mana flashed. Far before the eyes, a little unusual on the ground. At the foot lay a metal cylinder. The young man appealed to the girl to give him a moment. He noted that the drain looks kind of strange. The girl just shrugged, confessing that she did not know anything about it. For some reason, the company took up a grand project, erection of an extensive network of channels and sewage in the city. The ditch dug extends far beyond their main structure. Fry explained that the reception of the lightning bias gives the ability to rush at incredible speed, like a real lightning. It was thought that if his spell had survived this pipe, she would probably have turned into a real conductor, similar to the power lines, which electricity pours. The ditch extends along the main street leading beyond the city, and also covers the sacred path that guests once arrived in the city. The thin silver haze of mana barely markedly covered this place. Most likely, this man was the right hand of a mythical organization. The real leader will become closer if you first track his associates. The girl is also, and south of the road spread Berg. The quiet knock of the girl sounded in silence when her fist gently touched the wooden surface of the door. The girl said that from the capital came a message from the head of the Guild of Adventurers. The youth hastily reported that the case was urgent. The surprised look of the environment was clear. What could she demand from an ordinary merchant? The man wondered where they got. However, anyone who dares to utter her name at least again will inevitably meet her rage. No obstacle will stand in front of her. Everyone who will interfere will get rid of life. If you come across a look, Reckless Brows can be its next target. Safin is one of the 3 legendary purple demons, the worst enemy of humanity. Something much more scary over us. The boy asked not to scare the kids, and the man only laughed. The guy pleaded not to touch his food, they say. There could be a poison. The man with pain in his voice asked not to break his heart, and asked why to do so. In response, the guy quit reproach. Can you believe the kidnapped? In response, the man denied that the guy understood everything. A completely different person was abducted. It was often used as a servant, but he became a savior. He defended the boy, gave him shelter, provided him with clothes, and generously paid many of his needs. The guy confessed that he actually only woven lies and invented all these stories about the girl. Sadness has permeated his words. It is unlikely to be able to find common ground. The man addressed the girl with the question. Bardonets, it turns out, do not forgive even the sincere apology for their mistakes. The girl replied that now everything is fine. The young man asked her not to succumb to his bribery. The previously voiced thought was indisputable. A common threat makes them holding together, so fleeing the group is the only reasonable way out. Asks to leave worry about the city, at least for a while, and move north. The man stated that he wanted to return this thing to the girl. Without much mascot, it is impossible to see other people's names. Surprisingly, the guy engulfed when he learned that it was a title, and that she really had a similar distinction. The voice of the man was eagerly. When the waiting would finally end, he wrapped up with a question for the woman. Not to understand why suddenly some worthless merchants like it began to ask for personal meetings with them. Despite his harsh reproaches, it remained indisputable. It was she who continued to be the face of the family. They warned the next outbreak of anger. It is inappropriate to arrange hysterics now. By this point, he should already guess why he was recalled. Even if everything happened differently, after all, I would still have to meet at the negotiation table. This conversation touched the topic of 3 creams and the evil ones that are related to them. The girl quietly noticed that they did not change at all, and added that they hope they didn't have to wait for her too long. Her intention is obvious, to gain absolute power over Berg. At the meeting, the alarming news made all the attention. one of the three large purple disasters approached the coast. His intentions remained a secret for all. If the motion plane ran from the north, this danger will first reach the city. The city lay dilapidated. The residents came to the news from the Adventurers Guild. According to recent reports, almost all the soldiers were in that battle. The main target for her was the leading merchant of the company, along with a whole rope of his subordinates. Known to the whole city of a merchant whose affairs were raging simply in the heart of the metropolis. He was able to capture a monopoly by his skills and influence, complicating the trade of servants in the surrounding areas, including Berg. His activity remained under constant and close supervision. This mission was likely to be the cause of all problems. The enemy label became entrenched after Safina agreed to defeat underground traders and release enslaved servants. Her name was already rumored, a girl with a weird reputation, who, despite hermit status and red marker in the lists of guild, took new tasks without fear. All she should have to go to Berg, and the ruins themselves will remain from this place. Must act immediately. The difficult situation squeezed them in the vice, and time is relentlessly floating. Almost all experienced fighters have already dropped out of order, and it is unknown when they can return them to the battle. The man disrespectfully stated that they were only showers, and advised to use his outstanding skills where people really need it. He was told, if his opinion, then let him call the Holy Knights to curb her. He just quit the offensive remark, they say. It is not necessary to waste his warriors on some red purpose. More important things are waiting for him. The young man frankly called them fools. The dragon, filled with a passionate determination, was unexpectedly suggested, simply to leave her desire to be unfulfilled. The girl wondered why she avoided her responsibilities. According to colleagues, all the documentation was extremely confusing, and no news since the morning has been received. Despite the importance of her administrative responsibilities, they emphasized the vigilance of those two, above all. The girl suggested that he would not have been easy now. The other proposed to return to work. The man apologized, in a hurry to note that he was in a hurry. He expressed his desire to meet with Guildmist. Assuring that he has not planned to have any meetings, the man shared. He has important information about the three great purple villains. Thinking about the fate of Myriad, he seeks to send a request on their behalf for the complete destruction of Sci-Fine. If the guild is already conducting a similar case, willingly ready to strengthen it financially, so it asks to transmit such information to the leader. The girl explained that they received a completely different task. During emergencies, such as monsters attack, the organization issues special assignments to all adventure seekers. The man insisted that they should rush, because the matter was incredibly important. I immediately wondered what had happened. The young girl confidently reported that the Adventure Guild was tasked with catching members of the legendary company. Turning to her husband, she announced his arrest without hesitation. He accused of insane, could not even remember any crime of the company that would justify such a payment. According to her words, the culprits organized a whole black market for them. The man waved away from her words, calling them a nonsense. All this is quite legal. Even the passes were recently continued. Servants from the black market can only dream of such benefits. Their lives pass in the slum. The same type of service, by the way, does not shun the guild itself. The girl explained that the issues related to prisoners are completely in charge of the trading guild. She noted that the attendees only execute management orders, so the most intelligent, without unnecessary resistance to put up weapons and obey. There was no evidence. No guess could explain why guild made such a first order. However, the picture seemed familiar. This has happened earlier. Not so long ago, a quest appeared on the guild board with a generous reward and promise of glory. It is only necessary to think to whom such an interesting idea was sleeping. The man noted that he has now finally revealed the essence of events, and it seemed extremely interesting to him. 3 powerful blood-red villains are considered to be the most fierce enemies of humanity. The detachments of City Adventure searches daily risk their lives, seeking to destroy these monsters. The question was unexpected. Does not seem a real waste to sacrifice him to save Bear's adventurers. A clear team came from above, to surrender to the enemy from all positions. The effects of lightning strike were still throbbing throughout the body. The idea was involuntarily. It was worth stocking several more potions. New acquaintances began to convince that only a wounded merchant, whom they can overcome them. But the man unexpectedly lifted a thunderstorm around him. According to the woman, annoying posts appeared one by one. It seemed that there would be no end. The woman noted that the inscription was hung on the door. Actually, no shop was working around. She needs to stop knocking on the door. The man asked to buy a couple of elixirs. The carriage of the chief merchant of a huge company rolled to Berg, swinging on the move, and tension prevailed in the air. Talking to Baowu, a sharp merchant dropped his eye on a lazy street. The young man mastered the anxiety. No living soul around. The merchant, with a barely noticeable smile, noted that locals seem to have already learned. Someone of 3 great purple disasters is heading to the city. Suddenly stopping, the horse broke the silence with a loud and alarming rust. Sudden sharp braking causes all 4 children in a carriage to face each other. The situation seems completely unclear to them. No one can understand what is happening. With irritation, the man reproaches the rope for an unexpected stop. He almost flew from the seat. In the meantime, children, comfortable with a rusty hair, which became a soft down pillow for them. Growing out the window, the merchant is interested in the cause of the whole cod. A moment, and a sharp blade fades at the face, forcing him to silence it instantly. At the same time, all lightness disappears, only tense, concentrated seriousness remains. The armed 2 soldiers, waving weapons, are terribly ordered everyone to leave the wagon immediately. Barely participants of the myriad company, together with the children, stepped on the transport as they found themselves in the adventurers' ring. They have already set the swords and spears on them, ready for any danger. 2 men, convinced that the people they surrounded really serve the right company, give the word not harm to anyone. Under one condition, the merchant should go with them. The blonde with the scars that covered the whole face, through the adventures, comparing them with robbers and noticing their lack of hospitality. Meanwhile, the Rivers, fully immersed in the taste of luxurious dishes, remained indifferent to the bonds around. The warrior in the shiny lat is convincingly reassuring the crowd, they say. For a long time ago, the guild proclaimed this mission. The task is clear: to catch members of the legendary company Myriad. All these events are nothing but ordinary execution of the order. The merchant questioned what is being talking about, whether they know about the attack of the Red Name. After these words, the adventure seekers fall out of depressing silence, and their views slide to the ground. Bringing a shirt, the head of a huge corporation suddenly explodes with loud laughter. One of the travelers in surprise raises his eyebrows and states that he sees nothing funny in the situation. The merchant, conveniently settling on the old wooden chest, asks with interest whether the child of the adored dragon belongs to the adventures of A rank A. A surprise was surprised around the carriage. Everyone was shocked from an unexpected question. Everyone realized, Master of Myriad read everything without words, caught every emotion that flashed on their faces. Among the fighters of the trading guild is a brave man who persistently proposes to deal with adventurers. But only he has time to express this idea as the leader strongly cuts down the initiative and orders to stop. The merchant, conveniently crossing his feet, is interested in what reward promised to travelers for the case. His unexpected question is surprising among mercenaries. The Myriad leader captures the heroes by throwing their faces in the face of bribery. Adventurers, he said, do not try to resist, seeking to simply sacrifice it for their own rescue. Only from curiosity does he want to find out what reward will receive for such, in his opinion, a noble business. A gloomy adventurer in brilliant armor with a dangerous smile on his mouth asks the merchant if he wants to express the last request before going into the afterlife. Closing his eyes and illuminating the audience with a friendly smile, the Master of Myriad utters only one word. To restore his honor, the head of the company offers mercenaries a reward that is 100 times the promised guild. Such unpredictable generosity is stunning adventurers. An armed man with an unconcealed doubt on his face asks whether he has decided. It happens to joke at that moment. The merchant assures everyone that the situation is not joking at all. Safina has already staged a pogrom in Rosalik, and will definitely not regret other people's lives, even if they ask for a mercy. However, the Myriad Master is to fight the latter and seeks to fight on his own conditions. That is why he is ready to pay right now. Assessing the level of warriors, the man thinks that the guild is unlikely to offer more than 10,000 stalls. The merchant, without hesitation, promises everyone 1,000,000 stalls. It is only necessary to agree on its conditions. Imagine captured by capture, because this amount is so enormous that it is simply not description. A formidable warrior with black hair rattles a myriad. The desire to end with this balagan overflows it. The name is stunned. The average person does not earn so much and half a life. In addition, to hand over a similar reward to each of the many adventurers who surrounded their team are pure madness. A man with a scar on his face notes that money is really found. The merchant by vocation, he was always fervently interested in values and jewelry. On the faces of the mercenaries, surprised. The news jumped them by suddenly, but hot blood was already blowing in the veins. According to the master of Myriad, for adventure seekers, it has always been an honor and pride to step on the battlefield. All warriors are unlikely to give up the struggle just like that. But the fair words of the merchant were not ignored. No one began denying the words of the leader that they planned to sacrifice Saifi. That is how everything really was. Self-esteem could return just this moment, and along with the profit that exceeds all expectations 100 times. The asking man turned to the adventure seekers, asking if they were all right. The merchant was well aware. In this difficult moment, even the most innocent word can seriously influence all present. Smiling to his ears, he clicked his token briskly and urged everyone to queue. Digital money is an intangible currency stored in a special owner's special token. Like normal currency, it is easy to pay and exchange. The merchants, touching the token of one of the adventurers, gave a clean metal bell. The mercenaries immediately calculated 1,000,000 stalls, and its total achievement reached 1,252,210 stalls. Seeing such a sum, the man, wide open with surprise, exploded with a joyful cry. Squeezing a token in his palms, he exclaimed with delight. The money was really received. The view of the head of a powerful company slid him shrugly, and making sure of the truth of what he said was a question. Why to invent a lie? After that, he carefully listed the audience, trying to make sure that there are 23 mercenaries among them. Proudly lifting her chin, Ruri took a place in the tail of the queue, full of hope also to get her share of money. Waiting for her turn, the girl confidently approached the merchant, stretched out a token and bowed her head in a respectful bow. It was embarrassed by evaluating it, the man surprised how much money could overshadow the human mind. The question came with interest whether Rory was trying to work under his leadership. In response, the girl only nodded silently, confirming her desire. Overlooking the excavator, the man said with a sigh that, unfortunately, he would not be able to hire it. She already belongs to another owner. In addition, the required function is not available for this token. Lowering his head in disappointment, Ruri was silent, but the merchant did not stop. His story lasted on. Master of Myriad wondered if the girl really had a debt to the company Lizardheimer, because the husband needs to talk to their boss, a longtime friend. The bracelet glittered on the heart of the merchant, and it was this ray that immediately fell into the eye. She suggested with interest whether his inventory was stuffed with sweets. The man confirmed it, but added that among all the good were coins. Glava's palm Myriad stretched forward, and at that moment in the girl's hand, coins were shaking, shining like a miniature rain from gold. Rumi broke up in a sincere smile and admired the money. The man with hope expressed his hope for further cooperation. Meanwhile, the girl began to lay out the prey just on the ground and carefully count each trophy. He was approaching the merchant with a difficult step and looked at him carefully, stopping at a short distance. Noticing this, the man asked what the guy was looking for. Full of enthusiasm, Bayao stated that he would also go into battle, as 1,000,000 larks will help them with Vita and Kyle to pay off with debt. The head of many companies with cold confidence explained that the guy had misunderstood everything about his actions. In contrast, this digger really cost the money spent. It was special. The guy's voice broke into a cry. He assured with passion that he was able to fight. The seller just cut off calmly that it cannot be discussed. Baha guessed that the man was mocking to him, calling a barking puppy, which he did not understand in the fight. But unfortunately, these words hit the goal. However, even though it will not be possible to escape the status of catching up anywhere, fate gave him the perfect chance. For a single duel, you can put an end to the debts of the whole team. The guy broke his head, inventing how to persuade the merchant, because eloquence could not shake. Meanwhile, the man thoughtfully stuck on a wooden chest and rubbed the nape of his nape. Crossing his arms on his chest, straightened his back and delved into thinking about what was happening. Focusingly looking at the guy, the head of the organization emphasized, "It is enough to understand the price of money, but experience is still childhood lightness. Is such a young soul capable of leading a real battle?" he asked, not hiding. The confusion from the words of the merchant immediately reflected on the face. The eyes were widely revealed from surprise. The gaze slid towards Ruri, Kayla, and Vita. They carefully listed the coins, and they played joyful smiles on their mouths. Then he squeezed the token left in the hand. With confidence in his voice, he was assured. He will overcome this case without difficulty, only to get a fierce look of the interlocutor. In the smile of Master, Myriad shone something incomprehensibly warm, and the gaze thrown at the guy filled him with hope. The consent was achieved. Their tokens collided, certifying the conclusion of the agreement. A separate episode is devoted to the skill of niece Copate in the preparation of porridge. After all the action, the girl suddenly asks to open her mouth and draw a long sound to taste her dish. Due to the unfavorable circumstances and the difficult situation, Zuguto has picked up the cold, so now it feels extremely bad. The doors with a loud roar were dispersed. It burst into the room, solemnly announcing that she had prepared his porridge. The girl proudly calls her dish Dolban porridge. The young man, without losing curiosity, asks the name, but Ruri confidently confirms, insisting on his choice. The mysteriously raising the eyebrows began to share a legend about a special porridge. Vegetables for her were crushed simply with a shovel, and this miracle was allowed only real diggers. Her words sounded as if she had woven some secret spells into the story. The next moment, the girl noted that the dish was hot, and he had blown on her, and then carefully picked up a spoon a little porridge, lifting her to her mouth to cool with breath. In the design, Toguro watched the joyful Rura without saying a word. Then the digger removed the porridge with a spoon and carefully transferred it to the shovel. Asked the young man to open her mouth, she raised a shovel to him. This caused a loud protest in Suguto. He wondered if it was really necessary to use a shovel. The city of Magicore is divided into two parts, central and external. The main district includes the area that extends to the east, at the foot of the mountain raster, and near the mysterious Cave of Magic. In the west, the remote external sector is stretched behind the big river. Due to the fact that the sacred path goes through the outskirts, it is often possible to see merchants who hunt for valuable ores. Usually in such places life has always been erupted, and a lively atmosphere prevailed. But now, after the news of the invasion of the beloved child of the dragon, the complete silence and desolation unexpectedly reigned on these lands. In addition to one scene where Bay angrily led to the head of the company Myriad, demanding to release him, Vita and Kyle, and swore immediately to pay all their debt. 1,000,000 larks are already in the account of the guy, and in the meantime, Vita and Kyle are playing carelessly. The merchant assures that as soon as the battle is over, everything will be done. Outraged Bayou, why you can't do this now? Because the semi-wagon is ready for battle. The man answers calmly. The guy can disappoint him, and then he will have to deal with a completely different story. Having held his hand on the chin, the head of Myriad thoughtfully weighs. The frozen assets that BIO possesses is absolutely useless because they can only be used by the owner. Thinking, the man suddenly promises the boy not only a few coins, but also free access to any shop in the city. Bia, confused, accepts gifted money, still trying to understand what it means. Realizing what is happening, he immediately tries to deny. They say that he did not intend to buy any purchases. It is at this moment that one of the guards distracts the master, asking for further instructions. The oppressing asks, in the opinion of the boss, they can defeat one of the 3 red names. The merchant only sighs and recognizes that there is no chance in such a situation. After all, among his mercenaries, only the adventurers of the ranks of D and E. Reflecting on, he expresses confidence. It is time to move to Berg to get the support of the strongest adventurers and try to drag them to your side. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries interrupts him, voicing his doubts and insisting that such an idea is simply impossible. All because the strongest adventurers are now concentrated in the dungeon of magic, or in a cave. The merchant with a non-understanding person looks at the man, and then translates the look on Roar. I wonder why all this, because this underground trap has already overcome. Casting, Digger silently goes to the store with fruits and vegetables. He throws a confident look at the coin in his hand, squeezes her as if holding her own determination, and directs his eyes to the door. Twice knocking on the door, the girl hopes to get around something delicious. Silence reigns in the hall when all those present are chained to this picture. The traveler finally violates the tense silence, confirming the words of the shopkeeper, and at the same time shares the important news. The troubles began after the unexpected mutations of the dungeons that arose immediately after its submission. The maze began to change its own structure. The phenomenon of the dungeon mutation happens extremely rarely, but when it happens, it is the inside of the maze that changes beyond recognition. The scale of the change can fluctuate. Sometimes unfamiliar monsters or the interweaving of the aisles, and sometimes the fortune of the dungeon completely overcome the test layers, creating new, unprecedented difficulties. Without stopping for the half word, the stranger continued the story, reporting numerous workers. From now on, the stairs leading to a mysterious level appeared exactly where the trap called Garbage Pit earlier. The new floor of the dungeon promised to become a real treasure. Those who find themselves there are dreaming of crashing in countless chests and rare artifacts. That is why famous adventure seekers came up there. The merchant listened carefully to the story of the interlocutor, allowing each word to sprout reflections in his head. When changing the boxes with goods, the greengrocer Relado vegetable worker was thinking aloud. It seems to be temporarily closing the store. Raising and leaning his hands on his sides, he wondered, merchants left these quarters for a long time, and how much work has been invested in their own store. He did not want to retreat because he devoted more than half a life to this case. No matter who considered him vegetables pathetic, he was stubbornly on his own and not gathering conviction. The man approached one of the boxes, took into his hands a juicy fruit, and said that now was the time of vegetables and fruits. Suddenly a knock came up at the door, causing the seller to see who came. The look at the door suggested that this is someone's joke. At such a late time there was definitely no guests. Carefully stuck to the door and plowed them timidly, the man looked out, making sure that there was no soul left on the street. Suddenly the tiny palm clung to his clothes and pulled it easily down, trying to attract the seller's attention. With eyes full of care, Ruri lingered in a fixed silence, studying his face in anticipation of any answer. Only one word broke out of the girl's mouth, and it immediately stunned the merchant, because this status of the baby embarrassed him so much that he did not immediately realize. The child really wants to buy vegetables. Ruri reached out to her husband a coin, informing her desire to buy vegetables, the more surprised by the seller. The big gold coin, which glittered with his hand, could replace the whole fortune. 100,000 stalls. For comparison, the bag of dried fruits cost only 100. The question was a little embarrassed whether the girl asked the owner's permission from the owner, to which she only silently swept her head. The merchant breathed a breath, apologizing that he could not sell anything. Ruri inflated his cheeks, ridiculously ringing from disappointment, making her a man turn back from awkwardness. No matter what, the girl confidently left on her and moved to Baja, grabbed him firmly for her clothes, and led it straight to the merchant. It was a lot of surprise, as there were 3 more children. Meanwhile, the guy, confused and horrified, shouted, trying to find out where they were led. With the passion of the professor, Ruri went to read the guys a lecture on the benefits of vegetables and fruits for health. This time, Vita with Kale was carefully caught every word until the merchant with Bay was watched with her slight awkwardness. With a sad but extremely sweet expression, the girl convincingly said that children will surely feel better if they taste these delicacies. Looking with the delight of Mornab and carefully holding it in the palms, Vita and Kyle handed over the desired semi-warrior thing. He, a little confused, viewed it without hiding embarrassment. Hearing Baja's offer to treat Ruri to buy something, the kids did not stay with joy and circled in a fun dance, and the moved vegetable seller with pleasure watched this warm scene. Noticing the permission of the boys to buy, the seller could not hide the surprise. What unusual children are in front of him? However, a woman, wife of a shopkeeper, was prevented by reflection. She suggested that the children give everything they want, because the product will go to the trash. The man immediately supported the idea. The bright red milled tomatoes were gently cut into slices, so children could eat them faster. For greater taste, the pieces were generously sprinkled with aromatic spices. Fascinated with the look, several merchants admired a toddler, who tasted treats with unspeakable joy, gently stringing them on thin wooden skewers. The imagination of Silenziak drew this event with a fabulous, as bizarre as the appearance of one of the 3 majestic purple monsters in their city. Meanwhile, the leader of the mighty corporation reflected aloud. Even when turning to the guild, they will not succeed. The sudden outbreak in the sky made everyone alert, in the height of the silhouette, which rapidly approaching the adventurers and employees of the company. All, the guard, the mercenaries, and the leader, simultaneously translate the views on the mysterious object. With a loud roar, the armored body fell hard to the ground. In the first moments, it lost human traits and resembled a giant Tharpade drop, all through a puddle that instantly spilled and shakes red splashes. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, and everyone around the frozen, stunned by the horror of what they saw. From a creature that was already difficult to call a man with a loud metal bell, something bounced just in front of the feet of one of the brave men. A mysterious object was difficult. Having stretched the trembling fingers, without deciding to turn off the alarm, the adventurer carefully reached for a certificate that belonged to the one who diversed directly from heaven. Lifting a token, the mercenary saw his name. Caddy. 30 cold fingers of fear went through his soul. His eyes did not break away from a strange find. At the request of the leader Amiri, the mercenary replied without hesitation. The name engraved on a metal plate belonged to the adventurer of the C rank. This personality is likely to be one of the most powerful among all who went hunting on the guild. The body of this man was found on the west side. Apparently, someone lifted him high in the air so that the body flew a long distance, even from the main street, from where the mercenaries were moving. Now, crushed to the ground, it remained only a terrible pile of meat and a puddle of thick, dark red liquid. The embodiment of death, Safin, a favorite of the dragon, is already approaching them. The guards standing at the head of the dull set froze with horror. Blossomed with panic, they fell to a cry, shouting to their owner about salvation. Instead, a smile broke up on the man's face. Breaking out of the wooden chest, on which he stayed all this time, suddenly lined up in his palm and confidently assured the audience, Safin would be defeated. Leave panic away. Among the adventurers, a desperate exclamation was heard. Now they were not destined to win, no matter how shy it was as a shame. However, the merchant only asked coldly who allowed him to give up his debt. At the same time, he added the caveat. His words should not be perceived false, because he does not call for careless actions at this moment. The merchant confidently pointed his hand at sharp stone spears and ordered everyone to retreat. One thing alone is enough to understand. The essence of a man in the name of Myriad is a warrior in the very core of the word. Despite the impression of an inexperienced soldier with a small, barely ambiguous level, this guy suddenly resorted to an unexpected, even bizarre reception. Watching the newly made adventurers choose the path of a sword or sorcerer, the video game atmosphere is involuntarily mentioned, which has offered their own role to achieve superiority. In the end, the adventure seeker bows to the best choice for himself to get the desired faster. The real power has always been attracted to the mixture, and therefore chose the path of the merchant, because it was this profession that considered the most powerful among all. The equestrian crew was confidently rolled by the central streets of the magical city of Berg, and a dense detachment of 24 mercenaries was strictly moving around him. Suddenly, something heavy with a roar struck on the roof of the carriage. It stunned both passengers and those who were outside, because before that the journey seemed extremely calm and safe. Through the window, Lanzo looked at the passengers carefully, noting how lively inside. Myriad exclaimed that that man had already arrived. The leader just smiled, not at all surprised by this news. Joy prevailed in his look. The children, noticing such an unexpected guest, were confused with surprise. In a cloak that was blunting under the gusts of wind, a mysterious man was still holding on to a carriage without dare to sit inward. Finding confidence, he stated that Berg had reached much earlier than the head of a militia. However, the events unfolded quite differently than the traveler was expecting. Lana recalls how he went to the magic shop after visiting the guild. The search for a healing potion capable of regaining power has come here. The old saleswoman, tight with eternal wisdom, glanced at the boy and grumbled that the tasks from myriad companies or guilds bypassed her little. All those assignments are exclusively distinguished by adventurers. The merchant wondered if she was like one of the adventurers. In response, neglect broke out in her gaze. Turning to Myriad, Lanza added that he was rescued by a good old woman. Much more concerns the current state of affairs. After voicing his thoughts, he hears only the question of the leader. What is wrong? Surprised by pointing on the Ruri, Lanza asks why she was here and why she was taken with her. At that moment, the girl, breaking away from her delicacies, shifts his gaze on him. The merchant, in response, assured that he hired Digger in vain. Her abilities are invaluable on the road. In a serious tone, the girl with the horns confirmed his words and named her name. Ruri, with a confident smile, threw that the victory would be behind them. The girl jokingly wielded a vegetable in the form of a stick, which was about to taste, and instantly turned a piece of goodies into an imaginary sword. Workshops were very reminiscent of fencing, which caused an interested look in Lanzo. He closely followed the improvised match without saying a single word. Upon completion of the speech, the man in the cloak called the leader on the roof to place all the dots above "and." The proposal was quite pleased with Myriad, because he was courty to talk about something important. Having climbed on the roof of the carriage, the first broke Lanza's in silence. He was interested in whether the leader in the task of the guild received, and why a whole crowd of mercenaries rushed before them. Based on the railing, Myriad with a smile explained. All these soldiers are now allies, because everyone paid 1,000,000 stalls. The magician heard so struck that he was already surprised. On the roof, the conversation lasted. And finally, Master of Myriad dared to voice a question that for a long time did not give him rest. One thing was embarrassed. Did Lanzan be aware that the excavator he had snatched actually belonged to Lee Samar? In the cloak, the stranger confirmed the assumption, sincerely acknowledging, "The reason is his distrust of the Elfian." It seemed too secretive, and this did not cause any sympathy. In Bears, there was a constant shortage of labor for the extraction of magic ore. Lisa Hammer has often been looking for miners, but the new boss was somehow strange. There were always questions with him. In addition to confusing circumstances, Myriad nourishes a thirst for knowing the mysteries of lanes. Usually the owner skillfully covers his business with a convenient excuse, convincing others, acting for noble motives. For the sake of the safety of children, they say, others are also able to help. But, turning to a mysterious man in the cloak, the manager wants to find out, did he really acted honestly and openly, not hiding anything really important? Silent Lana holds his tongue, but in memory the minutes of when you, Kyle, and Vita seemed so defenseless. Without tired, Mary talked about the wilds, a place that became a refuge for those who died underground and did not have any toque. It is simply impossible to call this place suitable for life. Despite the horrific conditions, the stranger in the cloak still found children there and passed them into reliable hands for care. The chief immediately designed all the necessary papers, officially promising proper care and safe shelter. However, even such formalities do not change the true essence of the business of the measure. Everything remains here. He is well known, and this situation does not cause any pity. He uses any opportunity to benefit without hesitation. The leader is convinced Lons is a person of completely different hardening. The man in the cloak stands in silent obedience without deciding to deny a single word, because everything is said. Pure truth. In the opinion of the teacher grows the belief. As soon as everyone turns intact, the magic should definitely return to the adventure life. The guys took the sides, and a few moments in the air reigned in the air before the answer sounded. Myriad, as always, was only interested in what he wanted. The head of the company, meanwhile, asked if he had to behave more modestly. Despite its difficult circumstances, lightness and tranquility radiated from his posture. Designed for a moment, the master shared the details of his plan. To defeat the Red Mercenary, he decided to go to the magical Ori caves and hire the most famous adventurers there. Each rank had a considerable price. For the adventurer, he gave 5,000,000 stalls, B rank valued in 10 million, and unsurpassed aces as much as 100 million. With such a generous remuneration, it is unlikely that anyone will give up the agreement. They barely announced the calculations. Lanza escaped. Sincere surprise did not allow to hide emotions. Such costs could well destroy the company, if the Myriad continues to control so recklessly. His words sounded rigidly, but a true alarm was strictly about the owner's decision. Instead of answering the question, the mentor was quietly interested. What will happen if you manage to defeat all 3 great purple demons, the most powerful in the world? The vicious look rested in the subordinate. The chin was comfortable on the woven hands, the bright shine in the eyes and a creepy smile even more thirst for accomplishments. The desire to be the best rod inside, and right now is the perfect time for a decisive step. To lose this opportunity would be a true crime against yourself. The cart rolled forward, and the mercenaries who harmoniously surrounded him were hardly lagging behind, moving his feet with the chariot. At the door of the crew, ready, stood the younger brother Belos, watching closely around everything, so that in the event of danger to instantly stand up for the defense of the conductor and the rest of the satellites. When the carriage raced next to the clock tower, a mysterious figure appeared on her top. At the mighty bell, the silhouette frozen in tension, exactly a hunter who waits for the right moment. The guardian look of the guard immediately grabbed this scene. He was interested in a long hair played in the whirlwind of the wind. At the very top of the tower, holding only one hand, the girl frozen in anticipation. The lonely high wall opened a fascinating landscape, allowing you to watch everything around. The child, the favorite of the dragon himself, felt with confidence her prey was about to appear on the horizon. A little more patience remained, and the desired moment will come. Hardly noticing the carriage, the fingers clearer on the stone pillar. The material could not stand the frantic force. A sharp crack came. one of the three large purple demons broke away from the stone support. The pupils narrowed, and the gaze turned into a predatory, similar to a frozen score of a snake or dragon that waits a moment to attack. Bellemus's younger brother only had to shout a warning for unsuspecting passengers, breastfeeding, closing the entrance to the crew. Suddenly, some unknown thing flew into a carriage with a frantic speed. The rapid course of events knocked everyone out of the track, and only the older brother of Balanix, Alanza, who was jokingly called by a novelty, managed to put in time. Only 3 watched this lightning case. There was a small item behind the company that broke into the company with a frantic speed. The younger of Bellemus brothers instantly put his left hand, trying to protect the owner and satellites, but at the cost of a horrible loss. The limb was removed. The shell with the echo of the ricochet, partially laying the roof of the crew. Amazed by the rapid ruins and the bloody red name, the Lancille is numb. Among the wreckage lay a regular stone. This discovery made the man get lost. A girl with crossed hands cast a sharp, almost predatory look at people. Assessing the situation, she noted that she had already appeared. Ruri, the leader in Lanska, turned her eyesight to the tower, preparing for the future fight. After recent events, panic rose among the mercenaries. They announced everyone around them that the most expensive creation of the dragon was already in this place. Someone of the carriers of the red name watched the events, without reducing his eyes from the cart and the destruction that remained behind him. Noticing that her attack did not stop this crowd, the girl pulled her hands into the same column from which the stone had just been broken. With one rapid movement, the girl pulled out a large piece from the structure. With such a perseverance, as if it were intended to be completed. Mierde, watching the events, gestured his warriors to disappear. Meanwhile, Safine has been throwing the column to the target. The older brother Balanis managed to impose a stone wall, raising a powerful magical shield from the depths of the earth. Lanza also secured the defense, calling for a thick dirt. The magicians acted almost the same moment. With a deafening roar, the massive projectile crashed into defense. The stone cliff scattered the fragments just under the wheels of the cart, but the structure has not yet begun to collapse. The instant reaction of the driver allowed the crew to turn sharply into the nearest lane, so everyone remained intact. The mercenaries rushed forward, and the warrior in the armor gesture indicated the master of the myriad. They advised to make a magical Orkava through the allies, so safer. The earth shuddered under his feet, causing a serious look in doubt, whether he will withstand this test. The magician cautiously got out of the carriage, getting into the stranger standing nearby. The piercing look of a man with scars on his face was in a partner. The master voiced his question, whether the Loza was able to restrain a devoted dragon child to escape and gain even more power. Such an unexpected proposal stunned the man. His lips spontaneously spread and surprise flashed on his face. The imagination of the young man, the face of which is covered with bruises and burns, and on the mouth, despite everything, a smile blooms. With a smile on his mouth, Lanza assured Myriad that he would certainly become the strongest, and called not to delay. A self-confident smile appeared on the face of the head of the company. The respectable master addressed the digging, announcing, "It came to her starry time." The girl, standing by the cart, firmly clapped his fists. The easy movement of the eyebrows and the surprise of the mouth eloquently gave her unexpected admiration. Myriad cast her gaze on Bayer and announced that the boy was also destined to stay here. The wool on the back of the semi-warrior instantly stirred with surprise and anxiety. It was at this moment that the older brother Bellois confidently grabbed Vita and Kyle's hands. The leader looked at the trio and firmly stated that he was taking the two with him. And in the shadow, behind all, the younger Bellois wrapped his left hand with a rope and carefully irrigated it with some potion. The toddlers who were taken away by a chunky man were tears and begged for help, through the sobbing of a brother, who was only helplessly watched by fear of everyone, trembling with horror. He nodded in a good way because he understood. It would be safer for guys. The anxiety gravitated on her heart. Vita and Kyle were the closest, the family he sought to protect. The incited adventurers of adventure, the master was already going to move on, as Mirad, despite his hurry, turned to Lana with a request to give him the same cherished sign. Metal tokens touched each other. The operation was successful. The funds were transferred. Sincerely surprised, the wizard wondered what prompted the leader to give him such a large sum of money. The short order of the master to hire the Emperor of the Ominous Eye. He sounded clearly and without delay. The speech lasted, and the tension in his view testified. Only a hint is enough. and he would break out of place without hesitation. The news came from travelers. The magic cave was already conquered with the digger. The inner sense suggests that this guy will certainly appear in the battlefield. The scream of Lances came after the man, urging to stop because he went too far. However, the leader only turned out to be a smile and did not lower the pace, throwing over the shoulder that relied on the skill of the magician. A desperate girl flashed rapidly with the roofs of the city, smartly jumping from the house to the house until she finally reached the dreamy destination. The short look slid on passers by moving the street among the stone buildings. Lanza, Ruri, and Bio, holding his breath, waited for the beloved baby of the dragon. The passion in their eyes only emphasized how much they sought the beginning of the battle. Their fists were already firmly compressed in the anticipation of the coming battle. On the faces of the three fighters, different feelings flashed. The digger seemed calmer than others, even a little frosty. The magicianly studied the enemy's gaze. The guy barely held back the trembling with fear, headed by a cold sweat. The girl squeezed a tiny pocket clock in her hand, raising it in the direction of opponents. From Lonzo departed a magical trace, similar to a smoky cloud that stretched behind him. Sufin clearly watched this amazing Manu. Previously, it seemed a mystery how this girl was looking for them at such an incredible speed, and now all the puzzles were together. A charming artifact, known as Neon, served as an invisible ally. If the girl was hunting for him, not a myriad, the artifact's action would be limited to tracking blood or victim mana. Posting his finger on Safin, Lanza did not interrupt the flow of his thoughts. Reflecting aloud, he voiced, "He once thought that a real power belonged to exclusively great soldiers. But now it was hard to find out if the girl's true power is in magic." Her cheeky restraint could not be called a game. The carrier of the bloody name listened carefully in the course of the conversation. An attempt to tie a conversation to win time was in vain. The girl did not move out of place. Instead, the man wondered if she came to ask where Milad was now. The Sufini's gaze remained unmoved. The dragon's favorite calmly reported that everything was fine, and this news was not a surprise for her. The girl turned her eyes to the lane, where the leader and mercenaries had just disappeared. The realization that one of the three most terrible bloody villains solved everything pierced Lanza with cold anxiety. It was at this moment that Vayue appeared from the side and pushed the Maga's shoulder suddenly, clutching his dangerous thoughts. Fear jumped the boy, his hands trembled, and drops of sweat appeared at the head. The confusion did not allow to act, although the desire to help torn outside. The magician's gaze stopped on a semi-curvet was mentioned, as Myriad emphasized that any means should be used. Whether such a huge difference in their approaches, the magician thought. Suddenly, an unusual idea broke out in his head. The admiration of the UA went into a real surprise. The jaw inadvertently dropped as Lanza strongly grabbed the boy for his clothes and stated that he needed this small, literally, for a minute. The man swung his hand, as if something was about to throw something, but it was only more embarrassed by the boy. The semi-wagon was howled loudly when the sorcerer threw it into the air with one hand. Safino's gaze slid interest in the boy, for a moment, distracted from everything around. Turned to the smallest action of Lanai did not leave a place to be accidental. At a well-chosen moment, he directed a magical outbreak of thunderstorms on the girl. Lightning magic is familiar with a speedy speed, which almost guarantees an enemy. However, it is extremely difficult to direct the created category. Even the sorcerer himself is not able to predict the trajectory of his movement. That is why it is necessary to calculate in advance the route that moves the target. Bypassing the girl with a circle and distracting the opponent with the help of a guy, a delicious magician insidiously caused lightning at her behind her back, in the dead zone of her view. Confidence in her own plan holding it on her shoulders. Lightning flew straight into the back of Safin, almost touching her body. Safin froze with surprise, feeling something unusual. It seemed as if the invisible and enormous force, gripping and protecting the loved baby of the dragon, destroyed lightning, wiped it from the sky. With a shout covered by horror, Bio rushed to the girl. The Safina's gaze glittered with disdain. She repelled a living projectile that rapidly racing in her direction. The boy's eyelids closed, preparing for unbearable pain. The sorcerer was convinced that no living soul would withstand this blow, because his attack was ruthless and insurmountable. At least it was before. Suddenly, something soft passed between you, stopping a red figure struck for a moment to touch. The brave impulse of Ruri pushed the boy, saving it from possible harm. The girl, stunned by an unexpected bias, was surprised to look at the children. She did not predict such agility. Together with the boy, the excavator screwed down. Half-mounted from the impact, he was powerlessly spread out and neglect was moving, without having come to his senses. With one sharp look, gifting the dragon, Ruri immediately grabbed her favorite shovel and froze in a spectacular, confident pose. Directing the weapon on Safin, the girl accused her of bad intentions because she threw a stone in them. Further, she directed the shovel on the lunch, strictly stating that he also did not avoid the label of the villain because he allowed himself to offend you. In the look of the magician, the understanding was about that he was about to be the reference of the true meaning of everything that was happening around. And without agreement, he stopped for half a word. The carriage of Tsuguto stopped right at the Berg gate, Kucher warned. Then the road was closed, as one of the 3 large purple monsees could appear in the city. The guy nodded in response, they say. He understood everything, and was about to go on his own. Like, on foot apparently, you can get faster. Segudo puts the shirt sleeve, preparing for decisive action. Reflecting this on his face, in his thoughts, the young man noted that the muscles really increased significantly since he got into this world. However, to the level of men who were nearby, he was still far away. In the imagination of the boys, a picture came. They appeared powerful, like a rock, cut out of muscles, and on the wide shoulders proudly rested the girl swirl Ruri. She was calling her defender to fight with someone. However, in the soul of the boys there was a grain of doubt. Would there be at least one brave man who would dare to steal Ruri if they looked like that? While looking to the consulting center, Suguta tried to ask Agatha about it, but the hostess stubbornly insisted that he was not working at all in the center, but at the magical artifacts store. Nevertheless, she did not hurry to answer directly. She only hinted at the similarity of thoughts with the seeker, sighing dissatisfied. Agatha with a smile told the boy that the girl had already visited today and asked the same. Ruri did not think whether this woman had an elixir who gave muscle. In her own imagination, she drew herself a huge, powerful woman with horns, who loudly declares her steepness, is not afraid to be stolen, and is able to protect her own. The outbreak in the memory of the boy came out a picture. Recently the sheep was constantly waving a shovel in front of him. The young researcher immediately tried to guess what a gesture lies. Agatha explained, nothing special, only muscle exercises. In addition, she advised, if you want to become stronger, treat with the ruse, because it is not special tinctures for strengthening the body. Uturta on a shovel, Ruri pointed to the lunch and Safin and called them a few wicked people with reproach. The cold look of the magician watched the events closely. The seriousness was read in every movement. The motionless confidence glowed in the eyes of the digger, and the Bahat, confused and puzzled by the situation, remained on the ground, reclining, climbing only on his hands. The unbreakable as a statue, Safin solemnly said the threatening phrase warning, everyone who dared to intercede her way will have to face her strength. In a moment, the place was emptied. Its silhouette rolled in the dark, disappearing without a trace. The events were gaining momentum. The realization that such a person was doomed to death did not let him go. The continuation of the phrase died on the lips, but it was not enough to say. The girl rushed to the lunch, but the man was ahead of her. She had time to send a spell that shot the room with a lightning flash and made him invisible. A powerful blow to the safing into the belly of the magician seemed to split it in half. But in a moment, both halves merged, illuminating everything around the bright light. An unexpected spectacle for a moment knocked down a girl from the panther. The spell instantly turns the human body into a lightning, and at this moment, Lanza managed to take advantage of it. One of the 3 large purple demons directed at him, in which she flashed a clear confusion. Suddenly, taking a moment when the girl lost his vigilance, the Ruri squeezed behind and swung her shovel. However, the opponent rapidly rushed down and cleverly evaded the impact. Incredibly impressed, Lanza was surprised. How Safina manages to make it, because Digger fired from an unseen ambush. The first thought flashed in her head. Does the girl hide some other couple of eyes on the nape of her neck? When the owner of the red name cleverly evaded, the magician paused, choosing the perfect moment. Everything decided the moment. The most vulnerable was the area of the girl's abdomen. Without hesitation, the magician struck his foot with all his strength. Safin did not even have time to understand what was happening. There was simply no time for the reaction. It was thrown directly into the wall of the adjacent building, and the shelves of the bazaar were scattered around. The whole roar came to the whole district. Feeling relieved because physical blows were produced, the magician tried to repel the rival, but suddenly a figure appeared in the field of view on the opposite side. Something was rapidly approaching him. The shovel in the hands of Ruri flew into the air and dropped directly to the man. Indignation from his actions did not give her rest. The desire to protect the bio was stronger than fear. The noise on the part of the lawn, which was crying, tried to stop the girl, only came to her. And Digger was already ready to strike, again and again calling her husband a scoundrel. The magician grabbed a shovel with one hand and the other rose to the sky. The rage raged inside her. She struggled and beat blindly, trying to force her husband to lower the girl to the ground. Meanwhile, the man did not leave attempts to bring her back, relating that the orders did not work, because only a child was in front of him. Lanza eventually made a decision. First, it is worth apologizing and reassuring the girl. Ruri's voice was confident. Let him first apologize to Bear, because in his own words he truly offended him. Turning to the guy, the sorcerer exclaimed for his uncommon act. What he pushed him away. For a half-war, this behavior was a complete surprise, lifting a wave of surprise in it. The rapid determination in Digger's eyes changed to peace. He warned the man not to repeat the mistake. Carefully put the rivers on the ground, it watches how the girl, comfortably on her knees, satisfied her forgiveness, supporting her decision with a short but confident nod. The young man was unfortunately insisted. If Suguto saw this photo, his rage would reach unprecedented heights. Lanza, sniffing her words, wondered who exactly was talking about. He thought in his head, he probably refers to the Emperor of the Evil Eye. Without waving his hand on his remark, Ruri confidently stated that if Sugito was near, they would be an indomitable force together. After all, it was she who trusted his back in battle. Unfortunately, he was not next to her today. From the side of the trading jacket suddenly jumped by Siphon. She quickly shook the dust and flour in which she found herself, and no scratch spoiled her perfect appearance. The magician on the other side was already realized. To harm this girl could not be for him. Whatever convincing words they sound from the mouth of the Ruri, the secret of the Emperor of the Ominous Eye for the man remained unsolved. Armed with a shovel, the support of this girl and her title, in the soul-burned confidence together, they have the strength to defeat any enemy. Lana, contacting a girl named Digger, asked her a question. He was interested in whether she could again show the power of her title, because it was thanks to her that was then managed to get out of the dungeon. Rory, confused by meeting this look, only asked what she was talking about. Lanzas remembered the moment when she spread the door to the dungeon to the priests. In a moment, the eyes of the Ruri shone with a genuine passion, and the flames of enthusiasm flared inside. It was at this moment that it finally came. This is the true power of her title. The girl, wishing to see her suspicion, tried to drive a shovel into a stone surface under her feet. The blade easily went inside, not meeting any resistance. Major's face was determined. He argued that it was an almost insurmountable power. A truly horrific power. However, now the promises have turned into something truly threatening. Lanza suggested first and foremost to hit Safia. Then the girl should put a point in this duel. There was only one thing interested in. Will she be enough to cope with such a mission? Sweet words about promises, incredible strength and responsibility for the fulfillment of an important mission has strengthened the strings of a Rurine heart. A nice wave of impressions forced her ear vividly. With excitement in her eyes, the girl lifted a shovel up and suggested that she smile with a smile. While the Ruri and Lanza met Safina's gaze, Baha remained a little behind, losing his own thoughts that he had never had to participate in a real battle. Undoubtedly, these three emitted incredible power. Each of them impressed with their power. This time the initiative goes to the characters. The first blow is caused by them. The links urge the power of numerous ones, intensifying themselves comprehensively. Its movements become lightning, the power in legs grows, and the protective barrier envelops the body with a reliable shield. A real adventure seeker, this man developed a unique combat technique. Carefully circling around the enemy, he skillfully shortened the distance and at the same time distracted the enemy, opening his comrades to his blind zone. A moment, and was already side by side with Safa. A glass ampule with potions was mulled from under the cloak, and in a moment she flew right at the enemy. Without thinking, the girl broke the bottle. That's what he counted the sorcerer. On the bandages of her hands there is a strange, unusual liquid. Using tactics, Lanza relied on a surprise and got his advanced tincture. In the bottle there was a poisonous composition, which was almost impossible to defend itself. all he wanted, at least for a moment, to hold the girl. The magician sought to narrow the range of possible actions to open the way to a precision maneuver. Pushing the potion, the girl raised her hand, slightly covering the examination. The man immediately tried to seize the initiative and rushed to the Safina, swinging in order to strike her. The intricate trick was just distracted by the magician. The magician was prepared to attack his leg so that the girl could not dodge. One of the 3 majestic purple zeppelins demonstrated incredible agility, skillfully evading the impact, and another attack was in vain again. With elegant lightness, like a shadow, Safin jumped and evaded every blow without opening protection. Lanza attacked with perseverance again and again, without reducing the pace, seeking at least once to hit or at least knock down a rival from the Pantalik. On the side of their duel, he resembled sophisticated choreography. The movements were intertwined at a frantic pace like a dance of elements. The guy was fascinated by this sight. His mouth opened with surprise, and the face was mixed on the face. Despite the fact that the girl's speed increased, the sorcerer noticed with surprise. She tirelessly evades every continuous fall, as if he were still moving in the perfect rhythm. Still, it was not in his character, because they were counting on such a reaction in their strategy. Waving the right moment, the Lanza said the spell, "Electric Blow," and his feet flashed with dazzling lightning flashes. The unique martial art allowed him to increase the power and speed of impact, exciting the muscles with electrical impulses. The lightning attack not only impressed with instantness, but also could paralyze the enemy with one touch of electrical power. The stroke of the lightning speed that released Lanza was an attempt to break the pace of battle, but the girl again cleverly evaded the attack. In the shadow behind the Safina distinguishes the silhouette of the Ruri. This moment is another conceived element of their plan. Breaking, the girl rode the shovel to the red inscription. The bright sun poured the flock of sheep, and her hair was scattered around her head with a light cloud. Usually, in such a disadvantage, with a raised leg and curved torso, there was almost no chance to evade. But the girls noticed how the Ruri sneaks from the rear, and realized it is only necessary to push away from the ground, and the escape would become quite feasible. The magician decided that the girl was not ordinary at all, so he used the bell, who controlled the shaking. The stone coating under the feet of Safins began to quickly turn into a furnace swamp, depriving it of supports. No solid base under the feet. Now Safina was defenseless, as if trapped. Lanza cherished hope about Ruri. Diggers only to complete his task successfully, and the enemy will be able to neutralize. For Safina, this would mean a clear mat. A few moments needed a shugajing to master yourself before you approach one of the 3 great thieves filled with a bloody red glow. Breasts rose, rising from frequent breathing, and the shirt collar, squatted and perverted, protruding in different directions. In front of him spread a purple puddle that pulled on raw meat, and on his face reflected anxiety. No hint who left this place and what happened here. Going closer and lifting a fragment of metal, the young man carefully examined the token and read the name of the adventurer he belonged. A lightweight sigh of his mouth was not his partner. The door of one of the shops was barely noticeable, and from there the excited man looked out. He stared at the puddle, as if he was afraid to approach her. Huto resolutely approached the merchant and asked loudly if he saw the Pecaron girl. His heart squeezed anxiety abroad, so he wanted to find it as soon as possible. The man wondered if the guy was referring to the girl working in Lisa Gamer. Most recently, she went to his store for vegetables with several boys from Myriad. The shopkeeper faded, was timidly about whether it was a real blood, and at the same time confirmed that one of 3 great purple disasters actually went to Berg, hunting Merida. Hearing these words, Tsugudo immediately rushed. There was not enough time. The guy was racing in front of the wind, despite fatigue. Somewhere there, in a deadly danger, she was waiting for the help of Ruri, and he had anything to become her shield. In the middle of the digger field, she was surprised to look at her shovel. The semi-vower is a widespread mouth, fascinated by watching what is happening. The right foot of the Safins suddenly clamped the newly created flow of fluid. The girl stretched on the ground, firmly squeezing in his hand. She managed to beat the blow. The views of all froze on the blade of the shovel, lying directly on the bandaged palm of the owner of the red name. It seemed incredible. Lances's thought was scattered completely. The amazed sheep could not believe the eyes. The insurmountable force suddenly turned out to be powerless in front of the girl's palm, on which there was no slightest trace. The next moment suddenly sounded in the mind of Safina, and a confident blow she knocked out weapons from her own palm. The instant movement grabbed the Rugri behind her head with one hand, and she was angry with a rustle down, holding the girl firmly and not releasing her for a moment. One of the majestic purple villains repeated this technique several times until a deep dent appeared in the stone. Finally, the girl shook her arms and threw a sheep, leaving her face to the ground. The puddle of thick burgundy blood was quickly blossomed from the head of the Rai. Lana could not believe what he saw. It was outside the possible. The recognition of defeat pressed on the consciousness, forcing it to throw everything and escape. But he had to go, as Safin with determination in his eyes rushed just on her husband. They did not even have time to get closer as the girl's hand like a lightning pushed into the mag's belly, pushing it back. Fortunately, Lanza again managed to evade instantly, using the reception of lightning evasion. Due to this, the body remained intact and the wounds healed rapidly. Light, like wings, Safin's blows threw himself on the opponent. However, the sorcerer was tirelessly evaded as she swept again. The girl was moving rapidly, and her husband did not concede in agility. The adored child of dragons again released a lightning charge, but this time Lanza was late with a spell and did not have time to defend himself. The cloak was trembling in the wind, while a huge torn wound was in the side of the black side, as if someone had pulled a whole piece of meat out of the body. Lanza shake up with cough attacks, and a thick red liquid appeared from the corners of the mouth. Safina, licking her lips, kept a piece of flesh in her palm. The man swayed, lost his resistance, and slowly began to collapse down. A barely noticeable smile flashed on his lips. He hoped that he had cut for a little time. The magician was calm, counting on many opportunities. The body of the man fell on the ground. Safina, like a sufferer, frozen between him and the sheep, lay behind him. Both of blood puddles of blood, neither he nor the other, had already spread out of them. The horror was clinging to Bayer, not even allowing him to move, the fear of all his actions. Feeling his gaze, the girl turned to him. The horror was shining the guy, leaving him no drops of power. The realization that anyone who dares to cross the Safi's way or point her a false path, doomed to death, squeezed her heart with an ice grip. If her look stops on it, Bayer stumbles the same ruthless fate. The face was sweat, and in the eyes an unspeakable fear was frozen. In the memory of the boy broke out the images of Kyle and Vida, friends who were taken away by people of Miri. He just couldn't throw his loved ones. More fear in the heart, the determination to protect his family flared up. It was an inviolable law for him. Bayer's hand confidently reached for a blade that hung on his belt. Quickly, deeper into the city on the trail of Ruri and myriad people, Tsuguto noticed the horrific evidence of a recent battle. His left hand laced near the broken road, wreckage and burned fragments were lying everywhere. Every next step, every new trace of the battle on the way only fueled the alarm in his heart. In the end, the guy stopped. Before the eyes appeared a picture of the battlefield, littered with bodies. Among them were fluffy hair and a recognizable bow. The inviolable figure of the girl was in the despair in Seguto. As at that time, when several adventurers were injured, the guy was full of a splash of rage, painful pity, and unrestrained thirst for revenge. In her gaze, bloody darkness was naked. Horror and unspeakable hatred were concerned on her face. All the inner gave revenge. Returned to his feet, the guy rushed to Ruri with a loud, desperate cry of her name, he hoping that his voice would turn the girl to her senses. The mysterious dimension of time covers the Tsuguto, which sits here, as if completely removed from reality. In his hands, a sheet of schedule, which is barely noticeable. According to the plan, it is now the culinary skill of Rua. Despair covers a girl because of events that unfold in basic history. Leaning, she folds a cake, squeezes her knees to her breast and gently irrigates her palms with tears. In view of the circumstances, the depression has also swept the dawn. But right now the opportunity to thank my grandmother. Any actions seem in vain, they are forced to remain powerless. This time the cooking took place, not Russia. It has passed for a while, and Suguta finally managed to cook the dish. To do this, he took vegetables that resembled tomatoes that had happened before. The moment of cooking remained behind the scenes, no culinary details were shown. Skillfully preparing a simple paste from mornabs, the young man shared the secret of the recipe. First fried the crushed garlic in olive oil, then added crushed mornabs, covered with a lid, and gave to steam. Finally, it combined a fragrant mixture with boiled pasta, and at the exit, he got a refined dish that fascinated with its simplicity and taste. Tsuguto, stamped with a kitchen tatty on a blade, loudly called Ruri for lunch. The girl, hearing the clatter of metal, looked around her shoulder. Meanwhile, the guy, grabbing a different mood, turned around and was thinking of doing something new. Having stretched his hands forward, he shouted loudly, "To call her grandmother!" At the same moment, magical circles flashed on the ground, lit by bright light. From this magical portal, looked around, he slowly emerged, Kupchika Agatha. Great surprise caused the guy's ability to use magic. To explain Suguta, the skills came from experience. The excessive activity of Lana on the battlefield, when she had checked without stopping, annoying too much. It was because of this that the guy decided to master magical art on his own. However, it is only possible to cope with your grandmother's call. Agatha and Ruri were fascinated by a dish cooked by a guy. The dish looked surprisingly appetizing and attractive. Then the guy reported that his grandmother is now a contract with him and would not be able to return until he tasted this paste. Suguta warned. It was not necessary to create such a spooky atmosphere so unexpectedly. Agatha picked up a little dish of the boy on a fork and tasted carefully. Slowly chewing, she confidently said that it would benefit her. The silent grandmother slowly tasted the paste, plunging into the reflection of her taste. The dish was quite suitable for food, although it remained cheesy and a little fresh. In addition, the skin of the monabs, which the boy was lazy to remove, pressed her lips and left unpleasant feeling. Segudo watched the woman carefully, waiting for her reactions. It was too much to hear a verdict about her first standalone dish. Agatha, however, cast a spidlob on the boy without showing any emotion. Commenting on the little one, her grandmother praised the dish, noting that she had a surprisingly good attempt for the first attempt. Especially Ruri, which loves vegetables as the basis of any food, did not restrain her admiration. She solemnly announced that the boy could safely hand over the flower circle, an honorable honor, equivalent to the golden star in the exams. The right advice from Agatha's grandmother, to easily remove the peel from the morn. It is enough to lower the vegetables into hot water for a few minutes. Ruri was charming spaghetti on a fork, Soapy savoring every piece when Tsugudo asked his grandmother to share some interesting story. The guy was very interested in the signs of status and windows with names. Grandma said that if you have this mascot and focus on someone, you will be able to see his window with the name. However, if you will not work between you, only 3 information is accessed through this window. You want to learn more details, you will have to seize another's token and use magic to connect it to yourself. Having received a token for the first time, a person feels like a mana moving from soul to body, freely flows into a new object, enlivening and adjusting it. Focus with the eyelids and straining the facial features. Tao confidently assured that he realized everything. The anxiety abroad completely absorbed the guy without letting you notice anything around. Carefully he handed a sheep spoon in the form of a shovel in addition to the fork. It was easier for her to eat. The grandmother only noted that there was nothing strange here. The bribes in the eyes of Agatha enlightened the surprise when the gaze fell on a window with a name. Her profession changed. The former merchant no longer existed. Now, along with the status, it was quite different. Familiar. Tsuguto. Rui looked at the boy closely and wondered where his share. The guy smiled and admitted that he had completely forgot to cook something for himself. However, just seeing the sheep eagerly taste her dish brings him true joy. The girl was in surprise and, full of determination, took up food in a new way. Finally, after several attempts, the noodles wrapped perfectly around the fork. Bearing a fork to the boy, Sheep offered to taste the dish and noted that joy should be common to everyone. Tsuguto dared to try her portion, and in the meantime, the grandmother watched them carefully, without missing any details. The boy had the idea that Agatha also waited for her to feed her. Despite the objection, the grandmother did not resist. Subsequently, she returned, with an expression of pleasure on her face. When many strayed bodies were spread before his eyes, Tsuguto noticed that 2 purple puddles became a real discovery for him. Seeing the girl, he rushed to her, shouting her name loudly. Sitting nearby, the young man concentrated the state of Ruri. The gaze came to the wound on her head. It was too dangerous to risk and carry a girl. Carefully raising her hand to her face, he caught a slight disturbance of the air. Sheep was still breathing. The worship look of the boy slid around, carefully weighing the situation. They were just on the main street of the central quarter. There was a little left to the ant shop, and therefore it is impossible to delay. It is time to go on the potion. Falling a little farther, the young man noticed another fixed body. This boy Tsuguto has already seen next to the report. There was no longer a life on the street. No one, except for them, remains. So there was a conclusion that Lanza and Ruri decided to arrange a rigid clash here. The heart filled the rage to this man, and the gaze broke out with unrestrained hatred. The window named Major still remained active, which testified, life has not left it yet. Suguto nervously thought that Lanza did not take up Ruri again until the guy is missing. Putting his palm on the sword's hand in the vagina, the guy realized it was he who will have to overcome all the difficulties awaiting ahead. Stripping confidently to the fixed body, the young man cast a quick look at the merchant's face and stretched out his weapon. But the silence suddenly broke someone's approximation. In the dark, the steps of a stranger were clearly heard. Looking back, Suguto met the look of a semi-warrior. Bayu, squeezing a whole handful of elixirs, barely held back tears that swollen in his eyes. When the gaze stopped on the boy, he froze for a moment, as if he grew up. Later the boy ran up to Rura, trying to come to her help. Someone firmly grabbed the guy, trying to understand his actions, but Bailey escaped from the arms and strictly ordered him to release him. One after the other, the potion is covered by the girl's body. Careful movements, no extra drop passed. Empty bottles fly sideways, bouncing from the floor. Watching the guy in turn spends one, then the second and third charming tincture. Suguto kept his breath. A little more time has passed, and finally the sheep moved. Her eyes were filled with life again. With difficulty climbing on their feet, the girl felt near the presence of both young men. One of them approached the sheep, gently took her for the muzzle and looked carefully, convincing that everything was fine with the animal. He shouted in a whole voice, wondered if everything was fine. In response, Ruri calmly muttered that everything was well with her. At the same moment, realizing who was standing in front of her, the girl with a joyful exclamation called the boy's name and enthusiastically put her palm on his knees. The lamb gently hugged Suguto, slightly pushing it with horns. She wondered with interest whether he came to release the girl. The young man cast his gaze toward Bayer and calmly noticed he did not save her. The semi-vower, without holding back tears of joy, looked at them. His ears dropped a little. Ruri sincerely thanked the boy for salvation. The tears shed even more abundant. Bai dropped on his knees, torn from the sobbing. He said bitterly, "They say she is wrong, and the guy is not at all worth her gratitude." Suguto wondered what happened in this place, and the boy had memories of everything that happened after the victory of Safina over the two. The tears themselves rolled on the cheeks without being restrained. Leaving his hands and the arms immersed in the vagina of the sword, Baha looked hard at the body of his fate. One of the three large purple demons was already inevitably heading for him. The boy pierced the boy. His hair became a stroke, and the tail immediately turned a fluffy ball. The dragon's favorite child, without looked up, passed quietly without even touching the guy. On the roadside of her path, he seemed like an ordinary pebble. The girl did not consider him neither the enemy nor a threat. From her point of view, in this world only she existed. The instant opinion flashed in the mind. In this case, Kyle with Vida will remain alone. Baylor wondered if he could just get up and leave, as if nothing had happened. In the imagination of the boy, still the voices of children shouted in despair. In the ears, there was still a painful echo of that terrible separation. Not wanting to drown in the powerless hope for salvation and waste time in inactivity, the guy firmly decided to act. Squeezing his teeth, the half-vower strongly grabbed his weapon from the vagina. In his gaze, full of rage, a hostility broke out to Safina. Seeing this, the girl turned sharply and threw a look at the boy, full of threat, as if she warned, "I did not dare to approach." Under the pressure of the piercing look, the half-wagon was removed. His legs were smiled, and he swayed, hearing heavily on the ground. One of the three gigantic purple monsters on the ground, which divided her and the boy sitting opposite. The dust had fallen out of the raised depression, as if the earth itself began to smoke. The girl warned, as soon as Biaz decided to cross this border, his feet are no longer belonging. At that moment, every guy seemed to be bored. None dared to rush to the help of Kyle and Viti. Fear was shining, forcing him to stand aside, despite understanding the danger that she hanged over his friends. Wishing at least to be useful, he chose another way. He quickly gathered herbs to help. With tears in his eyes, the guy told his story, eagerly seeking to thank Ruri for the boundless support that she repeatedly gave him in the most difficult moments. The names of the children mentioned on the Miria lists were firmly in the memory of Suguto. Listening to the story, the guy thoughtfully considered every word. If the semi-warrior speaks sincerely, all the details coincided with the fact that Suguto knew before. Listening to the story, the girl quickly looked around, looking for a shovel that Safin had previously waved. As it turned out, the tool lay quite close. Armed, the girl began to carefully dig the line drawn by her favorite dragon. Ruri said, "Now B is no longer alone." He managed to save this girl. The work was completed, and a little breathless, the girl leaned on the shovel. Expanding to the semi-warrior, she proudly said that there is now no boundary here. The young man did not look away. Tears were constantly rolling on his cheeks. Hearing the little sheep confirmed the words of B and suggested that Zuga immersed himself in reflection on this idea. For the girl, all this seemed something everyday and frivolous. His gaze dropped down. After thinking, the young man did not even notice how Ruri carefully approached the fixed lanza and poured one of the poles brought by the half-warrior. Soguto's gaze directed to her, and with genuine indignation, he stated that the act is definitely noble, but this man is their enemy. The girl was looking at the boy carefully and thinking. Sitting at the side, the girl did not stop pouring potions. She assured that Lanza promised not to do nothing more evil, so now she seems to have joined them as an ally. Hearing this, the sorcerer opened his eyes. Ruri began to tell the partner about everything that happened, but this truth was stunned. There was no limit to surprise. The guy asked if the girl really agreed to work for Myriad for 1,000,000 stalls. Hearing the claimed answer, the young man delayed the clarification. Whether he was aware of the sheep that the leader of those scoundrels himself is a scoundrel. The girl pushed her cheeks and thoughtfully said that her husband had given her many candy. Maybe he is a really good man. Seguto felt the frost running through his body, and his hair on his head became a stroke. Taking the delicacies from the digger, he began to chew them nervously, and she watched him. Judging by the guy's assumptions, Kyle and Vita were not in any serious danger. With such thoughts, he tried to chew the candy, which he stuffed his mouth. Rui, looking at the empty bags from sweets, breathed upset. However, the mysterious owner of the red name is opposed to them, one of 3 great bloody disasters. Anyone can be a victim by being swallowed without warning. Another moment, and the mood will change, and the defenseless will not remain a trace if he decides to attack the attack. Bai's palm trembled on his chest when he asked bitterly, did he have the right to help at all if he once left these 2 children at the same time? Turning to the half-warrior, the young man wondered if it made sense to regret it now. The young guy directed a careful look at him. The young man finished his opinion, saying that pity came only when too late. Bayer, full of inspiration, looked at his comrades and stepped forward. With his head proudly, he crossed the border outlined by Safa, heading towards Russia and Zuguto. Slowly returning to his senses, Lanza found enough strength to get to his feet. Having collected the remnants of courage, he addressed the Emperor of the Evil Eye with an official request from a crowded union. The magician turned out to be the same F-torn adventure seeker, who was instructed to destroy the favorite child of the dragon. Hearing these words, the young man frozen in place, as if burned with ice. Sharily turning around, he threw an angry look at the lunch and asked if it was a joke. After all, if so, the jokes are very bad. The man demanded explanations. Meanwhile, he pointed his finger on the rough, which had already squeezed in the palms of a shovel and apparently preparing to move. The sorcerer said that the girl owed Lizheimer. The sheep cast an indifferent look at the man. Seguros's consciousness instantly flashed the memories of the terrible elf she had to meet earlier. After jumping from the place, the guy squeezed through his teeth, not wanting to recognize the right of the link, despite the obvious truth. Avoid details is his choice, although it was quite clear to him. This all confusion with one of the 3 large carmine demons and myriad hunting is closely related to underground trade. The probable organizer of the whole case is Lisa Heimer herself. The magician completed his story, adding that, having learned about it, the leader would certainly kill Safin. Tsuguto's face instantly flashed fierce. His features became rigid from anger. A frying voice, almost breaking into a cry, the guy asked in the roar how many lamb was guilty of his master. The girl began to wrap her fingers in a confusion, trying to calculate. After a while the answer came. About 4,300,000 she is to blame. The guy of the numb from herd. Such a crazy sum stunned him to the depths of his soul. The rules strictly forbade the rivers to work anywhere, so there was no opportunity to hunt monsters and grow in power at all. She was waiting for an endless being in the mine. Day by day, underground had to produce ore, doomed to live so much. One day there was an unexpected meeting. A man appeared in front of Ruri, who almost did not understand the laws and customs of this world. The frankness filled her voice when she shared with the segment of a cherished dream, to become a real search for adventure. At heart, the young man believed that dreams could only be disappointed, because fate has done unfairly with them again and again. Decided, he turned to Lancy, accepted her proposal, and promised to destroy one of the 3 large purple demons. After shouting, the young man insisted the payment should be worthy of the case. Without any doubt, he voiced the amount capable of freeing Ruri. Confidence literally shone in his gaze. A light smile shone down the wizard's face. At the same moment, his voice sounded calmly and confidently when he assured the boy in everything. Spot, explained the man, quite seriously, agreed to give him a decent amount. The stretched token in the hand of the magician was an eloquent proposal to conclude an agreement. Adding that the remuneration for this task will reach 10 million stalls, he aroused great interest. Meanwhile, a group has already gathered near the entrance to the magic or magical dungeon. At the head of the detachment was the leader of the myriad, looking carefully at the darkness, where they had to go soon. One of the mercenaries said the leader that after mutation, many adventure seekers rushed to explore new levels. However, in one day it was unrealistic to grasp the whole dungeon. Most preferred to climb the surface again to rest. At the same time, some detachments have already moved inside to turn back their people. The faces of the warriors froze in seriousness when they emphasized, if all the adventurers from Berg came to this place, the total number of people would exceed 1,500. She answered calmly, it was their entire team that he needs to complete the task. The man settled on a chair, as if on a royal throne, a look bold and predatory sliding on all present. The head of the company was about to buy human desires, honor, courage, sought to take possession of every mercenary completely and completely. On the shoulders of the Emperor of the Evil Eye, the lamb safely stood, and behind the Lanza from Boyo. Ruri was worried about whether the boy was fine, and immediately waited for a confident answer. Now he was much better than a girl who lost so much blood. The young man's gaze fell on a man. He was not fully healed. No traces of wounds and torn parts of the body disappeared from his face. Despite this, all his posture felt combat readiness. Stripping forward, the young man was persistently thinking about how great their chances of winning, even if he could get to the cave of the magic aura. Lanza seemed to catch the boy's thoughts, and wondered whether Tsuguto kept a strategy against the owner of the red name. Even the unrestrained force on which the hopes were put on was futile. At the last moment, the Emperor of the Evil Eye returned to the link until Ruri pulled the boy by his ears, showing impatience to go down to the ground. The girl skillfully grabbed the shovel, and in one motion shake her into the nearest boulder. So easily the iron edge cut the stone as if he was from the dough. The young man was noticeable to the naked eye, and at that moment, Sheep was happy that the whole essence was in the power of a real digger. The sorceress was able to get Suffin, but her blow did not leave scratches on the skin of a beloved child of dragons. Bai said with the idea, a shovel is not a weapon. It is just a human tool, so they may not be able to apply any power against humans. Ruri put his cheeks like a kid and hugged her shovel with a clamp, declaring her the best in the world. Seguto listened carefully to the half-warrior, inclining his head and thinking about himself. The sudden idea broke out in the mind of the young man. Going to the nearest tree, the guy asked the girl to hit the trunk. The sheep looked at her companion with interest, full of unspoken questions, but kept silent. She swung her hard, and the shovel with a loud clay bounced from the massive trunk, falling through a metal echo. He was confused from what he saw. His jaw was inadvertently sagging when his gaze slid on the Ruhr. Lana quickly realized, this shovel has no power against living beings, so it is absolutely in vain in battle. Ruri's dreams of adventures were rapidly dissolved in the air. Silently approaching the tree, the girl with a new rage began to dwell on the trunk. Tears gathered in the girl's eyes. Hugging the blades, she sincerely said it was the best thing in the world. The gloomy owner of the Evil Eye put his palm on a tree and forced his gift to penetrate into the trunk. Throwing another look at the tree, he approached the girl and gently ran his hand on her head, trying to reassure. Now it's time to offer her to try again. Tigura was well aware, to cope with Sifin alone. Ruri, despite all her courage, also defeated one of the 3 large purple demons. The girl again rests the shovel into the tree. This time the tool is easily entered into the trunk, as if the tree has opened exactly. There is almost no effort. The guy clicked his fingers, and the tree fell like a rolled one. Lanzan from Bay watched this scene without hiding their genuine surprise. Ruri felt the inspiration again, looking at this result. In unity, a real power was hidden. Together, they are able to overcome any difficulties. With the spark of pride in the eyes of Toguto assured the girl, her shovel is quite capable of becoming the best among all. Numerous adventure seekers have accumulated at the entrance to the Cave of Magical Eagles. Among them were 56 soldiers with rank E, 78 more experienced D wounds, 33 skilled C wounds, and 11 selected B ranga. The warrior with a giant sword confidently gave orders, managing the actions of the detachment. He ordered the enemy to get around the enemy on 3 sides, and the mercenaries of lower rank to switch to support. By this point, 24 people have been. Just during a fierce battle, a desperate K, an adventurer with rank B, casually throws a girl question. Does human blood flow in her veins? Even hunting for a semi-dragon does not seem as difficult to him as what he sees now. The mercenaries raised their weapons against the red name of their victim, Safins, one of the worst dyes. The army did not pose any threat to this girl. She dealt with them with extreme ease. Some people note how the wounds on the girl's body are gradually tightened. The attendees are amazed. Healing without the help of recovery skills seems incredible. Meanwhile, there is anxiety among adventure seekers. Stocks of mana and potions are rapidly melting. Having arrived on the wooden throne, Myriad turned to his younger brother Bellamus, asking if he could return to normal. He, carefully examining the injury, noted that if it was a simple wound, healing was possible. However, the lost is no longer returned. The leader thought about this bitter truth, repeating heard about himself, and soon admitted. Lanza would not be among them again. Still, in the heart of the mentor there was hope that the magician will see him at the zenith of strength. Myriad calmly watched the fuss of mercenaries, making it more convenient, while 2 guards were immobile. They risen to the dungeon, whether it is a magic cave or just caves, a Tsuguto with a girl on her back, and near Bio and Loza. The picture was confused. The eyes of the measure remained the same as in childhood, when the night drunkards from the poor quarter again and again mocked them. The leader paid 10 times more than the incredible attractiveness. But in this forgotten god, where the darkness absorbed everything around, only his look glowed with a living light, and the smile always viewed the predatory boldness. The heroes were rapidly approaching their goal without sparing strength in a feverish hurry. The Dark Emperor with the all-seeing eye involved his powerful ability, trying to determine the location of his favorite dragon child. However, the distance was too large to get any information about the girl's condition. A terrible swirl of magical energy was twisted directly above the girl, tightening her into the heart of the terrible element. On the roof of the building, like a shadow in the evening glow, Safin frozen. Hence the perfect review, and no trifle slipped from her watchful look. The goal remained under reliable control. Rapid, like a predator, the girl rushed to an attack on a man who sat on a wooden throne. As soon as the distance between them began to decline, Extent immediately ordered. Belay and Balanis took Kale and Vita and threw in one of the 3 large bloody monsters in an instant. The surprise of this brutal outburst stunned all the travelers. No one could say the word from shock. Everyone was convinced that Myriad with their own followers intended to cover themselves with children, using them as a living shield. To the general surprise, Safin slowed down the step. Having spread her hands, she skillfully picked up both children by their coats. The surprised travelers froze, not hoping for such an unexpected turn of events. One of the 3 legendary bloody red villains looked at children, which, when she was afraid, did not even dare to cry. He guessed this in advance. One of Safina's incomprehensible habits is to stay in the Adventurers Guild. Despite the bloody red nickname, the girl still does not leave her favorite business. If the girl has not recently received the rank of A, then it is likely to agree to take up the task. The mission sounds as follows. Stop the underground traders and release all their debtors. However, this means that Bao, who married and stayed in the city, has saved his life to his 2 children, just because they still belong to him. This is the real reason why he never gave them freedom. The idea of the leader assumed that Kyle and Vita would become a hidden trump card, because they were still holding Safin with their arms. Immediately after the fight, the owner's guards rushed to the girl, exposing the weapon. The enemy was surrounded from both flanks of this military game. It seemed that the results of this confrontation had already been cut in a stone of fate. The poison is only a drop of this substance is able to overthrow even a giant. Add the pollen of a 100-year-old barbaric flower to it, which blooms once every 100 years, and paralyzes it to the heart. To get these components is a real test, so both ingredients have become a valuable treasure of Myriad. As soon as the dragon's adored dragon, the Balamise, the older brother, instantly ordered everyone to go on the offensive. Bursting together, the despair rushed. Seeing this fierce pressure, Master Myriad did not restrain her light laughter. The next moment of the hall filled the loud laughter of the leader. Breaking from his throne, he thought, "Here she is, the real power of the merchant." In memory, the image of a second childhood appeared, as if he had been addressed by the words that among all he became the strongest. With one rapid movement, like a storm, Safina rejected all the mercenaries who tried to surround her. The children remained cozy, pressed against her. The head of one of the guards of the master broke in a moment, the other flickled with pain, when a heavy blow came to his stomach. Everything happened in a few seconds, after which the eerie scene again lost its bloody shade and looked as if nothing happened. The instant rapid jerk reached the myroids, widely outlined and flashing sharp fangs, and hardened the man on the wall. The sharp teeth of the girl crashed into his neck, as if the bite of a wild beast. At the same time, the look of the leader grabbed a small group of people who sneaked closer. Among the audience distinguished Lanza surrounded by the Emperor of the Evil Eye. When their views crossed, Murdy last gave him a radiant smile. With one bite, the girl stopped her husband. The magician was watched as the fragment of his longtime friend flies away from the main body. The flow of purple fluid squirted just a girl in the face. She froze in front of the wall and body, which was ruthlessly sliding down the cold stone. The blonde head fell quite near Safa, which still tightly wrapped up with frightened children. The death of Myria was erased by her name from all the status records of both children. The care of Kale and Vita temporarily went to the Merchant Guild. The beloved tummy of the dragon baby swam, from which the girl trembled, and Safine hurried to turn her gaze to her. After all, the mission was the liberation of the dead from many, but unexpected thoughts were already circulating in the girl's head. Hunger is famous. The girl decided that nothing wrong would happen if she eats them. Red Neem, her mouth wide open. Shiny saliva threads flowed from the corners of her lips as she slowly attracted the victim to herself. The crazy cry escaped from Kyle's throat, tearing silence into pieces. He called for the help of his older brother, and right now, Bio, unlike the previous times, clearly heard the desperate voices of relatives. So far, the fear, his gait suddenly became easy. His feet were carried forward as if they were alive. In the memory of the half-warrior, the words of the Maidota moved. He called him a child. At this point, the leader doubted whether the guy would be able to fight so skillfully to cost 1,000,000 larks. A passionate gust to prove its value engulfed Bio. He rose up and grabbed his sword, with a zipper ghosting the blade. The sudden movement forced Safine to strain. Her gaze was immediately focused on him. The roar of a guy filled with despair broke silence. With tears in his eyes, he almost flew to the girl, putting a weapon in front of him. Without hesitation for a moment, he struck a decisive blow. Confidence in his own power added courage. One of the three bloody monsters grabbed the boy's dagger, just his teeth. It was at this moment that Safina's skill, a shrewd look, worked, as always, unmistakably. Before her gaze, neither hatred nor disdain, even spark of passion. The boy's eyes, poured with tears, reflected only all-consuming horror. Involuntarily, the girl was pierced by the cold. There was not enough words to understand why the semi-vower made something inappropriate in nature. Many experienced adventurers instantly took advantage of this favorable opportunity and were lightning on the opponent. Due to the agility of the warriors and the lightning reaction of the Manga, the baby managed to escape from the paws of Safina. Two men rushed in different directions, grabbing their children in their arms and covering them from danger. Only you were alone with the girl. One of the adventurers sincerely believed that he would be eaten now. At that moment, it was suddenly behind. The girl was ordered to turn. The child dragon felt the look of the Lord of the ominous eye on her own skin. Her body was inadvertently squeezed under the pressure of this terrible presence. This view has never fallen on a girl. He penetrated deep inside, penetrating the soul, causing immediately and distorting everything around. Such presence had no right to exist. It was simply impossible to endure this feeling. Covering in rage, the girl rushed directly to the Tsuguto. Meanwhile, the young man hurriedly opened a bottle of potion and swallowed it. At the same moment, swinging a shovel, she threw a stone in Safine. The unexpected question made the girl slow down the step. The adventurer also did not stay away and immediately noticed it. But the magical attraction of his gaze forced her to act. Her hand grabbed to strike the guy.